Hello and good evening, gamers. It is time for lore. We're back. It's a new week, not like in terms of a new week of it being a new week so much that it's this first time this week that we've done lore. It's a new week for lore. Get ready, baby. Wait, isn't this how I play Night Rain? What is this? Pin. Anyway, sorry, I have a weird thing on my taskbar. It's probably for mods. Hello everybody. We are doing some fun lore today. What are we doing today? Probably Nokron. Well, actually, definitely Nokron, and probably also Altus. So we're basically going from the very bottom of the world to the very top of the world. And I think that is thematically, mwah. You know what I mean? I literally just googled Sylveon Terror raid build. Right here, baby. Love the shirt. Thank you. I designed it myself. I did. At the Shibuya Pokemon Center. I made 3 separate shirts. And I kind of want a 4th. I want to make a favorite, like a shirt for each of my favorites. There's so much Sylveon merch. I know. I love Sylveon, and it's nice to like popular Pokemon, but also a curse because they get a lot of merch, so it's like you gotta pick and choose. If I were one of those people who needed every single merch of an item, I'd hate it. I don't know how people do that. It's insane to me. But yeah, half my favorite Pokemon are super popular, so I love it. I like to like popular ones. But I also like to like some of the less popular ones. Then again, I think the least popular Pokemon I like is like Jumpluff. And even then, Jumpluff's got its lovers, you know what I mean? You can tell by my background, I like a wide variety of Pokemon. Who do you see behind me, chat? Who do you see? I'm covering some, but most of them are visible. Zorua is popular. See, here's the thing. Let me think. I can't think. Zorua hasn't gotten merch in a while, like not new merch, and the Pokemon centers tend to cycle really quickly. If you're gonna look for merch, you gotta go to the secondhand stores like Book Off and Surugaya. Those are where you're gonna find merch of everybody. The Pokemon Center is really just gonna have the most recent stuff because that's what they sell. And they might have some restocks, but even then, it's all going to be new, really. A lore run? What's a lore run? Well, I am so glad that you asked. It's a run where we hunt for lore. And we search it out together, doing each zone step by step, so that we can not only uncover the lore and discuss it, but talk about it in the context that we discover it. Thank you, I almost forgot to do that at the start. Shiny Jumpluff fits on my all-pink team. I actually would love to get a custom shiny Jumpluff, but like, I don't really know any plush artists, and I'm like not sure the style I'd want. So I'm sort of like debating, but I'd really like a shiny Jumpluff, because yes, pink. Nice shirt though, thank you. And look. The pants are matching. Oh! Sorry, chat. I punched you. I'm really aesthetic today. But like cozy, comfy aesthetic. Ouch, I think that probably hurt me more than it hurt you guys. Skyfront, thanks so much for 14 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that so much. Thanks for 14 months. Thanks for continuing to use your Prime here. And enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes. Thank you so much. Any chance we get to Riker today? Very slim. Actually, none. No. Because we want to get to Riker's quest. We don't want to just run to Riker. As a result, that goes to a lot of different locations, including Leyndell, which we aren't going to want to touch until we get everything else done. So no. Sekiro lore run has been done. All of them are on my YouTube channel. Go to my channel, look up playlists, and you'll find a playlist for all of the lore runs which were done before the Elden Ring DLC came out. So most of them are pretty current, all things considered. And some of them are the last time I played, like the most recent time that I played the game. So Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring are done. Demon Souls is not. And unfortunately, not unfortunately, Elden Ring is a little bit of a time capsule because it's also out of date. Because it doesn't include information from the DLC, information from Night Rain, and information that I've simply changed my mind on. Obviously, because it's been a couple years now. So, yeah. It's still a good playlist. I think a couple of the VODs are missing, though. I don't know what happened with that. Anyway, yeah, it's still good. It's just definitely more outdated, which is why I'm doing this right here. But all the other games are caught up, yeah. Gonna save Melina or let her die? So that is a really interesting question. Because we aren't really going to save her. Because, well, we'll get to Melina, but we're not going to do the Frenzy Flame ending. It locks us out of too much dialogue, unfortunately. It is very interesting phrasing. I need to find this. 1 second. Let's see if I can find this. Let's see. Well, I think this is the closest I can get. Please forgive the Reddit post. But, you know, at least it's credited. That's the most important thing. Okay. Check this out. No, not that. I saw this art and it stuck with me. It's by this artist on Twitter, and they have a Blue Sky as well. If you go to their Twitter, you will find their Blue Sky link. Cho CYTD. So we got the credit. Check out this last screen. No. It takes a second. But yeah, seriously, I think about this all the time. Because it's like, how the fuck can you call it saving her if you didn't listen to what she wanted for herself? Fantastic art, fantastic artist. Thank you. Anyway. Seriously, it's an interesting ending, but don't make no mistake, you are not saving her. If you listen to Shabriri, you got fooled, fool. Shabriri, like, yes. He does have a silver tongue. I don't blame you, but Anyway, we'll be getting to... problem is I don't remember exactly where we left off. Like, we did some Nokron stuff, like early Nokron stuff, and we're heading toward Nokron proper. We're probably going to work on Ranni's questline at this point. What if you let her burn herself and then accept frenzied ending? I didn't do that, but I kind of did. Oh, my first playthrough is definitely an experience. That's what I did. I used a frenzy flame. And then unfrenzied myself. But Melina was gone already, so it's too late. I mean, that's the whole point. If you pick it, she'll be like, fuck you, guy. So, but that is exactly what I did in my first playthrough, yeah. curse my ability to find everything. Even if you undo the frenzy, it's still not what she wants. Also, frenzy is very much like a disease, right? Like it is like an infection that spreads, and that's why it's effectively quarantined. It's a very interesting disease because it's a disease that's also an idea, and thus it can be spread by writing. Which is, I think, actually, like we talked about what happened with Edgar, right? It was spread to him via writing. I don't even think parasite is the correct term, because like technically in a way it is, but it's not, because it can be spread. And parasites can be spread, but it's like, I guess it is parasitic. Yeah, parasite, infection, whatever, but it's like an idea that once it's in your mind, you can't get rid of it. So that's the thing, even if you like seal the frenzy away, it's still latent within you, and thus you are not fit, like Melina says. The power move is to wait until after Melina sacrifices herself to accept. Yeah, at that point, you're just doing it for the love of the game. Oh no, that's so twisted. Oh no, the screen. Oh right, I forgot to set this up. Sorry, I'm like, so I was jumping games. I played some Night Rain last night. And Torrent doesn't care. You know what? Can I say something about Torrent that I was thinking about actually today? You know how Torrent still takes you on your journey even after you accept the Frenzied Flame? Even after you, like, basically vow to destroy Torrent? That's kind of how I feel about Leonard for Radahn. Like, I actually think it's got the same energy. Like, we do not deserve Torrent, and honestly, I don't think Radahn deserved Leonard either. Oh, I tried to search Sprint. We're off to a good start. Like, we do not deserve that level of loyalty. Meat Peddler. Gravity Stone Peddler. D. Get these bell bearings. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm still thinking about this Star Callers thing. It's so interesting. Alabaster and Onyx Lords are definitely going to require a seriously thorough look this run. You should be dead, Ensha. I won't forget. Yeah, don't remind me about Ensha. Don't remind me about what we've lost. Oh. You're going to be seeing that a lot.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same.
I'm never installing a fucking mod again. Right, I can't buy threes. Oh god. We lost something. Seamless co-op, which I installed because I was dealing with stuttering problems and was supposed to fix stability and do nothing else, broke Ensha's quest and is probably going to break something else as part of the lore run, and has thus renewed my general rage involving all things mod. You are next. We're gonna go help her. Ensha is just aura farming. Right, we don't need to travel via these anymore. Oh my god. Let's see. One thing we're gonna do... How many do I have? I think I only have one right now. 2. I have 2 imbued sword keys. I'm gonna look up where these are. 1 second. That does not prove Torrent is just a dumb horse. Damn. And aren't you a Radahn fan? I thought that Leonard was the only personality trait they gave him. Like, you gotta pick a lane. there's something in the DLC I totally forgot about. It's been so long. Okay. There's one... Okay, near Celia. Oh! We found them all already. I forgot. There's one at the 4 Belfries. So we can just go to the 4 Belfries. So we're going to do a quick stopgap there, because I've been waiting to do this until we had all 3 keys. And as a result, we can do it now. We also can... Oh my god. Yeah, they give you a freebie. I totally forgot. I meant to go there. Just, like, haven't been there as part of the route yet. I think we need to use the Star Scourge Greatsword. Because it is very stupid. At least it was in Elden Ring Night Ram, my god. I know it's a little different. But I only needed one more int and then we can rock it. You're telling me a bell fried this for? Stupid. Torrent rocks. It's a shame that he's sort of like too convenient. I've talked about this before, that he's like so convenient that he's not convenient. That he's like forgettable. He's like part of the background. But like lore-wise and generally story-wise, I adore Torrent. Radahn cosplay. We're not gonna go that far, but I might use it a little bit. Because I think it might be max stupid. Complimentary. Duplicate it and get double swords? Wait, you telling me it doesn't pair? Oh, you freaking tricked me. I don't need you. It's a paired. You freaking almost got me there. Okay, unfortunately it's very heavy. Uh-oh. Ah, there we go. No pants, no gloves, no problem. We can't use it yet, but we'll have to keep that in mind. The next stat we're gonna level is indeed the equipment load, so worry not. Our pants will stay on. No pants, but the cod piece stays on. That's how you know we're not naked. It's for modesty's purposes. Yeah. Radahn has a nice tone to it. I spent a lot of today talking about, thinking about Radahn, actually. Do I have aggro? Okay, good. This is a frickin' screenshot moment right here. Look at this shit. Look at that. Get Rhea Lucaria in there. Look at the moon. I don't think I've actually seen it at this angle before, but isn't that so scary? The moon and then the dark moon on the other half. It's so odd. The moons are so interesting. Because the way it's talked about, it does actually act as if there are 3 different moons. That's another screenshot right there. I just love that. No! It's fading! No! Freaking fog. Freaking Liurnia. Gosh darn it. It's still very pretty. It's already hidden from sight. It was a moment. It was just a moment. 3 moons, yeah. There is the full moon, the dark moon, and the black moon. And like I said, I'm mostly focused on the English lore because that's like all I can read. Like I don't read Japanese. However, apparently from folks who are able to read Japanese, the word for black moon and dark moon is different. And this is further suggested by the fact that memory stones exist, which are apparently taken from the black moon that once hung above the Eternal City. So there are 3 moons, one of which is destroyed now. Neat, huh? That's the one associated with the Nox. But also sorcerers, because each sorcerer's rise has one in it. Where's the chest? I probably ran past it. Where's the grace? Did I grab it already? Here it is. And here is the chest. We're ready to go to the little spoiler zones. Yep, and then we have the twin moons. Yeah, we'll talk about the twin moons more when I get to the DLC, mostly because I don't really remember them, but it's probably a reference to precisely what we're talking about. Now, the moon is a bit interesting because it's often in mythology, I guess, let's say, like real life mythology, referenced as like 3 aspects of the moon in terms of waxing, waning, and full. Not in that order, obviously. Which is also, by the way, sort of represents the 3 aspects of the threefold goddess, also known as the Fates in Greek mythology. So that's why the Fates are sort of 1, but they are also 3. Just as the moon is always the moon, but it looks different and thus has different aspects. It's like a transformative thing. It's very interesting because when you look at the moon, it appears different, but it is always the same. And it's sort of been used as a symbol in this way. Women are associated with the moon in many mythologies, specifically the Fates, who are depicted as 3 that have to do with they're called the Fates because they like handle your fate. They are the maiden, the mother, and the crone, and each of them has a role. One of them spins the thread of your life, representing your fate, right? So they're the ones who create it. The other one measures it, and then the third cuts it. And it also represents sort of the thread of one person's life in terms of a woman changing roles as she ages. It's also in this game, that's the reason I'm talking about this, through Ranni, who is led on her as the maiden, who is led on her path by her mother, who is then guided to the crone and learns from her. So it's pretty literal in that sense. The crumbling lands. Okay, which one are we going to go to first? We can do all 3. In Norse mythology, the moon is male and the sun is female. Yes, yes. I'm more referencing this one because it's more relevant to what we're dealing with here. However, in most mythologies across the world, the moon is feminine and the sun is masculine, but there are exceptions. Like in Norse mythology, which is likely what inspired Tolkien, because we talked about it last time, he has the 2 trees that became the sun and the moon, and the sun is feminine and the moon is masculine. Speaking of which, Galadriel is said to have hair that has captured the light of the sun, the tree of the sun. And it's part of the reason why her hair is so beautiful and why Gimli asks for it as a gift. So it's really neat. Precipice of anticipation. I do love these descriptions. They're so cute. And very accurate once you know what they mean. Night sky unceasing. Now does that sound like somewhere we've been or what? Fëanor getting mad right now? Oh yeah, that reminds me. The significance of Gimli receiving the hair, by the way. There is this elf who's kind of like a super badass elf. He's like the super elf. He's like the OG elf. And he asked Galadriel for her hair, like a strand of her hair, and she said, nah. So the fact that she said yes to Gimli, big deal, I'm telling you, huge deal. Imbued sword key, stone key. Was it Fëanor? I think it was Fëanor. Seven TB broke my Twitch chat? Yeah, people are saying that. The twin moons, though, might not be a fourth moon. I don't know. I didn't come to that conclusion when I played, but like I said, I didn't go as deep into the lore, so we'll just have to look at the twin moons again. Fëanor wanted her hair for magic. I think it's more that Fëanor was kind of a dick. So Galadriel was like, no, because he just wasn't... He wasn't worthy. He was like a super badass, but he was still a motherfucker. Oh, I kept the HUD off. Whoops. But Gimli was pure of heart. And this is actually why Gimli and Legolas become such good friends, is because of that moment. And they are really good friends in the books. Like, the movie does a pretty good job of capturing it, but they are like best fucking bros in the books. It is so charming. They are freaking adorable. Nope. You do not get to play, I'm afraid. Look at this relief. I don't know if this is the exact one. But I think this was like a Reddit post that someone talked about on the Discord like 2 years ago now, so I don't remember it super well or anything. But we talked about this briefly in a previous stream. About how like FromSoft will alter things that are just sort of background to make it fit their game a little better, which is why we look so closely at stuff like this. Like most other games would be like, oh, there's a lion, you know, and be like, okay, I guess there's a lion. And just assume that it's just from a bank of assets for games or whatever. With FromSoft, though, they actually pay attention to details like this, which is why we do. Because they have been known to change things from real architecture. They like render it, put it into their game, but they change details. And one of the details they changed was that there was one image somewhere in this game that I don't remember which one it was, but originally in real life, it shows a horse. And they changed it to a lion in this game. Because lions have more significance in Elden Ring, which means they think about this stuff, which is crazy. Ornamental straight sword. Slender straight sword patterned after an antique ornament. Superior swordsmen prefer to wield one in each hand. After falling from grace, the dregs of the golden lineage sought power and purpose in the past. It's a great line. Unique skill, Golden Tempering. Cross the two swords to grant their attacks Holy Essence. While in effect, the strong attacks perform a dual-wielding combo attack. Their friendship led to Legolas building a great boat and bringing Gimli with him to the Forever Shores. It's so cute. They are so cute together. The best of friends. So yeah, this is a tree. This is a graveyard, by the way. It's a chapel. And it's called the Chapel of Anticipation. I think there's a reason that we land here, that we appear here, that this is where we start our journey. I don't know if every Tarnished got here the same way, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Tarnished got here through the Chapel of Anticipation. Because the chapel is here anticipating the Tarnished, most likely. We know for certain that Marika planned their return, and she told them this before she sent them away. She told them all what would happen. They went on a pilgrimage, the Godfrey and all of the Tarnished. She told them, I will divest thee of thy grace. We actually saw this all during this playthrough, so I'm like talking about it anew. But we've seen all this. That she will take their grace They shall go to other lands. They shall live there. They shall fight there. They shall die. And then, when they die, she will return what she took. And thus they will have grace returned to them. But the form that takes is our guiding grace. Because very notably, tarnished do not have golden eyes. They don't have grace in their eyes, which is part of what makes them despised. So I think that there's more significance to this place as just being like where we happen to show up. I think many tarnished end up coming through the Chapel of Anticipation because Marika, she planned this. She knew that the tarnished would return. She told them that they would return. She told them what the plan would be. And then that's exactly how it happened. This is a chapel anticipating the return of the tarnished. We come back from the dead? Yep. All tarnished are dead. There's a reason that most of the depictions of the tarnished in the opening cutscene depict them dead. Godfrey's like strung up, all bloodied. Gideon is literally in a grave, buried with a bunch of ears. Sorry, I just thought of like, oh, it's gonna be Miyazaki with feet. Sorry, anyway. Dung Eater is hung up, like hung, you know? So, yeah, the tarnished are dead and come back. Arise, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. This was part of the plan, all along. That's why the Scion is already waiting for us here. Precisely. There's the reason that we end up here, coming out here, and then as we talked about, all throughout here between the first step. I mean, it's called the first step. It's not just our first step. It's the first step of the tarnished on their journey. Everyone knows the tarnished show up here, which is why the Scion's ready for us, a servant of Godrick. And here, as we talked about in the first episode, all those bodies are hung up of other tarnished because it's a warning. It's a threat. It's a sign of cruelty, most likely by Godrick. Godrick is particularly interested in tarnished. He's not the only one. But what I find very interesting is Godrick is also the first. Now, it makes sense that the weakest of the demigods is also the first one we encounter from a narrative perspective, right? So we meet the guy who is just, or the first boss is always the weakest, right? It has to get harder from here. But what I love about FromSoft is they also made it make sense. He is targeting, Godrick is targeting the weakest of the tarnished, the ones who just got here, because he is a weakling. So he preys upon those who are weaker because it's the best he can do. Versus the other figures who are interested in the tarnished, like Rykard and Morgott, behave differently. Rykard invites you to join his, team, his family, once you've made it further in the game and you've proven yourself, because he's more interested in those who have proven themselves and strengthened themselves before he consumes them, versus Godrick will take literally anything because he's weak. But yeah, graveyard. Sorry, I want to talk about this. First thing we see, graveyard and Marika statue. The golden flowers, likely some heroes were buried here. Tons of lion iconography, which makes sense because the tarnished are Godfrey's warriors. The man who is associated with the lion. So lions are all over the place here. I love this depiction, like a tree with the lions. Where do they get all the ears? Well, a lot of people got 2 ears, and what do they need that many for? And now this is open. It was closed first time we were here. The Stormhawk King. Ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign, back in the days when Stormvale's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. Stormhawk Dean. Spirit of a fierce hawk that faithfully rendered lifelong service to the old king of Stormvale long ago when the true storm raged. Its cries embolden its fellows in battle, and the tempestuous winds that encircle it shred through foes. It's a big old bird. Stormhawk D's. Yeah, the pinion folk really give us more context for the storm hawks. I don't know how much we're gonna talk about that because it's very interesting. Was the Stormhawk the storm lord that Godfrey defeated? It's likely. We know he was down here. Oh, look at that. The sun going through this. Oh, this game is so freaking pretty. Dude, this is just Screenshot Simulator. I don't even care. Do you know how many screenshots I've taken of this game? I gotta zoom out more. I gotta get a better angle. I think this is... The problem is, and the tree's gonna be in the foreground. Ugh. Look how beautiful that is. Welcome to Elden Ring. So pretty. Very likely? I think it is likely. But also, like, Godfrey basically just swatted a fucking bird. Just went... Oh no. That's messed up, Godfrey. Oh yeah, and the Elden Ring. Look, it's right here. We found it, chat. Mean birds can be pretty strong. Yeah, but like, have you seen him? Many who believe Placidusax was the Stormlord. Yeah, it's a bit... There is a lot. There's a lot. Ooh, butterflies. Let's go. Oh, what the? No! Fun fact, that's what happens if you defeat the Scion. So you die anyway. Nascent butterflies just out of reach. Yeah, story of our entire lives. Just a black screen? Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know how... I don't like how they did the scripted death to the Scion in this game. But yeah, so the chapel was most likely attached to the rest of the land at some point. But as it is just disconnected. Although really, dying to the tarnished doesn't really seem to be a big deal, so whatever. We just pop on out of there like, we live, bitch. Alright, so that's one. Let's go to the Belfry again. Let's go to all three. We have all the imbued stone sword keys, so. Used to think there's no sun. I know a lot of people, and myself included, was once wondered if the sun was like sort of taken on, like the Erdtree, sorry, took on the role of the sun. But no, there is a sun. It's just not always visible because there's a gigantic tree in the way. But you can often see it in some of the skyboxes, and it's just like normal. And it's really funny because the moon is always like, yo, what up? Like this big and shit, like covering your screen. And then the sun's like, hello, I'm over here. I swear I'm up here. Because who cares about the sun? It doesn't matter in this game. The sun is not important. So... Night sky unceasing. Ooh, I need something for this. Shit, heavy load? Really? We're getting so close. You know what? Maybe we take this off and put on the freaking equipment load thingy. Yeah. Erdtree has taken the sun's role here. Well, that's part of why I had a theory that the sun was like absent and replaced by the Erdtree, but no, there is a sun. Although, yes, in terms of being the source of light that all look to acquire hope and joy, yeah, absolutely. The Erdtree has taken that role. But in terms of literal, no. Although it does influence the plants. So, there is something there, I suppose. The burned corpses? No, not yet. I haven't really talked about those too much yet. More sun talk when we get to Castle Sol? Unfortunately, yeah. Just kidding. It's a really cool area. Even though I'm really annoyed by the boss there. We'll see. Send her tarnished away to wage war. I mean, it's more just like what's going to happen to them. This is the thing. She didn't send them away saying, go fuck everyone up, my little baby warriors. She just said, you will go away. You will war in your homelands. You will die, and then I'll give your grace back. This is the same attitude when Marika's like, hey, my demigod children, if you fail to become odd at all, you shall be naught but sacrifice. And people are like, oh my god, she hates her kids. Is she wrong, though? Oh, shit. That was meant to be a parry. This is my fucking issue. Like, she tells you what will happen. It's like when your mom goes, if you don't do X, Y will happen. You go, stop it, Mom. You don't know what you're talking about. And then what happens? Your mom is right. And you go, fuck. She had a point. You hate it, but it's true. Whoops. Whoop. I'm not so good at the backhand parries. She's telling them the world will fuck them up if they let it? Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. This is kind of what I'm talking about. She tells you what will happen. And then... Whoa! I forgot this one has that move. Woo! What a Crucible Knight might be doing in such a place, yes. Whoop. Whoop. He doesn't even freaking drop anything, does he? He's looking at Mogs. There is also a minor Erdtree, but I don't really think that's relevant. We will get more of the map. Crucible Knights are really interesting because, like I mentioned, they sort of take on this role of like the wandering knight. They are more banished knights than the banished knights. That you find them all over. So it's always like, what are they doing here? There's always like a really cool knight that wanders around archetype in FromSoft. Fully armored, creepy, mysterious. I love it. Connection between the Crucible and Mohg? Not particularly. Because Omen are cursed, right? But in the same way that everything is connected to the Crucible because it is the primordial bed of all life, yes. Looking at Miquella egg? I don't know. I also don't remember Rya very well, so we'll have to talk about Rya when we get there. One night be trying to get to the land of shadow. There are Crucible Knights there. I don't know. They really do be getting around, though. Crumbling lands. Oh man, this one was so cool. Does that mean Marika could see the future? No, she just knows what will happen because she's seen horrors before and thus she knows well. It's like she knows what war does. Holy shit. Remember the first time you came here, chat? And you're like, what the fuck is going on? It's me right now. Devonia's a bit different because she's very OG. Anyway, listen, let's not talk about the DLC because I really, really don't remember it. So it's going to be kind of anew. That's going to be like brand new lore hunt. Which is going to be also very fun because how do you think I got to this level of knowing fucking so much garbage about this game? From the lore hunting. So, oh balls, I forgot. This one's a nightmare. These guys hit like Mack trucks. Okay, we might just decease. And I'm still crouching. How helpful. Bit of an incident. I forgot. There's an edge there, chat. But yeah, that's the thing. The Shadowlands weren't always locked away. So you have to remember that just because someone's there doesn't mean they got there at the same time we did. They could have just been there the whole time. Yeah, joke's on them. You don't get to kill me now. Wraff, look out! Oh no, she's got AirPods and she can't hear! Because you're a professional? I am a professional, okay? And sometimes that means very professionally sauntering off the edge of a map, alright? Ain't nobody can do it like I do. I don't really have that many runes, so that's fine. Intended, I meant to do that. It was part of the plan. Run faster! My god, I'm so slow in this game. Poor beastmen are stuck on this island. They deserve it. God damn it. I'm locked on. Okay, you really can just strength gamer them, huh? You just have to watch out for when they get hyper armor is all. Alrighty. So I didn't quite do that cave at the start of the game, but we've seen the beastmen of Farm Azula before. Well, they're in Limgrave, I just haven't done it. So this be looking a lot like those ruins that we've been seeing all over Limgrave. And if you look down, first of all, where are we? What? We're way out there. What? What is that? Some sort of thing in the distance. So much of the land is visible. What? Is that a freaking waterfall? Is that one of the divine towers? Oh my goodness. It is. That's Caelid over there. Is that the bestial sanctum? Really though, this pretty much was the, you know, I'm like hamming it up, but like really though, this is sort of the moment you're like, where the, what the, huh? We don't know what this is, other than it's the crumbling Farum Azula, but we at least have an answer for why there's ruins all over Limgrave. But what's interesting is if we're over here, and they're all over, mainly Limgrave and Liurnia, although there are some in Caelid, this, whatever it is, has been probably moving, or at the very least, the winds have carried some of those ruins very far. And I think it was probably here, because, oh, we have seen this architecture before, haven't we? Right here in the Bestial Sanctum, which is almost looking like it's been cut off and disconnected from other things. Also, I jumped down now, so it's like, I can't really make it back up, but I need the talisman. So, but it looks like there are beastmen buried here. The graves are open, which is very interesting. They appear to be like visibly uncovered. And the beastmen themselves, though they are basically just almost fossilized themselves, still attack you. They also have signs of having been intelligent at some point, but no longer seem to have that because they are decorated. They have weapons that they forge themselves. They have lots of detailed jewelry and gold stuff, and they buried their dead, right? So they have signs of intelligence, but we don't see it anymore. They're just shadows of who they were. But so are the people that we encounter all across the land. Connect to Ghostflame as well? Let me think. Maybe? Maybe. I feel like I've seen them using torches and I've been like, aha, but then I don't know what conclusion to draw from that. Let's go with a hard maybe. Oh, the revive thing. No, that's those who live in death. I don't think Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame is something different. Believe it or not, Ghost Flame's different. It has a link, but it's very distant. We will get to that though. We'll talk about those who live in death with in the context of Farum Azula. Do you think we can go tell like Ranni what's going on? Now that we've defeated Radahn? Weird, you can see the map from Farum Azula, but can't ever see Farum Azula from the main map. There is a spot that you can, actually. Really, though, there is. We'll get to it. We just haven't been there yet. But there is a spot that you can see Farum Azula from the main map, yeah. One spot.
Ah, you finally come. Blythe told me everything. You've defeated General Radahn, unlocking the stars. The general was blighted by scarlet rot and driven to madness. But not long ago, he was hailed as the mightiest demigod of them all. There is no parallel to your achievement, nor to Lady Ranni's acute judgment of character.
She gets credit for this, really?
Thanks to you, Lady Ranni's fate once again stirs, and the path to Nokron has opened. Descend underground, where the fallen star struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron.
The thing, Ranni puts on a little bit of a show about accepting us, but she also knows that we have been trusted and chosen by Torrent. So she already has an idea that we might be special and trustworthy, because Torrent trusting us is definitely something that gives Melina pause, and Ranni Paws. Both of them know Torrent's previous owner and trust them, and Torrent himself, with insight into the person that Torrent chooses, because there's a lot of tarnished, but we're the only one that rides the spectral steed. So, Ranni doesn't tell us everything, but she does say that, you know, the fact that we are here with her suggests something interesting about us. Torrent's previous owner might be Renala. The thing is, Marika is a character who has a connection, a family connection, both to Ranni and Melina. Renala is a character who only has a family connection to Ranni. And as a result, I'm more leaning toward Marika or someone of her ilk to be associated with that. I don't think anyone else makes sense, to be honest. But, you know, still, I mean, I'd be interested in seeing the argument for that, because it's always interesting to get more insight into that. We know that Renala summons spirits. True. But she doesn't spirit tune, as far as we know. And, very notable, we know of one previous spirit tuner, other than Roderica, who Hugh knew, and Hugh specifically talks about the hue of the spirit tuner's eyes, as if that is significant, as if it is a signifier for a spirit tuner. Otherwise, it's a strange thing to note. Roderica has very gorgeous green eyes. Renala's are blue like her full moon. That's not to say that there's only one spirit tuner out there, but you know how this game creates a great deal of significance on those little connections between characters. Also, the three wolves. Wolves have a link both to the Karian royal family, which we'll outline more in the DLC, because apparently that's in DLC and I don't remember it. And two, Marika's people, because of the two fingers, because of the wolves, because of Malekith. Like, there's so much with the wolves. Not to mention, the beastmen are wolves. Really. Like, they're canine. And we know that there's some history there with the beastmen. And then, of course, we have to go just a little nibble into Night Rain, where we encounter another group of people, the Pinion folk, who are men, but also beasts in terms of, like, being a hawk, right? So wolves are significant. They're one of the topics I want to do a huge deep dive on, like talk about every single instance of wolves. But in terms of Torrent, though, also the ring. Oh no, I don't remember where it is. I don't remember where it goes. Oh right, it's a usable. Is dainty and gold. Delicate gold work. There is one side of the family that is strongly associated with gold, and it is not Renala's. Wolves tier list. Yeah, listen, that's actually one thing. I've been making notes. I have a few topics that I want to do deep dives on, and I took some notes. This is actually on my phone. Wolves. Artificial life. I'm like taking like notes and like it's just like jot notes of instances where they appear. So I have the lone wolf summon, which is actually 3 lone wolves. Malekith, Blythe, the Wolfcrest Shield, the statue in the Malekith Arena. That's just off the top of my head. We'll gather more. Artificial life. Albinaurics, Golems, Imps, and Crystallians, which are still different categories, but I think they're all similar. And then flowers. Oh, I put Golems twice, actually. And Scions. So it's just jot notes right now, but I'm intending to write down like literally every instance of wolf anywhere in the entire game. That's relevant, you know, not like every time there's a wolf enemy, because that'd be a lot of notes. There's that promo picture from Shadow of the Erdtree. I still think that the rider there, while is Miquella, is Marika. in terms of following the footsteps. I think people saw that image and they jumped to the conclusion that Miquella was the creator of the Torrent Ring, when I believe they should have jumped to a different conclusion, which is that he got the Torrent Ring the same way that Marika did. Or, sorry, that Melina did, I mean. Because what do Melina and Miquella have in common? Their mother. So that is two children of Marika who are depicted riding a spectral steed. And that's sort of the thing. Everyone was like, oh my god, Miquella made it! And here's the thing. Delicate, once again, delicate gold work ring. A lot of people immediately thought Miquella with that information additionally. Even before the DLC image, though, people were thinking this is Miquella. However, that never made sense to me because he's literally the youngest of the demigods. And we're talking about an ancestral spirit, because that's effectively what Torrent is in his way. A spectral steed, and predating a lot of things in the lands between. This has got to be someone ancient. And there is no link between Miquella and Spirit Tuning. We now have that confirmed. So I think he simply inherited the ring, the same way that Melina did, and the same way that we did as Marika's symbolic child. I talked about this in one of the previous episodes. And of course, the timeline gets a little fuzzy because it's like, how did Miquella have it in order to ride Torrent if it also was... if the DLC is happening in like a real time, right, where we go there and Miquella's like, finally I can start my thing, like, you know, it's like, it doesn't really make sense at all, because once again, it's like the game suffers narratively because we are the main character and everything needs to wait for us. So there is definitely a little bit of with that, but it's fine. We take it. We take what we can. We do what we can. Some things you just have to be like, they did their best. You have to remember, FromSoft was experimenting with having a game that responds to you in real time in terms of you being very much the main character. Normally, for example, all the way back in Dark Souls 1, there are NPCs that you might completely miss or never see or realize they have dialogue or encounters because you have to go back to the hub, the Firelink Shrine, and you'll see them. But the triggers are a little unusual. So for example, I think Capra Demon, I always think Capra Demon is a big one. Before you defeat Capra Demon, or is it after? If you go to the Firelink, you will encounter Rhea and her companions. What's his name? Petrus. Petrus, the cleric guy with the bowl cut, is sitting there and he's like, I'm waiting for my companions. You may wait with me, blah, 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 blah. They come. But a lot of people don't know this because you have to go back to the Firelink to see them. And you'll encounter Rhea and her two little manservant folks. And one of them talks shit about your outfit and the other one is just kind of like, Vincent and something. That is completely missable. Because if you continue with bosses, if you just keep playing the game, you don't really go back to the hub, they will proceed on their journey without you. That is the thing that has changed in Elden Ring a great deal. Journeys do not proceed without you. If you are not there to encounter or talk to the character, nothing happens without you. And it's good and bad. It makes things harder to miss, but it also makes it so the world revolves around you as the player. And it's sort of, you know, is good and bad. Want to say it's after Capra? I think you're right.
My fellow, how may I serve
but that's
you?
the thing about Dark Souls.
As
That's why
war
it's so neat.
counselor?
There's so much depth.
Or as blacksmith?
The world feels alive. Like people aren't just waiting for you to talk to them. They will do things without you that you might have no idea happens behind the scenes. It's super cool. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Even in this game, there's a few missable encounters, but most encounters need you to find the characters, so... You look dreadfully raggedy. Yeah. You remember him? He's kind of a jerk. Does he really like, deserve that? What happens? Anyway, I think that the picture of Miquella upon Torrent is meant to link him to Marika, because we got that image, and then a bit after we got the DLC trailer, and the trailer description very clearly states that Miquella is following in Marika's footsteps in the land where she became a divinity. That's like the phrase, the statement, the description of the trailer. That is what the entire DLC is about. he is following in her footsteps. He is becoming a divinity in the same way that Marika did. And then we have an image of her. And here's the thing. Miquella has a striking similarity visually to Marika. They look very similar to one another. From the back, both of them just have long hair. Most of the depictions of Marika have her with her braids, or braida, but of course we do have that one depiction of her in the round table hold with her hair flowing, and it's just long, loose hair. The difference is, and then we get the depiction of the story trailer of Marika, also with free-flowing hair. And really, in terms of dainty, long hair, and golden, they look very similar. And I think that's what we're supposed to see when we see that. We're meant to link them together. And we do. Yeah. Difference is Marika uses more conditioner. Nah, difference is she straightens it. No, just kidding. And then we follow in his footsteps. Precisely. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking of the trailer. Marika is depicted with having like sort of wavy hair, but in the scene that I'm thinking of, her hair is kind of like flowing crazily. So I don't know. Her hair definitely looks a lot like Miquella's in the story trailer, though, which we will probably watch at some point. Anyway, about Jaren.
Now the festival is over, and General Radahn is defeated. Jaren's duties are finally fulfilled. Though we served different masters, I could see he was truly adept in his role. Now the time has come to remind him of an old promise made. With the stars of fate set into motion, a certain sorceress is dispossessed of her immortality. Finally, we can be rid of a long-standing Carian weed.
I wonder who E.G. is talking about. Now, this is a really interesting line. The long-standing Carian weed definitely makes it sound as if the aforementioned sorceress is a Carian, as in a Carian royal, as in of the family. But you could also argue it's just Rhea Lucarian, but no, Carian always means royal. So we don't get the truth of this matter, not fully, but there is definitely an argument to be made about this particular individual, whomever it may be, being related to the Carian royal family. Also, yes, I totally forgot about this, but this is a unique interaction that you get only if you do the E.G. Jaren route of this quest. So the game kind of guides you toward the Sorcerer Selen route, but this is the other direction.
Oh, Blythe wanted me to tell you not to bother waiting for him and head straight to Nokron. Blythe has been given an important task. Apparently a matter of great urgency.
About Blythe.
You need not await Blythe. Descend underground alone, with a fallen star-struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron, so that Lady Ranni may tread the dark path of the Empyrean.
We haven't heard very much of Empyreans yet, but this is the dark path. See if she's still napping. Oh. And this has activated another interesting quest, and we're going to have to visit some folks. For example, Selen and Jaren. Especially Selen. I don't think she really has much else going on until this point. Like, I visited her a couple times. We got that really interesting dialogue where she talks about starlight being the amber of the cosmos, or sorry, glintstone being the amber of the cosmos, full of residual life. Nope, she's still napping. Sorry, baby girl. Maybe we can get her like a bed. Doesn't Hjolstor have a Karian background? Hjolstor is interesting. But we'll get to Hjolstor later, because there's still lots of puzzle pieces to the Karians. Okay, Celavis we're still waiting on. E.g. we have visited. You gotta remember something too. Chat, when I first played Elden Ring, you know how they have this pop-up that tells you where NPCs are? This was not a thing when I played. So this whole, like, Sorcerer Selen and Sorcerer Selen thing did not tell us that. I remember that. Oh my god. I remember I went over to her like 16 times thinking I should kill her for her hat. Excuse me? Oh, great. I'm a freaking friend now. Oh my god. Ranni needs to train her dogs. Tell you what. Yeah, they added it in a patch. Could visit Pydia. Already visited Pydia. No update on him. It might be worth a visit. I don't think he has anything interesting to say, but... yeah, it took months for them to set it up. They just smell blithe and hang around. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that there are 3 wolves, just like the summons. The thing is... oh, this is supposed to lead you to Pydia. I remember now. The summons, those are not... okay, the summons are strange. Because the ones that Rennala summons, for example, right? That whole realm is very imaginary, illusory, right? So she summons people that are loyal to her in the form of spirits, but I don't know if she's truly summoning them or it's more like a symbol, like symbolic summoning of those who serve her, right? Because you have to remember, everything we see there is effectively an illusion created by Ranni. It's a, dare I say, a remembrance of her mother, which is why I already used the remembrance. When we defeat Rennala, we get her remembrance, despite the fact that we didn't kill her, because that is what we defeat in the phase 2. Her memory, a memory of who she was. So she does have a loyal dragon in Adula, loyal to the Karians. She does have E.g., the giant / troll blacksmith. She does have the 3 wolves over there, and she does have Darawil, the Bloodhound Knight. But I don't know if she's truly summoning spirits versus these 3 wolves are not the same ones that are in front of Ranni's tower. We're meant to link them together, though, because she gave us these 3 summons. And there are 3 wolves in front of her tower, so we're meant to, like, associate her with wolves. But they're not the same wolves because spirit ashes are ashes. They are the dead. So I personally saw Rennala as very much as like a symbolic fight. Like, she's not actually summoning. However, she might have been a summoner, a spirit tuner. We really don't know. I just don't think that's too likely based on what we saw. Then again, Ranni gives us the bell, so she's at least able to summon. But spirit summoning and spirit tuning are 2 distinct things. Latenna die when she becomes a spirit ash. That's an interesting one, because she still has a physical form, and she chose to become a spirit, so... I don't know. No, those are actual servants, absolutely. Uh-huh.
A fine day to your worship. Please, choose whatever you like.
There's a lot of really interesting stuff, too. Okay. Nothing new. Let's see, what next? Oh, Selen. Selen. And then Jaren. Feed the 3 wolves on a certain statue in Elphael. An Elphael?
There you are, my apprentice.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait till DLC.
Shall we commence the lesson?
Yes, hi.
Your appetite for learning is impressive. You make me proud. To have grown little legs so readily. You must have a fabulous teacher.
If you buy all of her spells.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well. I have time aplenty.
Okay. Yeah, here. Doesn't it have to be a specific summon? Yeah, so other people mentioned that the summons can be linked directly to people, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't read them as specifically anyone in particular. Though you could argue they are, yeah, for sure. Hello, Jaren.
At last, the war festival has ended. Brave champion, you have our gratitude. The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable death.
No, I actually didn't remember any. I don't remember much of the DLC. I'm gonna be very real with you. Like, people keep bringing up things, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. The DLC is going to be a very slow play, in a good way though. So we're gonna get to, you know how I'm doing like, oh my god, is that freaking storms in the what is the crumbling farm? No, I'm actually gonna be doing that in DLC. I'm gonna be like, whoa, like it's gonna be like real. It's not gonna be ham. So, silver linings. But yeah, no, feel free to mention those things. But I do want to see what I uncover. And then if things are missed, we can sort of do like that go over deep dive type vibe. Areas will be formed in real time. Yeah, I mean, like, even this run, I'm so blown away by the star color thing. Like that, I'm thinking about Radahn a lot today.
Finally, my work is done. I'm no longer bound to this fortress. I have a task in mind. Old business, you could say. You wouldn't understand. May we meet again, if the fates deign it. Brave champion.
Jaren really does not give you much insight into what he's up to.
It's time I went on my way. May we meet again, if the fates deign it. Brave champion.
I'm doing the does he know face towards Jaren right now. I don't know if Jaren knows. I do not know if Jaren knows, like, what he's been involved in here. Because Jaren agreed with Radahn to give him an honorable... Before Radahn died, he agreed to give him an honorable death and hold a war festival so that Radahn could die in battle. And, you know, of course, like, Melina is approaching. He knows they're gonna fight, blah, blah, blah. He got some information. He's like, Jaren, if I don't die, make sure I die really cool. That was sort of my thought, but now I've definitely reconsidered a lot of things with the information from the DLC. Radahn was planning to die, but I don't know if Jaren knew the whole details. However, he has done what he has agreed to, so now he is free of that duty and goes somewhere else.
There you are, my apprentice. Shall we commence the lesson?
You might be talking about the wolf statue surrounding what looks like a feminine figure in Malekith's arena. That might be what you're thinking of. Okay, not yet. I might have to talk to Celivis for this one, but I feel like nah. Jaren might know. I'm not trying to like give him an out. He might know. I'm just saying he also might not. Have I spoken to you? Are you the one about the unwanted child? Oh no. The Leyndell one. We should actually do that. No, not yet, just in case. I'm so nervous about even touching Leyndell after the incident. Don't they sound like they're creepily muttering? Oh my god, that is such a cool spell. It's like freaking star artillery. Star artillery! Spiked spear. Spikes induce blood loss. Weapon of the marionette soldiers employed by sorcerers. Very cool.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Okay, yep. Definitely in pain. Let's go visit Selen. I don't remember the exact trigger for this quest. It might involve Celivis, though. Maybe.
There you are, my apprentice. Shall we commence the lesson?
Maybe. Okay, might have to wait. I'm gonna go talk to Celivis, but he's probably gonna go on and on about his frickin' potion, so...
Do not talk to me until you have given my potion to Nefelgi.
We can delay the quest. I don't remember the exact trigger. I really don't. And now I'm like so paranoid that like the mod broke another thing. I'm not gonna do the secret doll dungeon till later just because I don't want to miss any dialogue, but I don't think so.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate.
Oh shit! We can still do this. Ask about Nokron.
Well, you're asking me about that.
Well, that's a win-win.
The task was left to you and the mongrel, was it not? Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot. Well, there's
The
no
mongrel.
helping it. Now's as good a time as any. I'll let you in on it. There's a glintstone sorcerer by the name of Selen in Limgrave. She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the academy. I asked her to look into the matter some time ago. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
Celivis's introduction.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of
Oh,
our
yeah. Off you trot. Okay. So, a letter of introduction is so funny to me. We're going to read it in a second. I didn't quite understand until I started reading, like, Agatha Christie books and stuff. But letters of introduction were literally so important in, like, the olden days because, you know, people were parts of communities and their community was like a big deal. So if someone moved into their town, they needed to know who they were. So what people would do is it was like a word of mouth introduction thing. They would write letters of introduction. For example, like, oh yeah, my cousin lives in town. You're moving to town? I'll write you a letter of introduction. And what this would be is, hello, cousin. I am your cousin. This person is moving to your town. They are my friend. So they can be trusted. They are related to this person and this person. I know them since they were this old. Anyway, please make them welcome. And then they would give that letter. And also, you could literally like meet a complete random as long as you had a mutual friend. And then that mutual friend would write you a letter of introduction. It was really cool. I was reading, I was like, whoa, because back in the day, like a complete like rando would move in and would be like, who is this rando? I don't know who you are. You didn't grow up with us. You're strange. So you'd have to bring like a note from people that knew someone so you wouldn't be ostracized by the community. We should bring those back, but the problem is people are like moving and like you don't like know anyone. Not everyone's just like a cousin or something. Oh, it's crazy. That was in Jane Austen books too? Yeah, not any that I've read yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. But no, seriously, because it was like all about who you knew. Letter of introduction addressed to Selen. Scroll bearing a royal coat of arms. A letter of introduction written by Preceptor Selavus. Addressed to a glintstone sorceress by the name of Selen. The contents of the scroll cannot be discerned. Yeah, now we have like LinkedIn. Or like you go to someone's like Instagram profile and you're like, okay, who follows this person? Okay, we got some mutuals. And then you see if they're cool. I think that letters of introduction are better.
There you are, my apprentice. Shall we commence the lesson?
Guess what? I got a letter of introduction, BBG.
Well, well. Selavus is not a name I ever wanted to hear again. But fine. If it will help you, my apprentice, I offer my knowledge.
Relatable.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars.
Didn't E.G. say that there was a Carian weed who has now lost her immortality now that Radahn's dead? And the Carians are affected by Radahn freezing the stars. Whoever that sorceress is might be a Carian. I also totally forgot about this, actually. Like, I always get reminded when I do this, but it's like, yeah, there's some, like, strong hints. And if you look at her, she looks similar. So she might be... Listen, I don't mean this offensively, but she might be the Godrick of the Carian royal family. Sorry. But like a sexy... I was gonna say evil god, like less evil Godrick, but is she though? Like a sexy, also evil god, like a sexy Godrick. Still evil, but sexy about it, so it's okay. All crimes are forgiven. She does something really similar to him, so I think there's a reason they're both in Limgrave. Actually, thinking about that, we'll talk about that when we get further. Evil is sexy. There's an argument to be made. Like a sexy, smart Godrick. Absolutely, 100%. Perfect. Yeah, evil was fine as long as you're hot. That's true. Mesmer, Selen, Ranni. Yo, Walter, thanks so much for 10 months. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Welcome back. Godrick is like a dumb, ugly Selen. Pretty much. Have you seen her without her glintstone crown? Yeah, I actually did a Smasher Pass a couple of streams ago. What was the relevance to the lore? He gone. I don't think this is a good travel point. I wanted to get that painting before I forget. It is nice to know what the people look like, it's true. And I did think about doing a proper full series Smasher Pass including bosses, so, you know, we might have to further this character study. Is it there? I don't remember where you're supposed to do the descent. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about him. I don't think it's here. I think it's further along over here. I'm looking for the painting. I never remember where I'm supposed to do the drop down because it's been so long. Oh, wait. I forgot about something, chap. I'm gonna move my camera. My camera for Elden Ring goes in the top corner. For Night Rain, it goes in the bottom corner for the same reasons. You can see my runes. God, these things are freaking tanky. Ow. Now that was immensely rude. Oh god, I'm dead. These birds do rancor call. And by birds, I mean bats. Oh, come on now. Are you serious? You're just... Okay, you know what? You are not worth it, even though you have... That was very fascinating lore. Thank you very much. That is very interesting. Ancient death sorceries. Okay, nothing new. Yeah, the bats are definitely people, but also bats. Which sounds weirder than it really is, all things considered. Okay, let's go by the foot of the tree. I think that's where we gotta go. Let's go here. Yeah. I agree that Vike wasn't evil, like inherently. However, he became very misguided. And there isn't too much of a difference because the path he chose was so evil. Like really, deciding to kill and destroy all life, and I mean all life, to save one, allegedly, the math does not be mathing. Okay, I think this is it, because I remember, like, trying to mess with all these pots over here. There it is. My path is afore me. But, well, it's gonna involve some gravity, so, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I really thought my death was incoming with that one. We really shouldn't do this in the rain, because it's gonna be so slippery, you know? It's gonna be really risky. We're gonna slip a... Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Do you remember that freaking golem? I remember that freaking golem, chat. I remember that freaking golem. This is a torrent jump. Oh yeah, we know that someone was whispering in Vike's ear for certain, but I am a big believer in the... Oh, I'm probably gonna die because of this. Oh, okay, we're fine, we're fine. I'm a big believer in you can be told to do whatever you want, but if you choose to do it, you have a culpability. Like, I've been consistent about that since Dark Souls 2 for reasons. Bro is here. No, give me. You gotta give me the riposte. Thank you. Oh my god. Bro is prodigiously tanky. That can't scare me because I don't know how to read. Ah! I forgot they do that. It's really loud. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Shit, no. Oh, it's happening again, chat. It's happening again. It's happening again. I'm stuck! Ah! Jumpa? Oh my god, skip rope has trained me well for this day. I'm in the battle of my life, chat. Run. It's really so much easier when you're a strength gamer, let me fucking tell you. You just bash him in the ankles a little bit and he topples on over. It's happening again. Easy peasy. First try, actually, unironically. Anyway, I came down here to get... a red mane painting. I think we got Prophecy. We still have to do Resurrection and Homing Instinct. And I honestly don't remember where these two are. I remember this one should be okay. Like oh, I do remember. Oh my god, we have to go check something. This is a good reminder. Don't remember where Homing Instinct is. He's doing the painting thing. Ash of War, Rain of Arrows. Huh. Useful, actually. And associated with Radahn. I had zero faith this would go well, but this was impressive. I'm actually really proud of myself, too. I also had no faith in myself. I mean, how dare you not have faith in me? How dare you? I knew I could do it. That's very crazy that you didn't. What? No, in me? No faith in me? Okay. There's something I want to find here, but I don't remember where it is. And then remind me we're going to Karya. Remind me to go to Karya. This is a little bit of side questing, but it's cool lore items and locations that I think give us some insight into the lands before we move forward. Had more faith in the golem? Oh, that's understandable. He's really scary. I'm surprised that went well. Doing a claymore run? No, not by choice. It's just this is what I got right now. This game really doesn't give you many weapons early. Well, really, it's not the weapons that's the problem. It's the upgrade materials that are a problem. Show me the way, little guy. Even though I think it's over there, but... Oh, where'd he go? Bro, you are so slow. These are very helpful to help us find caves, but and it's fun to show them off because you probably do them once and then you never see them again. But I do like that they're gold. Okay, spoilers, it's over here. Shit, do I have enough? Oh, thank goodness. Just barely. I think I'm out of keys now. Oh, man. Oh, well. Still worth it. Torrent is immune to the Scarlet Rot. Because, a story, I guess. But mainly, I think it's because he's a spirit. Now, there are a lot of spirits that are also not immune to the Scarlet Rot. However, I think it could have something to do with the fact that this is a gold work needle. I always forget where it is, sorry. It's a goldwork ring created by, most likely, Marika, who has great understanding of nature, the essence of life. We learn that through Miquella. Which is why Miquella has it, right? Like, he takes after Marika in more ways than one. He is an incredible creator and an incredible healer. We already know that through his needle. And while, of course, Miquella is capable of great creation, I think that this is why Radahn teaches him, which we'll get to later, because he takes after Marika with his ability to create. I think it's like this and then the Mimic Veil. Hang on, let's take a look at the Mimic Veil. Also most likely created by Marika. That's two different items that are tied to her. Because we know it's very strongly implied Marika made this, hence why it's called Marika's Mischief. And I think it's strongly implied that she made this because, well, she uses a hammer. The hammer that Radahn uses in the boss fight is Marika's hammer. Why would someone who doesn't fight use a hammer? Because she was likely a smith. Now, of course, that isn't a goldsmithing hammer, but I think it's just sort of suggesting that she created many things. So the ring seems to keep him safe from all things except for frenzy. Goldbreaker skill is Radagon's. I don't remember the description for Goldbreaker. We're just gonna have to read it when we get Marika's hammer. But I mean, it's not surprising. Though he is not trying to break the ring, he is still an incredible warrior, capable of untold destruction, who is very similar to Melina. I think that was one of my favorite things to discuss back in early Elden Ring days. How Miquella and Melina are sort of like their parents, but reversed in terms of sex. But otherwise, like it's like their distilled essence. Oh my god! Scared the bejesus out of me. So this is Jail Cave, not to be confused with Gale. That's why you have to unlock this place. These people were locked away. It's pretty telling this is right under Radahn's fort. And they're also all burning. We don't know why Radahn or his soldiers would imprison these people. But it's pretty disturbing down here. Ooh. Forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history is where the vulgar militia serve. It's possible this doesn't have to do with Radahn and his soldiers, but... It's possible they were rotted, that this is like a quarantine, like a leprosy cave, effectively. Because if I'm not mistaken, lepers were often put in cave colonies so that they were outside of society so they couldn't infect others, but they were also very cruelly treated, like they were treated like this. So it is possible that this is the quarantine zone. Also, erasing history, that is indeed a red flag for sure. Yeah, Vulgar Militia are not directly associated with Radahn. In fact, they're associated with other figures. Mainly Malekith so far. Oh, the shuttle. Well, that's nice. A hooked blade attached to a long handle wielded by the Vulgar Militia, its attacks can slip through an enemy's guard. The Vulgar Militia are the undecorated stewards of rancid, scorched battlefields that none dare approach, and forbidden domains better forgotten by the rest of the world. I think there's a sort of subtext there that, yes, excised from the memory of history is definitely like, but I think there's also a place that everyone would rather forget. Like this. No one... I don't think Radahn is cruel. I don't think his soldiers are cruel. But this is cruel. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they are going out of their way to be cruel. But these people became afflicted by the Scarlet Rot. Also, once again, if we take this further and sort of remember that by the evidence given to us by the game, Radahn chose to fight Melina, knowing what she was capable of, knowing about the rot. Not to mention, no, everyone knows about the rot. Her own knights were infected by it, but they stayed loyal to her because they loved her so dearly. They became afflicted by the rot from Melina because her very presence creates it. He knew what he was bringing to Caelid by wanting to fight Melina. So these people, they became ill. They needed to be quarantined. They needed to be burned. It's horrific. But you could also see this as something that Radahn was okay with because of that result. Yeah, they burn forever because they can't die. It's messed up. It's really also not Melinia's fault that she's afflicted, though. But it is a part of the reason that she's so capable of destruction. Poor Melina. No, not a max arcane build, but that would have been a good idea. I just wanted to do something different, so I chose strength. I've never done strength before. The Greaves, yo, we got more gear. I wonder what this does. Oh my god, it opens every single door in the prison. Yeah, I think this one, the reason I find this so cruel is because these people were the citizens of Caelid. You know? And they became ill. Summon build wasn't great to watch. Like spirit summons. The problem with the summons is I'd need so many materials to upgrade them, and that would be a lot of really thoroughly searching for flowers. And it's honestly annoying as shit. Because it'd be like, oh no, I'm missing one somber flower 5. Better go look it up on the internet and find where it is, so. I am trying to find as many of them as I can, but it's like, ugh. Yeah, I mean, maybe Radahn thought he could defeat Melina. That's true. But the thing is, the plan was most likely for him to eventually die, which is why he planned the festival. So the festival was like a backup to make sure that he would die in battle very epically. But if so, that's just hubris, baby. He picked a fight he couldn't win. You just summon and chill? Half the boss fights and boss rooms are very narrow. You really can't chill even with a summon. This is a really neat dungeon, though. I adore this dungeon. It's one of the interesting ones where you kind of do it twice. This time in a different circumstance because all the doors are open, so you can get all the items you've been seeing. Summons are lore too, but I can get the lore by picking up the summons. Okay, I have a build that has everything in the game on PlayStation. I have every single summon. I've tried to level up as many as I can, but there's a limit. Collecting the summons is not a problem. It just takes time. Getting the materials to upgrade them is a bitch. Because you need just enough of the flowers of each type, and whoops, you missed one in this one cave. So yeah, no, I don't really like using them too much. Besides, summon build would just be like, go mimic tier. Oh, a stone sword key. That is one thing this game is very nice about. It usually gives you a stone sword key if you spend one. Ah, short sword with a tempering pattern on the blade, a weapon unique to warriors of the land of reeds. Afflicts targets with blood loss. These swords are considered auxiliary weapons, yet one man is known to wield this weapon in his left hand while using a full-sized katana in his right. A demonic swordsman known only as Okina. Perhaps Okina was one of the ones imprisoned here. He does fight in the Radahn festival. But we actually don't know where he is because he's an invader. Only. And a summon, sort of. Oh yeah, we should talk about that. Good point. This is a dagger. It's under the dagger category, but uses a different moveset. Like it power stances with a katana is what I'm trying to say. Yes. So in this game, you can only power stance with weapons that are the same ilk. So like 2 katanas can power stance. It's a little simplified from Dark Souls 2, where you could power stance with different weapons. But you can't power stances with daggers. You can only power stance it with katanas. It's pretty cool. Is there evidence that Radahn picked the fight in Melina? It's not about picking the fight anymore. That is the discourse that we had before the DLC came, because there was a lot of why would they fight, right? One of the major theories before DLC, once again, and I think this is my theory, this was mine. Chad, I can't find the boss. Does anyone remember where the boss is? I'm very lost. Oh, I found something. If I talk about lore and wander in this place, I could be here forever, you know what I mean? So, going in circles and not even noticing. Ooh, the pillory shield! Pillory made to punish serious felons, used as a shield. Though made of good sturdy wood, it is only a makeshift tool and performs as such. Perhaps due to its use as a device with which the guilty were made to endure prolonged suffering, it raises vitality. Anyway, why did Melina and Radahn fight? Well, we know for sure it was never about the Great Rune. We know because we already know this. Melina fought Godrick, but didn't take his rune because she didn't care about that. Right? So, why would she fight Radahn? Well, the real answer is because Miquella told her to. So, why would Miquella want to fight Radahn? Now, here is where we start getting lots of divisions, and the conversation can get real broad. Because some say because he refused to keep his deal, his part of the bargain, right? That they were to become Elden Lord and God. I don't think that makes any sense with the character of Radahn that we know. He would never be so dishonorable as to break a vow. So, some people argue that Radahn did not want to make a deal with Miquella and was trying to keep Miquella away from him. And Miquella was like crazy. He's like, "You're going to be my Elden Lord." And Radahn's like, "No, no!" And trying to stay away from him and trying to circumvent that fate. Found something. Okay, I knew that looked suspicious. 1 second. The other is that Radahn, and this is my personal belief, Radahn agreed he wanted to become an Elden Lord, but he needed to die as part of the deal. And he's not the type to go quietly. So he needs to die in battle. And who better to fight than the great Empyrean Melina, purported to be the strongest of the demigods? So the real thing is that he wanted to fight her. Because if he needed to die, he needed to go super badass mode. Anyway. Yo, Master Miss, thanks for the gifted memberships to the YouTube community. I think we can... Oh, shit. Oh, I was about to say, please don't kill me. I don't know how to get back here. Look at those scars. Yeah, so he definitely needed a battle. And who's gonna give him a better one than Melina? Is it this way or the other way? I don't know where this Stake of Marika brought me. Is it this way? I don't know. It was that way? Oh, yeah. Too easy for the duelist? Yeah. It's your fault. I was saying thank you. Whoops. Possibly agreed while charmed and the charm wore off. Here's the thing. If you are an honor-bound knight and you agree to something, even if you are charmed, I think you still have to agree to it. I don't know. I'm not one of those like honor people, like honor chivalry. Like I don't know all the rules. I don't know that Radahn be like, oh no, I was tricked, haha. You know, I really don't know. I feel like that's sort of dishonest. Yeah, he was manipulated. Even if that is true, yeah, he was like manipulated, but he's still like that type of guy to be like, well, a promise is a promise. Not to mention, running from something doesn't sound like Radahn. Like running from a fate. I guess that's just why I never like found myself interested in that theory. Radahn doesn't run from shit. And I think in terms of trying to defend Radahn, people reduced him to a coward. Really, that's a lot of it. People are like, oh no, he didn't want to, he changed his mind on the deal with Miquella and decided to like, oh wow. That is a cool grab. Anyway, he changed his mind. Dude, what do you mean he was running? I don't think he would run from anything. Putrid corpse ashes. These spirits appear some distance from the summoner, though their movements are dull and confused. Their low moans make them effective at drawing the attention of enemies. True death does not come easily for them. Oh, I forgot. There's a reason I was very interested in doing this cave. The Regalia of Eocade. Treasured Sword of Eocade, a lesser, long-vanished domain. The copper coloration is not to be confused for rust, but is a conduit for its wielder to move it by their will alone. Swords of Eocade dance through the skies. Eocade's dancing blade. Infuse the sword with energy, then fling it forwards in a corkscrew attack. The sword continuously deals damage while violently spinning. Now, it involves arcane, which associates it with primal energies. And it also is copper. Now, you've probably noticed the Crucible Knights. They're kind of red. But they're not quite copper. They're likely sort of an alloy between copper, red, and gold. In fact, we'll have to look out for the color red and copper, because I have a feeling it might be important. Not saying that's what happened, but I wouldn't dismiss it either. No, I have tons of evidence for dismissing the fact that Radahn was interested in becoming Elden Lord. Like, really, it's not just dismissing out of, like... It's because of knowing Radahn. Really. I feel like I know him so well by his story. He's one of the characters we know the most about. He has the least questions in his behavior. He is the type to not let anything stop him and prevent him from achieving his goals. He's deeply determined. Even if someone would consider it absurd, he doesn't care. He went to school and learned gravity sorcery so he could continue to ride his horse. And he left school with the intention of conquering the stars. However, this also results in him being very easily led to do what he already wants. He's not like, it's not to say that he's being manipulated so much that he is easily manipulated if it agrees with what he already wants. So he's not going to be tricked to do something, you know, against his choice. But if he wants to do something, he's going to do it. Like, point him in a direction and he will go. So these are Kindred of Rod. Gross. Why he would have to die first? Because of the barrier on the Shadow Realm. It's why Miquella has to basically enter as a spirit. It's why Mohg needs to die so that his body can be brought over. And it's why Radahn needs to die so he can come through the gate as well. The barrier that was put on the Shadowlands was very robust. And most likely, this was because Marika didn't want her children to go there because she feared they would do exactly what Miquella does. It's the one path she disallowed for her children. Her own. And Miquella finds a loophole. Well, no living demigod or child of Marika can enter. So they need to be spirits. Mohg's body is most likely the omen thing, but we'll get to this later. Anyway, this is more just to talk about Radahn's reasoning and like psychology, but we know why he needed to die. It's not because it's Elden Lord, it's because of where it occurs. I feel like I missed. Isn't the meteorite ore blade here? Where is it? I feel like I'm supposed to know. Like there's something here. I'm not finding it. Hang on. There's supposed to be a little path down somewhere here. At least I think there is. Yeah, do you remember what it is that's here? I don't think Formless Mother was the key there. I think it was the Omen part, and Mohg was more vulnerable than Morgott. Sorry, so many M names. Underneath. Yeah, but like, where's the hole? I can't find the freaking staircase. Unless you mean like underneath, like down here? Oh, right. There's more here, right? Is this it? Wait, wasn't I here already? Aha! Thank you. It's not a hidden staircase. It's just a regular hidden staircase. In terms of like, I couldn't find it hidden. This is most likely their spawning grounds. These creatures. There's just, well, there's eggs. And this is the only place, other than the Lake of Rot, where you see these baby versions. Or is it the Halig tree? Either way. Yeah, they are spawning out of graves. Oh, right. Turns my light off. I can't zoom in. Eggs. Eggshells. Rot spilling out of graves. And this is where they spawn. It's rather unsightly. It is normal bug stuff, but nonetheless is deeply disturbing, especially since they're not quite bugs. There it is. Katana forged from meteoric ore to dispatch life forms born of falling stars. Deals magic damage. The blade is weighty, known to deliver slashes of such ferocity that the impact is said to resemble the crash of a falling meteor. This actually furthers one of my theories. Exactly what I was hoping to see. Let's take some freaking notes. No, the plan isn't for Radahn to sacrifice himself. The plan is for him to die so he can be reborn as Elden Lord. So step 1 needs to happen for step 2, so he agrees to step 1, but he's not gonna just, as I discussed, he's not just gonna go out there and... He needs to die epically in battle. Because he's proud. Right? Radahn, he's proud. He's a mighty warrior. Even if it involves becoming Elden Lord, he's like, I still need to have an epic death. That's what happens. Radahn wanting an epic fight just sounds like unnecessary complication. Welcome to Radahn. Listen, people love Radahn because he's this great, cool, super badass, hyper tough warrior guy. He just wants to fight. He idolizes Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, who fought and defeated every foe until there was no foe left to defeat. Are you really telling me that this is the guy who would go, oh, I need to die for the deal? Oh, okay, better just slit my own throat real quick. Really? Does that sound like Radahn? Or does that sound completely opposite to the character that's being introduced to us here? My notes. Found it. Okay, here we go. I'm adding to the Alabaster Lord notes. One of her children is already exiled there. Exiled is by his own choice, most likely. Wonder if you have to die and be reborn to become Elden Lord? I mean, let's see. I don't think so. Personally, I think no. There's definitely some sort of process. But, well, there is Godfrey consuming the sap of the tree. But, I don't know, man. I think it's more likely that he is reborn in a way. Because you have to remember, Hoaraloo is not Elden Lord. Godfrey is Elden Lord. He becomes someone else entirely. So I think there's an argument to be made about transformation. And death is definitely a form of transformation. But I don't know. I think this is something a little different. Because you have to remember, Miquella does follow in Marco's footsteps, but there are always changes. He makes a few changes. It's like he takes her recipe and then alters it. And the barrier to the Shadowlands was not there before, so that required some ingenuity. I'm trying to find a grace or like not have aggro, and it's proving to be hard, but I found some items. So we take that. I want to fight some Clean Rot Knights. Trying to get some lore. Maybe Radahn, without understanding, figured that's what Godfrey did? We don't know that he knew about that. The Hoaraloo thing. I don't think many people would have known this. Maybe he was content challenging the stars forever. No, he defeated the stars. The stars are defeated. That's another foe. That's done. Also, you have to remember something very important. He idolized Godfrey. And yes, Godfrey was a warrior. But what's the other thing that Godfrey is known for? Elden Lords rule, but they also serve the god. So, in my opinion, Radahn would not look at Godfrey serving with Marika and serving her with any sort of like, oh, you have to be the strongest, you serve someone else. He looks at that and is like, well, they rule together. And the Elden Lord has a great deal of power. We know this because the world and Leyndell and certain aspects of the culture change with the Elden Lord changing. When Radagon becomes Elden Lord, the Colosseums are closed. That's at least one major thing we know of. The Colosseums are created for Godfrey, most likely by him. So the Elden Lord is not just like a fragment. They don't get to have any power. They still have power. You could argue they are under the god. I think that's fair, but they're also with the god. So that sort of concept of working together with somebody in terms of that person being Miquella, especially if he got to do the fighting, which is the case between Godfrey and Marika, I don't know why he would look down his nose at that. It's the same thing. No, we know he wasn't challenging the stars. The stars were conquered. He is the conqueror of the stars. He's the Star Scourge. That's a done deal. So he got to fight someone else now. He's called a cub. He calls himself a cub in reference to him being the child of Radagon. Oh, I don't have it. Okay, I'm hoping to get some drops from the Clean Rot Knights, so we're gonna kill them for a bit. Even one item would help with some lore chatter. There's a few chilling around here. Except now I can't find them. Of course they gank me when I don't need... There you are. He could fight in a cell whenever he wanted? Yes, but remember, when we find him, he has already frozen the stars. He's already subjugated the stars. You gotta think like Radahn here. He's all about, just like Godfrey, proving himself against stronger foes. So yeah, he could just pull in Estelle down whenever he wants to fight one, but he's already proven himself against the stars. They are a defeated enemy. Like Godfrey, he defeated the Stormlord. He defeated the giants. They are subjugated. So think like him. The stars are not a target anymore. That's old news. He's bored of them. He needs someone else to fight. Godfrey wasn't satisfied just defeating one enemy. Really, think like him. That's something he would say. Whoops. baby Estelles. Yeah, it's like an antlion life cycle. It's really cool. Oh shit. Just one item. Come on. Just one. They patrol, so I never remember exactly where they spawn. There they are. Radahn is more like Godfrey than any of the golden lineage, which is quite funny. Yeah, I mean, he just idolized him. It's not anything to do with the blood, it's more the spirit, right? He wanted to be like Godfrey, so he became like Godfrey. He built his like whole life up on it. Ooh. Nice. A couple items I missed over here. No more clean rods, so I think there's 3. The problem with Miquella's brainwashing is I think people forget that people are still able to follow Miquella and choose Miquella and love Miquella without the brainwashing involved. Why? Literally, bro, Radahn is obsessed with becoming Elden Lord. Why wouldn't he want to become Elden Lord? Like, please, if you think that he was manipulated, why wouldn't he? Literally, oh, because it's dishonorable to marry your brother. What? Who cares? He doesn't care. He will do anything. He went to gravity school to ride a horse. Do you think that he gives a shit? He wants to become Elden Lord. Why wouldn't he? Please. That is the biggest question. Why would he ever, in his right mind, say no? He's getting exactly what he wants. Tons of people love Miquella. The Albinaurics, Loretta. He represents safety and hope to them. These poor betrodden people. I don't even, betrodden isn't even a word, but I feel like it fits. It still comes at a cost, though. Melina loves Miquella because look at what he did for her. Remember Millicent in agony? Letta, a fucking serial killer, loves Miquella. Just the biggest fan. A man who doesn't talk but only speaks through his fist, Dryleaf Dane, loves Miquella. I think some of those people in factions don't understand that they were discarded or used, for sure. The Albinaurics especially. But I think it was better than what they ran from. So, but we'll talk about that more when we get to the Halo Tree. Miquella also gave Radahn some attention before moving to Analyte Gold. I mean, it's a weird way to talk about his dad, but it's true. Radahn was grooming his son to follow in his footsteps. Really. And he kind of did, but he also kind of didn't. Already discussed half the DLC? Not even close. Not even close. We are literally only talking about a character that we're getting a lot into, which is Radahn. We're in Caelid still, so... It just so happens to be a character that we get like a whole dissertation's worth of lore on, Radahn. And we got a lot of that lore now. So, yeah, we're talking about some of it early. I can't get a fucking drop. I think I give up. I tried. I really, like, I killed like freaking 12. Okay, that's gonna just be a terrible shame. This is what happens with lore runs though. Okay, let's get some int. 1 int so I can use Radahn's swords if I so choose. I can become a true Kevin. And then... we go to Nokron for reals. Oh wait, I might want to visit one place just in case. It's your discovery level? Well, my arcane is in the toilet, but it's probably that. A lot of people wanted to become Elden Lord, not just Radahn. As far as we know, only Godrick and Radahn. Anyone else, chat? And even then, we don't know that Godrick wanted to become Elden Lord, but he probably did. He says, well, I mean, he does say he wants to be the Lord of all that is golden, which I think is kind of a hint. Goodness me. What's going on here? There's some howling in the Forlorn Hound Everjail.
Oh, it's you. It's me, Blythe. Old Iji trapped me here. Told me I'd bring naught but bale to Lady Ranni. But there's no chance that could happen. I'm part of her being. A very shadow. I thought old Iji knew as much. Honestly, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Sweet boy. No, Gideon is very specifically not trying to become Elden Lord. He's trying to stop the Tarnished from becoming Elden Lord. So of the demigods, it's really just those two who are doing what they're told. Also, not all Tarnished wanted to become Elden Lord. Some do, but at the same time, the Tarnished are just soldiers of Godfrey, right? Like, they are mostly doing what they're told, but half of them who come here are like, I'm not supposed to be doing this. Roderica, Boggart, they're like, why am I here? Like, why was I brought here? This is stupid. I'm just like a guy. And Roderica's like, but I'm just a craven.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you? As war counselor? Or as blacksmith?
You can serve me an answer to why the heck is Blythe in the Everjail, sir.
I presume you've spoken with Blythe? Very well. There is something you should know. The Two Fingers gave Blythe to Lady Ranni as a faithful follower. Her very shadow. Incapable of treachery. But if Lady Ranni, as an Empyrean, resists being an instrument of the Two Fingers, the shadow will go mad, transforming from a follower into a horrid curse. But such is his destiny. In such matters, Blythe's own thoughts hold no weight. It pains me so. But he must be neutralized. For Lady Ranni's sake.
It's pretty sad. But I disagree. We're gonna free Blythe. Yeah, Boggart calls himself a no-name shithead. Like, of course there are some Tarnished who are trying to become Elden Lord. But if you notice, of the Tarnished we encounter, how many are trying to become Elden Lord? Most have lost grace. They're doing their own thing. Although the reason they've lost grace might be because they chose to do their own thing, if that makes sense. I would argue it's sort of like Dark Souls is going hollow in that they lose their purpose of becoming Elden Lord and thus no longer see grace. So Vike, he probably saw grace up until he didn't. Maybe he never didn't. Godfrey sees grace. We can see it in his boss fight.
I don't understand. Why would Iji do this? I could never intend harm to Lady Ranni. What's he thinking?
Open the Everjail. No, Radahn was not stopped by Melina. Radahn was stopped by Morgoth. In fact, we don't know when he made the deal with Miquella. It could have been before that, it could have been after that. But we know that Radahn attacked Leyndell, and he was pushed away by Morgoth and his people. Not in a direct 1v, I think that's an artist representation. It's more that Leyndell is a very, very powerful defensive position. It's designed to repel all attacks and protect the tree and the people within the city. And thus, Radahn couldn't penetrate it. Morgoth won that fight. Morgoth's also kind of a tactical genius who has eyes and ears everywhere. He is very clever and not easily fooled. So having such a powerful and intelligent leader in a strategic position, Radahn didn't stand a chance. Really. But that's not like a direct strength 1v. That's tactics. That's castle warfare. That's sieges. I don't even see that as a negative on Radahn. I don't see that as a weakness on Radahn. I think it's more a compliment to Morgoth. So that's why he was stopped, not because of Melina. But I mean, Morgoth beat both Rykard and Radahn. Rykard was different. That's the only time that Leyndell fought anyone else, by the way, was Rykard. So... Oh no, people do underestimate Morgoth, but I'm more talking about the genius of him. I think that his true strength comes in his intelligence and his tactics, not in his awareness of the land, not in direct strength. But he is very mighty, but I don't think that's where his strength lies, and I think it does a disservice to him if you think that that's his main strength. It is, but really, like, he's so smart, right?
My thanks, friend.
Hi, Blythe.
I'm going to see Mistress Ranni now. I don't know what came over old Iji, but even if the odds are slim, I need to check the Mistress is safe. Now, Ranni can finally set in motion the fight against her fate she's dreamt of for so long.
We know why Darwell ended up trapped here now. I like that it's the Forlorn Hound Everjail. And it traps 2 hounds. Morgoth is strong and killed countless tarnished? Yeah, but it's sort of like... He is... an excellent... Like, literally, he has agents all across the lands between. The Knights Cavalry, the Tree Sentinels. He's defending Leyndell. It's a lot more... People think there's a lot more glory in going and conquering a place. But I would argue there's also a great deal of glory in protecting a place. And Morgoth does that better than most anyone else. I think that if anyone else took on the position of Leyndell as a defensive spot, they wouldn't have done a good job. As good of a job as Morgoth does. Which is why when I talk about him, it's not just about his physical strength. I think that's overrated. It's about his tactical genius. It's about how he's aware of everything happening in the lands between. I fundamentally disagree with him because he's still on the side of stagnation, but I respect the hell out of him. No one else could, hold down the fort as well as he does. Really. And lead Leyndell. I think it's like the most underestimated thing. It's like a support versus a DPS, you know? Like the DPS is the one that goes, yo, I got like freaking 4 kills, I'm a gamer, bro! But their support is the reason they were able to do it. They stand in the background. They don't get the accolades. They don't get the big flashy kill screens. But you know that they're the reason that happened. He's got that energy. I love that. Okay, what was I doing? Nokron. It's time, baby. Melina stopped him from going back to attack Leyndell. We don't know. That's not what... There's no real evidence that that's how it went down. He wasn't going off to fight Leyndell when Melina came in. He knew Melina was coming. Also, his soldiers were really ready to fight Rot. Like, for a long time. Radahn is associated with gravity sorcery, but his soldiers are associated with fire. And and not to mention, I should mention this, speaking of that. Radahn's Great Rune burns to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. Radahn himself is also associated with fire through his rune, like his very spirit burns. I don't think it's just by chance that his soldiers all use fire, and there's, you know, Flame of the Redmanes is one of their signature ashes of war. And yes, they chose to use the fire to fight the rot. But I think there's an argument to be made that they were using fire beforehand, as if they were preparing for this for a long time. That's something I realized by playing this again and looking at it and being like, wow, they really do use a lot of fire. All of their cookbooks talk about dealing with rot. And they're still the Redmane Knights. It doesn't associate them as like, oh, this is after Radahn went, you know, cuckoo bananas because of Scarlet Rot. I started wondering. So yeah, really, like, I think there was a lot of signs that he was preparing to fight Melina for longer than it seems, even. Okay. I have run into 2 BBH so far. What is this? These are the parts of the map that I went to one time, probably on my first playthrough, and then never visited again. I have no memory of this place. But that sure wasn't there before. Rykard is fired too. Rykard discovered lava sorceries. They were not his own. Well, okay, more accurately. He discovered someone's fire spells and then translated them into a form that he could understand, which is lava sorceries. Rykard was pretty smart too, that's for sure. In other words, someone who used to live in the Volcano Manor, someone who used to rule there as their seat of power, is the source of those, what turned into lava sorceries. Okay, little side exploration, but I don't want to get too off course here. We want to go from, honestly, the other side, but maybe I could take a little shortcut here. Yeah, that's the thing. Ranni is just like a super genius, and Rykard also has great intelligence as well in terms of sorceries. Radahn is the least magically inclined of the family, and even then, he's still very magically inclined. It's just, okay, think of the levels. I don't want to talk about Rykard too much. Not yet. We'll just wait till we get there. We'll talk about the 3 children and how they relate to one another and how there's lore to be found in how they learned and what they did with their knowledge. Less he held back the stars has nothing to do with raw intelligence and has to do with raw strength. Yes, of the 3, he is indeed the least magically inclined. Not the weakest, but the least magically inclined. But like I said, we've only met, well, 2 of them, but only seen what one of them is capable of. So we will get to this. Oh my god, we're in Nokron! Ow. There's a bunch of goo piles in here, and they're throwing needles at me. No ghost flame torch jump? Oh shit, I forgot. Son of a beach ball. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, I feel like people, they always misunderstand me when I talk about this. This is like saying that someone who bench presses 350 is less strong than someone who bench presses 400. I don't know numbers, okay? Just I did a good analogy. It's true, but it doesn't mean that 350 is weak. It's happening again. Bro, he only bench presses 350? Freaking weak sauce. No. He's strong as freaking titties. I fucked up the jump. I'm gonna have to do it again. Bench pressing 350 ain't weak at all? Exactly. You're understanding the point. This is what I'm trying to express. Like, Radahn ain't here, okay? Like, please recall, I'm not dishonoring him by saying this. He is a fictional character. Like, his feelings are not hurt. I promise you. If he were a real person, I would talk about this differently. But he ain't real, so I don't feel the need to be like, of course, he's still very mighty and very smart indeed. But he's fictional. I don't have to freaking like be like posturing and shit. He's fine. He's gonna live. He'll be okay. I love this, by the way, just running along the buildings. This is so very Bloodborne. The music is so sinister. This is architecture we have never seen before, except for down and Shifra when we looked up at Nokron. Now we are here. I'm gonna have to go back and do the jump, though. Oops. And then we see these weird freakazoids. Good lord. Each time I see them, I'm like, y'all are worse than I remember. It's like holes were drilled into their head. I'm still not sure what's going on with that, but they got one beautiful little eye. Hit me with that torch. Hit me with the torch. Hit me with the torch. Ow, okay, that works. That's good enough. They shot an arrow at me with that weird white fire, and it did frost buildup. Monka, What kind of fire is cold? Perhaps we will have to address this and uncover the truth of the matter in the lore. Oh, shit. The drop! Oh, terrible shame. Oh my goodness, it sure is good that we got an arrow from them. Spirit Flame Arrow. Arrow set alight with Ghost Flame before firing. Deals magic damage while also afflicting foes with frost. Used by the company of the Fallen Hawk, once ordered to explore the Eternal City. So that's who these guys are. They're not doing great. They're kind of zombie. Also, I don't know Berserk, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this is probably a Berserk reference that is folded into the lore in Miyazaki's typical fashion, which is take inspo from Berserk, reference it, but transform it into your own. Thus, you know, while I am going to mention it, we are going to otherwise talk about the company of the Fallen Hawk directly in Elden Ring. Also, because like I said, I don't know Berserk. They are slave knights that are sent to explore things and are kept as... I think... fuck, who they work for? Like I said, I don't know Berserk. Yeah, it's the Band of the Hawk. Okay, now that I've done this, I have to go back up. I goofed up the drop. I don't like Grimdark. I will not read Berserk. I'm just going to preempt this. It's going to be like a in before. I have zero interest in reading something like that. Not saying it's bad, just saying it's not for me. Yeah, I thought they were slave knights. I'm gonna ask someone who knows Berserk better to give me like a brief lowdown on the Fallen Hawk folks. Just for reference, like name inspiration, But otherwise, all we know about them is that they were sent to explore the Eternal Cities. Oh shit, that was... Oh no. Look what happened. Chat, I hesitated. I fucking hesitated. And I doubted myself. And it turned out I was 100% right. And then I freaking deceased. No. Of course I'm going back for the torch. I forgot. I'm like, there's something important here. And then I always forget. But they're missing eyes be Shabriri's grapes. No, I think it's very much, they're just zombies. They're zombies. That was what hesitation is defeat. Band of the Hawk in Berserk lore is a group of ragtag mercenaries led by Griffith. Okay, perfect. Okay, so there is a Berserk reference. From that, it pretty much diverges pretty much entirely. Did I get their shield? Because now I'm like, did I get that and forget to read it? Because I was yapping about some other lore? Nope. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, like I said, the reference ends there. So. Okay, let's read some of the items that I picked up here. So, we got the bird bolt the moment we entered Nokron. Bolt covered in thorns, one of the most horrific weapons used in the Shattering, afflicts target with blood loss. Difficult to remove once buried in flesh, causing appalling damage to the body. Huh. That's neat. Specifically, it's used in the Shattering. You find it in Nokron. That's very fascinating. We also find soporific grease. Solidified grease made from a mixture of light purple materials. Leap juice. Found this. Clarifying white cured meat. Temporarily boosts focus. Lasts longer than traditional cured meat, but with reduced effectiveness. More ghost glovewort. Ghost flame arrows is our first mention of ghost flame. And then silver tear husks. A hardened husk shed by a formless life form known as the silver tear, found in and around the Eternal City. The silver tear makes mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. So that's the enemies. These like piles of goo are silver tears. There it is, the jump that I must make. Whoa, camera. Niruptak. No problem when I freaking remember about it. Ghost Flame Torch. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame. Tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. So they ran out of light, and then they burned their own fellows. And this resulted in a cold flame. Interesting. So ashes burned, creating cold, and a very special type of flame. I wonder, is there another enemy that we've encountered before that uses some type of flame that also inflicts frogs? We have to make a visit to Caleb. This reminds me. Deathbirds. They weren't allowed to return, implying that ghost flame is heretical. I don't know where Trina's torch is either. Oh, we'll get it. There's also an implication that Ghostflame is corruptive as well. And what they did was cruel. They're very cool enemies. Creepy though. Name Ghostflame probably mean it as cold frost damage. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And now we know that it's like they were making spirit ashes effectively. It also, I will mention, it doesn't necessarily... they burned the bones of their fellows. It didn't say that they were dead when they did this. There's no statement that they were dead. Also, if you look, they're still searching for something. Also, the helmets they wear might be why they have those weird marks on their head. It's like it was hammered into their skulls. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, we're heading up to one of my favorite boss fights. They're like hollows? A lot of folks in this game are zombified. But I will say, of all the zombies, these ones are particularly zombie-like to me. There's something about their skin, the bareness of their hands and feet, raw. It's as if they were digging perpetually. Like you see them, they're like searching for something. They're still doing what they were. What the? Oh my god, there's a secret one. Yeah, their hands and feet especially are like rubbed completely raw. Creepy. Their designs are very, very good. A lot of the time you just run past them, but there's so many neat enemies in this game that you just, when you play through and you pay attention, there's really, really eerie designs. It is like the skin is rubbed off. It's interesting though, because yeah, frostbite, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't frostbite basically make your skin look black? Ah, the shield. You can find it. I think it's in Shifra. I might have missed it. A larval tier. Core of a creature of mimicry known as the silver tier. Okay, so we have a silver tier husk. So this is shed by them, and this is their core. We use one in order to be reborn. Near the grace down there? Yeah, I think I remember where it is. I must have missed it. We'll just have to go back. Frostbite starts red, then turns blue, then white, then black. Okay, alright. Good to know. I'm glad we got their shields, though. Not shields, sorry. Their arrows. I got pre-frostbite once. I was waiting for the bus for an hour. It was like -30. Great Shield Soldier Ashes. Spirits of Great Shield soldiers who belong to the Fallen Hawks. A band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Stout defenders with a steady hand. Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a squadron and will attract the attention of enemies or lob Ghost Flame from the rear guard. Your skin cells die and your skin blackened with frostbite. Ooh. Are they really good summons? I don't think I ever used them, so that's neat. Except not for Melina. I can imagine the Great Shield just means that she heals off of them prodigiously. It's funny. FromSoft and their vistas, they know what they're doing. Look at this. Gorgeous. Night sky unceasing, as the Belfry says. What's the difference between the ashes and the remembrances? That's a good question. Wait, it's a Nox priestess. We've seen one of these before. In Celia, as a boss fight. With the flowing sword. And we got the flowing sword. Now they're here. While we are in Nokron, I wonder where the Nox are from. I'm trying to figure out ways I can raise my arcane. Because, like, I want their drops real bad. Yeah, not a dumb question at all. That's a really good question. I would say that they're linked together. I think it's also really, really, really interesting. I want to talk about remembrances as well in relation to Night Rain because it gives us a lot of insight as to what they are. Oh my god! Are you telling me I got ambushed? Yo, that is so metal. They turn into fucking spikes. Miyazaki loves a slime ambush, he really does. Yeah, the cat ear helm is basically my go-to signature item. And if I don't get it, I'll probably like ask someone to drop it for me so that I can have it because it's like my signature headpiece for lore study. Oh my god, I'm so excited for this. Although I will admit, this build is kind of stupid. I'd rather have something else. Don't bring out the buckler. You'll get parried by yourself. Anyway, sorry. There's some sort of goo pile. What's this? But there's a boss fight, but there's nobody here. Who's coming? Spider-Man pointing meme! It's me! Oh shit. Oh fuck. She's a Lion's Claw gamer. Oh, you silly bitch. Oh. How did mine miss but hers hit? I'm just saying. Uh-oh. Damn, she's just like me for real. I love this game so much. This is actually my favorite boss fights. I love fighting myself. People who take all of their gear off before fighting Mimic Tier don't understand fun. I'm telling you what. You're out of juice, BBG! Oh, fuck. Shit! But she never runs out of FP. So... Come on, I'm not a Lion's Claw spammer. You gotta be better, baby. You gotta be better than that. I believe in you. You can be. Oh shit, that's a good one. Crunch her. Goodbye. Oh, speaking of arcane, we're gonna rock this for a bit. Mask fashioned from the corpse of a formless silver tier supported by its hardened, shed husk. It greatly increases arcane to the detriment of physical attack power. To imitate the imitator is a cunning play indeed. We're going to nerf our damage with this, but I would like to get the arcane upgrade for potential item farming. Arcane helps your item discovery, which helps you find items. So that's what I'm hoping for. I sort of forgot about that when I chose my starting class. That has like the worst arcanes. That's kind of a bummer. You called yourself a bee? Yeah, it's affectionate. Like that's the only bitch I trust is me. And if anyone else called me a bitch, I'd be like, you don't get to do that. But that's me, bitch. You know? Evil? There it is. The Beeble. So it's very interesting that the helmet of a silver tier raises your arcane. Now, it's also very similar to the stone masks, which so far are the only other helmets, unless I'm forgetting one, remind me, that I have. That have an increase in one stat with a negative effect. It's kind of linking them together thematically because the hardened husk is sort of like stone. It's not quite. If anything, it's like metal. And what metal? Well, there is one very well-known silver metal that maintains liquid form when most other metals are solid, and that would be mercury, otherwise known as quicksilver, a key component in alchemy. The wolf one raises your endurance. Good point, yep, No, some of the helmets increase your stats. I'm more talking specifically helmets that increase stat with a detriment. Renala's increases your intelligence with no detriment. But, you know, I'm talking about there's a cost, a trade-off. I realize there is a weird dichotomy regarding precious metals. The people in Nokron seem to have a reverence for silver, while Marek and the Golden Order are obsessed with gold. It's sort of their focus, but it's not the only form their focus takes, I guess. It's true, though. Mercury is not silver. You're correct. Hey, you know what's an interesting fun fact as well? I guess it's not really a fun fact, but tarnished is a really interesting name considering that metals tarnish over time, oftentimes by oxidization. Metals that tarnish, for example, are copper and silver. Copper turns green, unless, is it brass? I think it's copper, though. I think it's copper. Remind me if I'm wrong. And silver turns black. Doesn't have anything to do with the tarnish. I like it. I think it's a cool term considering how metallurgic this game is. However, gold does not tarnish. Ah, brass can too because it is an alloy involving copper. Hey, it's these guys again, but they're solid now. The ancestral followers. We're finding them again down here. Lord of Blood, your eminence. I beg you, grant me a seat at the table of the dynasty. Long live the Mohgwyn dynasty. Brass is copper and zinc. Oh. Long live the Mohgwyn dynasty. If you're talking about this hat, I already have it. It's sick. I love it. It looks really good with my pigtails. Shit, maybe we should rock this for a bit. Do you think we can fit in? I just don't want to currently nerf my damage with the silver tier mask because I'm already kind of hitting like a noodle. We need to get to Altus so I can upgrade my weapon further. But right now we are struggling. So like people really believe in Mohgwyn, right? Yeah. Every faction has their followers. I will argue that the exception is Godrick, where he basically keeps the dregs that no one else wants, and they're not loyal to him. They're just, no one else will have them for one reason or another. But everyone else, oh yeah, they have loyal followers. In fact, some people probably were loyal to Godrick too, but Gostock kind of gives us an impression on what that was like, right? Like, Gostock's like, yeah, open the gates! Anyway, freaking hate Godrick. Okay, couldn't dodge both of them. Oh, the grafted scions, but they are different. But that is a good point to compare them. The grafted scions are his relatives. Other weak dregs of the golden lineage. And thus are granted the honor of grafting. Tenuous honor it may be, but nonetheless, they saw it as most likely an honor. They really are annoying to fight. It's the hyper armor. And, well, it's the fact that there's multiple of them, really. Yeah, for them it would absolutely be an honor. Not to mention, I think that there is some strong evidence that they were the only ones able to be grafted. Because, or to, yeah, to be grafted because of the golden lineage. Because they're plants. Fuck's sakes, the last one, ugh. Yeah, I deserve it. I was like, it's just one more, just R1 him, and then he got hyper armor. Son of a, ouch. Yeah, because they're plant people. Oh my god, I just need a billion more of them. Let's just run. I just want to show off a couple things here, though. When Godrick calls the dragon an heir, is he implying they are part of the golden lineage? No, I think it just more means heir to the strength of dragons, because that is what they are. Specifically the ancient dragons. He would have that knowledge most likely as one of the golden lineage. He would know that the dragons are descended from the ancient dragons. He does call it a true-born heir, though. I don't know. There could be something else being implied there. It's a good question. Yeah, he would have knowledge. All right, hang on. I need to get these MFers to hop off my meat for a minute. It's Nokron. It's freaking Nokron. Look at it. It's so pretty. And then we got these creepies sticking out of the walls like that. And let me tell you something. Not only is this whole scene screaming Bloodborne to me, but specifically that I was like, Bloodborne. Bloodborne also has statues that are actually just people who were transformed to stone through a horrific ritual. And we talked about this on the Discord. But these are similar but different, and we'll talk about this when we get closer to them, but I'm just very excited about it. Also, Formic Rock. Rock formed from solidified giant ant venom. Highly acidic. Found near Ainsel River and other places where giant ants live. Troubling. This is the first time we've seen this enemy. They have a different horn. Antlers, different antlers. They kind of look like moose antlers, actually. Remember we talked about moose? These almost look moose-like, but obviously smaller. They are glowing, like some of the ones here. You have to remember also, the ones we saw were spirits. So we didn't know if they had glowing parts, but now we're seeing they have glowing parts. There's another one in the background. She sings. So this is the female of the ancestral followers. The only ones we see are male, and then these ones who sing have a different crown and are holding what looks like a baby deer skull, or at the very least a deer skull. Probably a baby, considering that appears to be a full-grown one. In some sort of ritual. I'll fit right in. And look, they're like chilling, patrolling. Also, look, the feet stomping. Remember the ones we saw before that were doing some sort of stomp? It's the same ritual. I wanted to see her do some more attacks. Ow. Just open hand shoves you. I want to point out the braid. These enemies, if I'm not mistaken, are called shaman. Ancestral follower shaman, but I don't know off the top of my head now. I don't really know a lot of the official names, because sometimes they tell you, but sometimes they don't. Also, tons of animals down here. We noticed it even in Schiefer River, but there's tons of life here. More so than on the surface, probably. Yeah, specifically the women are called shaman. On their chest piece? Wonderful. Well, that's a guaranteed drop, if I'm not mistaken. Ow. That's probably why I know that then. Yeah, okay. So we know the drill. We gotta light the torches, and then something very special happens. Oh, I forgot to go to Karya. There's something important I want to visit in Karya. Who else has a cool braid and is related to shaman? Yeah, so braids have a lot of different symbolism in many different cultures. Hair in general, but braids especially, often are used as like a... The way you wear your hair is very important to a lot of cultures. with braids having different symbols depending on many different things. They're also like a great way to protect your hair also, but still, like there is some lore to it. Give me just 1 minute. I'm gonna use the restroom and then we shall continue our run. Give me 1 minute. Okay, hi gamers. Yeah, the singing is beautiful. The shaman singing. It also, of course, you have to remember they are called the ancestral followers. They follow someone. They follow their ancestors.
I can't recall its name because it's been a while since I looked into it, but in Celtic druidry, stomping has a specific role in rituals. Not every ritual would involve stomping.
Okay.
One of the reasons for stomping was in rituals to call upon the ancestors for guidance.
Let's see.
I feel it applies well to...
I don't have all the knowledge on like braids and symbolism in various cultures, so I'm welcoming any insight. Knots in art in general are huge in Celtic and Germanic culture, so hair must be more so. Very likely. In Irish mythology, having your hair braided was status symbol and also part of spiritual significance to the person's identity. Ah, very interesting. Also, I believe, well, in general, I know in Japan, but in general, cutting of hair was seen as sort of, I guess, ritualistic. So, for example, in Japan, women, like long hair was considered beautiful. So they would grow their hair and take care of it, like especially like noble women. It was a status symbol to have very long hair because it symbolized A, that you could take care of it, but B, just sort of, well, like many things, you were rich. You were able to take care of your hair and just baby it. You didn't have to work or do anything that would damage your hair, and you could spend all this time on caring for it. So long hair is a big thing. And in like the samurai, they had those very interesting hairstyles, but if they dishonored themselves or anything, they would often cut their hair, just like cut off a huge lock of their hair. I know this doesn't have anything to do with Japan. I'm just saying that like hair always has significance that we may not immediately think of in various different cultures. Family tree is super Norwegian. I know braids are part of our traditions. Don't remember the details at the moment. Hairdo is a part of ritual life for shrine maidens. Ooh. Yeah, I guess that's like the iconic hairstyle, huh? Anyway, yeah, Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits and for this insight. Okay. I can't recall its name because it's been a while, but in Celtic Druidry, stomping has a specific role in rituals. Not every ritual would involve stomping. One of the reasons for stomping was in rituals to call upon the ancestors for guidance. Ooh, interesting. So, a lot of lore, I say lore, it is lore, but it's like real life lore, of Celtic stories, myths, everything has been very heavily lost. We don't have very much of it left, specifically because the Christians, you know, came and they were like, not about that. Celtic myth, especially that of the Druids, was passed down orally and was tended to be kept very secret. As a result, because it was oral tradition, a lot of it is lost. So we only have fragments. That's what I know. I don't know much more than that specifically about Celtic stories or myth, other than the fact that a lot are lost. So similar to the Germanic people, actually. Yeah, a lot of stories sort of begin and end with the Christians came. So that's why we know not too much about the Germanic peoples and their mythologies, because a lot of it is lost to time. So, but we do know some. That's not my area of expertise, so, you know. In China, a person's hair is considered a property of their parents. They are not supposed to cut it because of this. That is why the cutting of hair was often done by enemies as a way of disrespect. Also why Mulan cutting her hair is significant. Oh, that's so neat. What lore was lost when the Library of Alexandria burned? Oh, so much. Library of Alexandria, it's actually so tragic. Alexandria, it was like a port. So they had a library there, and they had a rule that any ship that came to port in Alexandria would have to give all of their books to Alexandria, but they would copy every single book and then return them a copy. And the original went to the library in Alexandria. Which, honestly, that's worth it. Because imagine, like, you're traveling with books. They're, like, you know, damaged, not very well bound. And you get a new copy. Whatever, it's pretty chill. And then it burned. Okay. There's a wolf here. It reminded me of a wolf I need to fight. I learned about that in school, but I think I did. I don't remember where. Okay, ancestral followers. They are very interesting. But yes, this one is called a shaman. They very much associate with animals. Definitely druidic in that nature, like the deep ties to nature. The braid is important to keep in mind. They're linked to horns. They follow their ancestors, but who are those ancestors? Because we know some that are linked to horns. We know some that are more... Who lived here, basically? And where are they now? Here we go, baby. Horns too. Remember, I always think of this. What did Muriel say? Heresy is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined. Perhaps even things that are seen as opposed. Oh my god, I hate this thing. I don't think it has a unique drop. But this is the second one that we've seen. Also does sorcery. Also red. Also a wolf. Running with a pack. But doesn't use that weird red sword, red gold. Now, interesting that it uses a red gold sword, and this thing is red. It's a very specific shade of red that we've seen before. Kind of like the Crucible Knights, isn't it? That was a cute input. Holy fucking shit, I hate this thing so much. I don't think they have unique drops, but I feel like I need to kill them at least once. Kind of like the way a certain someone's hair is described. Yes, and wasn't the first wolf we fought called the Red Wolf of Radagon? Radagon? Famously of the red hair. Shit, that would fucking true combo me, you fucking bitch dog. It's so smart. Wow, it hits you with something so you're stunned and get hit by everything else. And the way it moves makes it so you often get hit while trying to avoid things. Also, it roars like it's an ogre from Monster Hunter. There goes all my healing, fighting one fucking overcharged dog with the zoomies. Oh! Oh my god. It's not worth it. Anyway, it's the ruler of this wolf pack, or the alpha. Yeah, I didn't get very many runes. Yeah, they don't drop anything special. But I felt the need to kill them to, be like, wow, this is worthless. Not everything is, though. Even the rats are enthralled. They are one with nature. Damn it. Oh no! Radagon hates his hair. Key part of his character and lore. And he wouldn't, because it represents the Crucible and shows a link to it, and he resented the Crucible and its very existence because it showed that the Erdtree was not always sacred and was not always in existence. But anyway, we will get to that. Whoa. I need to get to Altus ASAP, honestly. My damage is so poor. There's still more rats. Is there a reason that we become invulnerable when interacting with objects?
Before it was the Erdtree,
Except for in Dark
it was the
Souls 2.
Red Tree. Radahn.
Yo, shaman leggings. Let's go. Do we got the boots with the fur or what? Leggings fashioned from bristly pelts, worn by ancestral follower shamans. The ancestral followers live a distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh, and indeed their souls. Hell to the yeah, dog. Oh my god, this is iconic. Truly gorgeous. Anyway, Bullfight, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, actually, Erdtree is a typo. It's actually the red tree. really use my FP, so I feel like I might as well. Oh my god, she coming. This fit is adorable. The ancestral infant's head. Skull of a very young ancestral spirit. Just think how many sproutings it might bear. Uses FP to spray spirit vapor, inflicting magic damage. The vapor becomes a temporary geyser which deals continuous damage to everything it touches until it disappears. That is what they're using. That is what they're channeling with. And then tons of nascent butterflies, full of potential, but we'll never meet it. I always do this with Torrent, but I guess I could just do it like this. Although I do think it's a one-way. I think I'll need to teleport from here. Death of an infant is still a new beginning to them. That is when it begins. Yeah. Sproutings spreading from the spirit. Also, it is capital I, as in like a divinity. So this is an object of worship as well. Okay, trying to think if there's any other items. I feel like I get their full set somewhere or something. Am I misremembering that? Like that their helmet is a special drop, but I don't remember where now, so now I'm worried I'm missing it. Either way, I got the shaman garb already. No, the helmet is a special drop, but where, chat? Does anyone remember? Their headpiece specifically. Just the helmet. You can't get it from farming them. Oh, look. A jellyfish. Look. It has 4 eyes. It's got the rune buff. It's got like eyes around it. That's so interesting. I've never seen a jellyfish with a rune buff. Near one of the flame things on the way to where you drop to gargoyles. Okay, great. All right, so I'm on the right track. Thank you. Okay, not here. I want to finish this first. Stone Square, one lady's there drops it. Okay, okay. I don't remember where all these are, so we'll just have to explore a little bit. Ah! No! Okay. Oh my lord. There it is, the Shining Horn headband, one of my favorite headpieces in the game. I use this on my PvP build. It's very pretty. Oh, whoops, I accidentally drank the wrong flask. Headband decorated by a pair of shining horns, worn by ancestral follower shamans. Horns with buds that also shine are ideal ceremonial items for ancestral worship. Strengthens the ancestral infant's head. We are looking good, chat. Like, good. I need another chest piece for this occasion. Ow! No, this doesn't show off the legs. The legs are a key part of the build, I would say. Oh, chat, I think it's all coming together. Look at this. Oh, but then you can't see the back. Like, the legs are really... We'll just stick to this. I'm not going to use the Ancestral Infant's head. I don't need a practical reason to use anything. And look at all the deer. They're like chilling here too. They're like, hey, what up? Oh, here it is. Where's the pants? These are pants. They're just booty shorts. Man, it's like you guys never heard of boots with a fur before. Crazy. Alrighty. So we know the drill here. Once we light them all, we can access the Hallowhorn grounds. I think it's worth doing. I should be able to manage it, but like, man, my damage is really starting to descend directly off of a cliff. A Regal Ancestor spirit. It dies. And is reborn. Also, this one has animal spirits all over the place. There's a ram, sheep. I guess rams are sheep. Also, its innards are like hanging out. Like, it's not looking great, this one. Okay, where are my dodges? Oh, great. Oh, frame perfect. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. It goofs up my timing. Oh my god, I am... And it heals completely to full. Like nothing ever happened. Oh my god. Yeah, so this is one really cool thing about this boss fight. It channels other animals' abilities when it respawns. That is the little bunny guys. It even makes the sound. It hops like them too. It's just, he's not very tanky, so a lot of the time people don't see this. think I saw it until later. Now it charges like a boar. And the boar is dead. Although a lot of the animals are dead, but it's still interesting. We still got the little bunny guys, so I don't remember what they're called either. Unfortunately, I don't think I do enough damage to stop it healing, like actually though, so... But yeah, I was really hoping to show this off, so it's not just... It's very cool and very significant. It can also do the sheep roll. Yes, I'm hoping I can get that, but... Here we go. I think I saw the bunny flash, so I think it's gonna be bunny again. There it is! Look at this! It's the sheep roll! Oh shit! Oh shit. Oh, I wasn't ready for the third. Like I said, it's a silver lining that my damage is so poor, but I was hoping to take my time and show this off. Here we go. What's it doing now? Oh no, no, don't heal, please. Go again. Alright, goodbye Regal Ancestor Spirit. I think we officially showcased everything that you can do. And all the spirits are dead. It's like it's able to channel abilities of other creatures. And use them for healing. Use them for many things. Become like them a little bit. Remembrance of the Regal Ancestor Spirit hewn into the Erdtree. Ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon between the purview of the... beyond the purview of the Erdtree. Life sprouts from death, as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. It's true. Like, this, of course, looks dark, but it is new life. The vestiges of new life. Things die. They decay. New life comes from that. And eventually, this is very interesting that it focuses on sort of the herbivorous part of the life cycle. So herbivores, these little bunny guys, I'm so sorry, I don't know the animal. The sheep, the boar, well, boar are interesting. But yeah, they eat. Mainly, they're herbivorous. But the plants that they eat come from those that have died and decayed and been consumed otherwise. Also beyond the purview of the Erdtree. In other words, probably predating it as well. Something ancestral indeed. It's really sad to see it healing for less and less every cycle. Yeah, so as you can see now, everything is dead. Because it draws from the life around it, the spirits, the vestiges, the residual life around it, in order to heal, and then there is nothing left. Okay. Ah, that's below, right. Hallowhorn Grounds. Yeah, so the Erdtree does grow from, you know, death, for sure, but I don't think it need be anything like predatory. Like, this is rather beautiful. There is a tragedy to it because, like, you see the spirits are consumed by it, for certain, but new life comes from it. Also, the tree is just the crucible. It's the bed of all life. Life will return to it and then be reborn anew into a different form. So I just don't see this as something like, I don't think the Erdtree inherently is anything bad. Someone was mentioning a theory a couple streams ago about how, like, the reason the Erdtree went to war was to feed the Erdtree. Personally, I don't think that fits because, well, I don't think Marika would feed her foes to the Erdtree, first of all. Because Erdtree burial is an honor. I want to pick up that shiny. They're, like, camping it. Oh, they get buffed by her singing. I should mention that. Look, they're glowing. Anyway, also, the crucible is simply neutral. So I don't think the Erdtree can be sinister either. The tree didn't go to war, the people around it do? Yeah, but they didn't go to war to feed it. I highly disagree with that. I think it's a complete opposite, because, like, yes, okay, the people of the Erdtree would die, be buried, and born anew, but that would be seen as an honor, not as like, oh, let's feed the war machine. I don't think that's right at all, because that suggests that the Erdtree is something sinister, and I don't think that fits at all. And I think that because it is an honor, the horn scent and whatnot would not have been fed to it. Not directly, anyway, because, like I said, it's the bed of all life. So even if they aren't buried in it, don't they kind of still go back to it in some way, shape, or form? Or is life being, because of Marika turning it into the Erdtree, is life being siphoned? So, like, this life, no, you go elsewhere. You are not a part of the crucible anywhere. I don't know. That's actually something really interesting to discuss. What will happen if you touch it again? I think I just go back to the grounds. That's why I didn't showcase it. Minor Erdtrees are the one fed off of people in jars. Yes, but remember, the jars, it's an honor to be buried at the Erdtree. It is something worthy of those under the purview of the Erdtree. It is not sinister. It's the same, like, it's just their burial ritual, right? So burial rituals vary across cultures. And I say burial, I should say funeral rites vary across cultures. What one culture sees as a great affront might be an honor in another. So when we're looking at the Erdtree and we look at the jars and we look at the Erdtree burial, we have to see as what it is, an honor, something that they sought out and wanted. Of course, it's sort of changed form, but let's listen to the people who follow this religion when they say it is an honor. Wonder why the tree stopped giving its sack. Probably because Marika wanted to end her age. I'm taking a quick blueberry break because I'm feeling a little low blood sugar. Yeah, I have visited Mexico. Mostly when I was a kid. Misbegotten don't disappear compared to other entities, suggesting they don't return to the tree. That is very interesting. Less because of the... Okay, so hang on. Is the implication that beings that vanish disappear to the tree? That could be something worth study. But I don't know, because I feel like a lot of beings that probably don't also vanish. Still, that is something worth looking at. Is Torrent related to this boss? Yes, the Torrent does the same jump. Also, can use Spirit Springs. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Torrent, when we see those things, the ancestral spirits, you realize that Torrent is an ancestral spirit too. They're the only creatures in the entire game who are able to do this little double jump. Yeah, as for why some bodies vanish and some don't. Oops, hang on one second. I want to level up. Okay, real quick, before we do Nokron, because I'm so excited about Nokron, but it's really, really, really short. So it's like, we're going to go to Karya, because I wanted to get the wolf back here, and there's some stuff back here that I forgot about, because simply, straight up, it has been so long that I've actually explored this area that I forgot. That's interesting, but what I will say, do the little people that you kill vanish? Does the deer vanish? I think it's more likely that bigger enemies will vanish because FromSoft has a bit of a history with, what do you call it? Ragdolling enemies, and I think they wanted to cut down on it. So especially big enemies will just poof because they don't want you ragdolling a big old guy. He does not vanish. He does not return to the earth. Then again, bodies like that, remember, we see them buried at the roots. Those who live in death are here. They're freaking everywhere. However, far be it from me. These guys, for example, they vanish, but we know they don't return to the Erdtree. But they're also skeletons, so who's counting? Far be it from me to miss talking about a potential avenue for lore, though, and that is one that's worth looking at. Yeah, those little wanderer guys, like the guy I killed that dropped, well, he didn't drop it. Near where I got frozen armament. Ooh, okay. Those guys are buried at the Erdtree roots. We see they're sort of like body models. Anyway, frozen armament. Sorcery said to have been used by the old Snow Witch. Enchants armament held in the right hand with frost. The snowy crone taught the young Ranni to fear the dark moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. So, Snow Witch, the old Snow Witch, a crone, a snowy crone that taught Ranni, which is sort of the role of the crone, by the way. I mentioned earlier the fates, the maiden, the mother, the crone, they each fulfill a purpose. And the crone, who has spent her life learning, is now imparting her lessons. She's meant to be a teacher. The wisdom of age allows her to teach those who are starting on their path, and that's what this crone does for Ranni. However, she teaches her of the dark moon, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we've heard that term. Not the full moon, but the dark moon. Cold sorcery. We've seen some of those here and there. Let's do a little sorcery scout. It's the only cold one so far. And it taught her to fear the dark moon. So this could be read two ways. Fear could be used as literally fear, as in avoid it, as in do not use it, as in fear as in Bloodborne, fear the old blood, right? However, fear has another connotation when it comes to the divine and things like that. Fear as in respect. Respect the dark moon, because it is more powerful than you. So an object of worship, a divinity, must be feared as well, in the form of respecting it. And that's the way I choose to read it. You respect the moon. The reason I think this is because, of course, Ranni chose to follow the dark moon, and the dark moon, we'll get to this, but it applies frost. So the crone likely knew of it. Yes, fear of God, exactly, Anyway, that is very important. Here behind we have a graveyard and more of those who live in death, of course. And then a freaking wolf. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it looks freaking so cute sitting like that. Like, look how tall. That's such a cute little wolf. Unfortunately, I am gonna have to kill it. They do reference the full triketa then, Ranni being the maiden, Rennala the mother, and the Snow Witch the crone. Yep. And Rennala led Ranni by the hand is the term one of the items uses. I don't remember which item now, we'll find it. To the Snow Witch. So the mother is nurturing and guidance. And that is what she does. She guides Ranni to the crone who can teach her, who provides the role as of her teacher. Yo, Onyx Lord! Okay, we haven't heard of the Onyx Lords yet. We've heard of the Alabaster Lords, though. That is gravity sorcery. And he looks exactly like that guy we fought in Raya Lucaria. Wait, it pushes you away. Oh my gosh, this is different than the Alabaster Lord sorceries. Lore? Royal Grave Everjail. So is the Everjail a royal grave? Or is it at the royal grave? I think it's more likely it's at the royal grave. Interesting. Honestly, if I never had to fight one of the red wolves, I think I would love their designs. They're gorgeous. They're beautiful. I love how the wolves in this game look, but I hate fighting them. That's the problem. Okay. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces summons a void that emits a rain of small meteorites. This sorcery originates from the Onyx Lords, who had skin of stone and were called lords in reverential fear of their destructive power. Interesting. It's pretty interesting that the Alabaster Lords so far are free and teaching Radahn, and the Onyx are not. Were they allied? Oh. The distinction here on the Alabaster and Onyx is what their sorceries do. Alabasters pull, Onyx push. Jeez. I got stuck on the ground because there's a bunch of graves here. Things so much. Oh shit, I wasn't looking. There we go. How do you like it, huh? Like getting hit with your own spells? Aha! Only Onyx can call meteors from the void, though. Yeah, but it's interesting because Radahn does use like a call rocks, like a rock sling, which is throwing things, which you would argue is a push. But yeah, rock sling is under the Alabaster Lord's purview. Okay. There is a painting here. Resurrection. Yo, Albies! Oh my god, look at him. Dude, they're so cute. He's like looking up there. He's like, I want to go to school. Is he looking at Ray Lucario? Erdtree maybe? Kind of hard to tell the angle. Albinaric Ashes. A strapping duo of cartwheeling spirits who wield ripple swords and spew freezing breath. Both are second-generation Albinarics with dumpy heads that resemble those of frogs. They're standing guard on their grave. That's so freaking sad. Oh no, I get cuteness aggression. I absolutely love fighting Albinarics. They're just so round. I like fighting round things. This is known. Look. And this one is pointing. Or is that? Oh no, it's doing the thumbs. It's like an art thing. I don't know. They do it for like distance or some shit. Juvenile Scholar Cap. Cap worn by young Academy scholars, the juveniles birthed anew by the amber egg of Queen Rennala, the head of Raya Lucaria Academy. Scholar? Scholar? Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. Whoa, that's actually very insightful. This might be why Ranni is okay with her mother just sleeping, because the lore states that Rennala's heart went with Radahn when he left. So she was heartbroken. And presumably she is at peace when she sleeps because her memory is gone. It's actually really interesting because it fits with dreams, right? I know I have really vivid dreams. I know I've talked about some of them on stream because they're really funny. But also other fellow dream havers, some vivid dream havers, because there's lots of different categories of dreams. Have you ever had a dream that just like completely retells your life? Not like, I don't know. If you've ever told someone about one of your dreams, you're probably like, yeah, so I had a dream that I was at school, but it wasn't my school. And I had friends, but they weren't real my friends. They were like dream friends. And this happened and this happened and this happened, right? Like your dreams, it's as if your memories are gone. Because while you're in them, you're not thinking, I am actually this person. I am Wraff. I do this. You're someone else. You can take on whatever role. I have been different people in my dreams. I think it's my writer's brain. I have been characters. I have been completely different people. I've been put into the role. It could also be a gamer thing, that I've been like in the role of someone completely that is not me. But I've also been me, but a different me in a dream. So that's actually really interesting that this is the thing with rebirth and sleep. But another thing that gets extra significance, this is a world in which the tree remembers you. But they are rebirthing themselves, so they are not even who they are anymore. I want to talk real briefly about remembrances since we have this topic with the memory and rebirth and things like that. And what are remembrances? Where are my remembrances? I know I have some somewhere. I think they're down here. Yeah, here we go. They are hewn into the Erdtree. The Erdtree remembers them. Now, I also want to talk real briefly about Night Rain here, because yeah, in Night Rain, the quests that you do for each of the characters are remembrances. And the lore is that the Nightfarers have been fighting for so long against the night that they have forgotten why they are fighting or who they even are. Also, the night itself has corruptive effects on their memory. So they effectively become shadows of who they were, and if they lose every aspect and every fragment of who they are, they likely will become the fallen Nightfarers, the invaders, the ones that invade you. So you do a remembrance in order to remember who that Nightfarer is. You learn about them. It's actually really clever because you get to learn about them, but they are rediscovering who they are. Even their journals don't help them. It's as if their journal has become corrupted because you fill in gaps in the journal as you play, or it's sort of they're writing it in real time. Either way, remembrances are the tree remembering who they are. And there is still, the Erdtree is not visible there, but the tree is still what protects you in Night Rain from the night so you can continue fighting. It's actually really touching. Like here, remembrances are a little violent. We kill someone, we get their essence, and we're able to use it to turn it into an item. So I feel the need to talk about the different forms of remembrances between the games. The reason the Nightfarers are able to restore who they are and remember who they are and keep fighting is because the tree remembers them. The tree gives them the means to remember. And I do think it's the tree because, like I said, though the Erdtree is not there in Elden Ring, Night Rain, the ending of the game involves us bringing the tree back. And when you fight the day bosses, the night bosses, I mean, each day, you get a tree spawns on the map, and it like covers you so the rain can't hit you. It's the only reason that you're able to succeed, is because a tree is still there, a vestige of a spirit tree. And then you're able to ascend it in order to fight the Night Lord. So even there, it's like what is left, a vestige of the spirit tree of perhaps the shaman is there. The tree represents hope and safety in that game, and I feel like it's a great reminder of what the tree also represents in this game. Light, beauty, and hope. And the good end of Night Rain, the ending, is us being free and returning the Erdtree to the lands. We'll talk about this more. I want to hop into Night Rain some more to talk about it specifically, but this whole aspect of memory, rebirth, losing who you are as being freeing is also something, by the way, and this is another reason I want to talk about this now. The Nox are likely seeking that exact form of oblivion, losing who they are, because that is what the night does to people. It gives you that oblivion. So if you are someone who is seeking a Night Lord, presumably that is exactly what you want. Whoa. That's crazy. Dreams are insane. My favorite dreams are the nightmares that are funny when you wake up. Well, okay, no, my favorite dreams are good dreams, but I don't have too many of those. So my second favorite is the ones that end up funny when you wake up. There's something down here. Dream once that I was stranded in the middle of an ocean and the Elden beast popped out and ate me. Oh my god, that was scary. I had a dream that Lord Voldemort from Harry Potter was possessing a pudding cup that I got from a camp counselor because I was at camp. And it was like, you know, you sort of reuse the stuff the other campers had, and for some reason they gave me a pudding cup, but there was guacamole in it, so it was like kind of weird because it was like a guacamole pudding cup. Anyway, he possessed it and he was trying to get me to take him to a cursed tree, and I was like, bitch, I'm not gonna listen to you, you're evil. Like, I'm literally like, what are you gonna do? He's like, I will kill you and your family. And I'm like, bitch, you can't. You're a fucking avocado pudding cup. If you were gonna kill me, you would have done it already, you dumb bitch. But then I had to deal with like a fucking possessed pudding cup, and I told my camp friend, I'm like, hey, like, what should I do with this? And he's like, I don't fucking know. And then I woke up. This is a normal dream for me. It was a bad dream, but it was also like, bitch, no, I'm not gonna listen to you. Like, I was very defiant. I was like, if you were gonna kill me, you would have done it already, you dumb bitch. So, you know, I am definitely... suffice to say, I'm consistently snarky. Ooh, oh, it's a big one. Very big beeble with Hoarfrost Stomp. Ooh, remember before this was nerfed? That was so stupid. This Ash of War grants an armament the cold affinity and the following skill, Hoarfrost Stomp. Stomp hard to spread a trail of freezing mist on the ground. The mist applies the frost status effect. It was not so fun to be on the receiving end in PvP, but shit is very OP. But it was also fun to learn how to dodge it real quick. Is it even a nightmare? No, it was really scary. Like, the pudding cup would give me visions, and it was like, you must go to the cursed tree. And then I'd see like a cursed tree, and then like fucking spiders are crawling all over, and it was like fucking out of like a B-movie nightmare thing. It really was. And it was like, and if you don't go, I will kill you and everyone you love. And then I'm like, I was like really rattled about what to do about this possessed pudding cup. I'm like, dude, this is fucking Voldemort in here. Fuck. Shit. Like, why does this responsibility have to come to me? How would you deal with a possessed pudding cup, chat? And then I woke up and it was really funny. But no, in the dream, it was alarming. I was like, fuck, like, I have the responsibility of a president. He's trying to become full power or something. I can't let him. He's evil. What would have happened if you ate it? I'm not gonna eat it. It's probably gonna possess me. It did look real tasty though. I like avocado. I would straight up just eat guacamole with a spoon. Yeah, you would ditch it, and then some other dingus would pick it up, and they would make Lord Voldemort full power, and then he'd be pissed at me for not having him, for not helping him, bro. No, I had to take that responsibility on myself. I'm the only one that can be trusted, because anyone else would simply be like, oh my god, I'm so scared, and then listen to him. Even in my dreams, I apparently have great strength of will. I would 112% have eaten it, and this is why. And this is why evil will reign. Alright, let's go to Nokron. Aren't the Hornsent tormented in their dreams? No, Omen are tormented in their dreams.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you?
I freed Blythe,
As
by the way.
war counselor? Or as blacksmith?
Alright, did I already tell him that? Alrighty, Nokron time for realsies. I think we've done almost everything there. Almost being the key word. But we have yet to do the coolest part. If the dream had continued, I probably would have contrived, like my brain would have, for me, contrived, like some sort of, indeed, Frodo-esque adventure to dispose of the pudding cup in the fires of Mordor. Because you know I'd be loving Lord of the Rings. Rejuvenating bolus. Huh. That's a really interesting location. This is the first one we've seen. Black boluses made of cave moss alleviates death blight buildup. Blight accumulates slowly, causing instant death once the threshold is reached. Take one of these in timely fashion to avoid such an event. Oh my god, that scared the bejesus out of me. Bro's like, whoa. Whoop. So yeah, these, I'm almost guaranteeing these are the fucking messengers from Bloodborne, like, scaled up or something, because they look one-to-one. But look at how they are posed. Okay. Ooh, look at this. Rapture. Almost one-to-one. And the very typical bowed head praying. So, I'm gonna reference other games in order to sort of compare and contrast them, and this is one instance where it is, in my opinion, necessary. In Bloodborne, we encounter the Jarburg, the unseen village. And I did a full lore run of Bloodborne, which is my favorite game, and I definitely recommend it if you want to watch on the YouTube channel. Get the entire... It's basically this, but Bloodborne. And we talk about it. In Jarburg, the unseen village, we see the signs of a very disturbing ritual having been performed. And the results of it are everywhere. It's actually interesting because we visit Yahar'gul twice. Thus, the first time we go there, it looks very different. And Bloodborne, being very clever, does this sort of thing that things are not quite what they appear. Most likely, things already looked like that, but you didn't have the ability to see it. Anyway, sorry, I love Bloodborne. Focus. So, in Yahar'gul, we encounter very clear signs of people having been turned to stone. And we know a horrific ritual was performed there. A group of people basically used the village as sacrificial lambs in order to contact a god, is what they did. They wanted to speak to a god so that they could become one. And they succeeded and they failed in typical Bloodborne hubris fashion, but the ritual involved them sacrificing this village. The people there are turned to stone, and you can see signs. It's as if they've blended with the stone buildings. And the main appearance of them is of running in fear. Like you see like horrified expressions, people climbing over each other like this on the wall, frozen in time forever. So, what do we learn from that? In FromSoft language, they will use people turned to stone as perhaps a symbol of something happening, of them doing something. But here, they are in rapture. They are praying. They don't appear to be in fear. It's as if they're calling for something, begging for something that is coming from above. Now, you could also argue that they are begging, right? So this could be a form of, look, they're like bent over. So are these the people that perform the ritual, like some sort of distorted ritual? Or did something happen that they did not want? It's honestly hard to tell because the Nox, well, we know they were really into human experimentation, and not just human, they experimented with many things. We've already seen signs of it. The Dragonkin soldier was one of the Nox creations, an artificial blend of a troll and a dragon. What the hell were they doing there? These silver tears, I didn't talk about the mimic tear because I was having so much fun with it, but the mimic tear became us. They're creatures of mimicry. They're liquid that's able to take on any form. Did they do this to themselves? Or perhaps did someone do something to them? And we'll discuss this. There's, I would say, two possibilities, but these and the feelings they evoke are multifold. It really, and the thing is, you can kind of argue either. Because when people are in fear and they're begging, they could pray. Or are they looking at what's coming in great rapture? Because that is rapture. That is joy. Besides, different people behave differently, I suppose. And they are also huge. Absolutely. They are freaking ginormous. So were they always that big? Very interesting question. The ones in Bloodborne are human size. So this begs a further question. They're huge, yeah. They wouldn't have been able to live in this architecture the way that they are sized. Like really, this is built for like human sizes. Oh, that was close. Anyway, I saw a couple subs. Thank you so much. Welcome. Sorry, just wanted to finish my lore chat. Brock Bazinet, thank you so much for the subscription. Enjoy your butterfly emotes and ad-free viewing. Can I get some donks in the chat, please? The messengers, they look like the messengers, but I don't think they're meant to be the messengers. It just looks like the same model. Messengers specifically, you only see their upper bodies, so they're kind of always poking out of things. They're sweet little babies, and I love them. That's the lore. They have more lore, but look, this isn't Bloodborne. I could so easily go on about Bloodborne for 3 hours. Don't let me. We're focusing. Elden Ring. The best part of Elden Ring, when it's like Bloodborne. Wow, love it. Okami, also, thank you so much for 2 months. Thank you for using your Prime here. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Welcome, enjoy your butterfly and ad-free viewing, and thank you for supporting the channel. I'm very grateful. All right, speaking of silver tears, wait a sec, what's happening here? What the? Bald? Oh, sorry, you're not the bald one. A silver tear? You look very familiar. Don't you kind of look like the starting class from the start of the game called the Night Folk? Huh. Well, isn't that interesting? In fact, I'm not sure that this literally is it, but they have the same hair color, general, like, appearance as the default night folk. Hey, thanks so much again, Brock. Welcome in. I thought there was supposed to be 2. Where's the second one? Remember a bald one. Also, white fire. Or it looks kind of blue. Is it ghost flame? Let's take a look. It is not. Oh! I should show off the torch. Because, yeah, I sort of forgot about this. Take a look at what it's burning from. That's a skull. Yeah, it's not quite ghost flame. It's not the right color. I don't think it's ghost flame. That doesn't fit with the Nox and their associations. It's a slightly different color. But see that? Side by side doesn't match. May have walked off? Maybe. Some kind of night flame. Yeah, no. It's probably just a magic fire, and like for aesthetic purposes is white. There is some white fire all over the place, but still it's very neat. But yeah, the fire is literally coming out of a skull. Pretty interesting, huh? Whoa, hang on a second. I seen something. Look at those fucking canines. They're sharp as fangs. Now, some people do have very sharp canines. It's like a genetic trait, basically. But those are like vampire. Like, if I saw that on a motherfucker, I'd be like, yo, you're a vampire. Easily clocked as a vampire. I never noticed that before. No, we know who this is. We know exactly who this is. This is one of the Band of the Fallen Hawk. That's very interesting that they have such sharp canines. Just said you wouldn't talk about Bloodborne. Hey! No, that is one of them. They are just people as far as we can tell. Also, Quay, thank you so much for 15 months as well. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you for your continued support of the stream as well. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Enjoy your butterflies and free viewing. Can I get some Wraff donks in the chat, please? Yeah, Okami, also welcome in. I especially appreciate the YouTube lurkers coming to use their Prime. That's very... Thank you for taking the time to do that. Yeah, I would definitely say that that suggests an aspect of the Crucible, or maybe like beast blood. Not like, sorry, not, I swear I don't mean it in a Bloodborne way. Like literally, the Farum Azula beastmen. Also, Band of the Fallen Hawk, they literally, their shield is literally an upside down hawk, which we're gonna grab after this. How many pizzas do you want? Oh my god, so many pizzas. I'm so hungry right now. I could eat like 3D5 pizzas. Anyway, sorry. Look at the plants too. They're all silver. There are plants growing here. And they're growing out of this like silvery liquid. Are the plants a mimic too? Hey, Quay, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the pizza money. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, 3D5. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate it so much. Quay, thank you. Black Wet Blade. This allows for When applying an affinity using physical or occult type Ashes of War, an added affinity of poison, blood, or occult can be chosen. Now, occult is so nebulous. I gotta read what occult is. I don't remember what role it takes in this game. I think it's like a holy type, but now I don't remember. Okay, so another time I think, or this calls for reading the larval tier again. As much a substance as it is a living organism. And in Night Rain, I just reread this, it is a being that straddles the animate and inanimate. It is both. It is artificial life, but it is life. And that's what's so interesting about what they did here. They succeeded. They created homunculi, artificial humans. It's real life. It is. It's just also mimicking life. Occult weapons do physical damage, but scale with arc. Ah, thank you. Arcane scaling. Primal. Very interesting. I did that to Oro when he figured it out. He said 100. Okay, but to be fair, I said 3d5, which is like a bad way of saying 35. So, I'm just saying. I spoke Wraff language, you know. And by that I mean 100. Anyway, okay. Mimicking plants is really interesting too, especially what we talked about previously with the Nox and the Black Knives, who are scions of the Eternal City. So the Black Knives who orchestrated the assassination of Godwyn the Golden are scions of this place. Now, scions is really interesting. Once again, we talked about this previously, but now that we're here, it's like the perfect time to get into it. Number one, they are like literally the descendants of a noble house. That's the main meaning. However, I argue that it's a double meaning. Scions are also a plant that is grafted onto another plant and then grows on it. So it's like offshoot, but specifically the term for a grafted plant is the scion. So if you combine two plants, the one that you're grafting onto the other is the scion. So it's as if the Black Knives were maybe grafted onto this place, and that's why they're scions of this place, while also being distinct, because the Black Knives are not quite like the Nox. We'll have to talk about that though, because we know that, but we don't yet fully understand the difference. So we also know the Nox are always experimenting with life. So they're trying to make something. We know that. We don't fully know at this point in the game what they're trying to make, but we know that they're experimenting with artificial life. They created a false sky. The plants here are false. A false dragon that is combined with a troll. And now false people. Also, it makes a mockery of life reborn again and again into imitation, kind of like the ancestral spirits, huh? Reborn again and again, new buds again and again, life coming from death. They die, are reborn. Also like the amber egg associated with Rennala now. But it's an amber egg, so it's distinct. Amber, of course, being tree sap. So all these things are kind of coming together, coalescing in a form. But then it says, perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. A lord of what? You never see any Nox men? I thought the Nox priests were men. The ones that use the maces and stuff. Night Lord? Mayhap, but we'll get this. We'll get to this more. This appears to be a grave. We get the black whetstone here, and we see these statues again. And once again, we've seen these statues only one time on the surface. And Celia is also linked to the Eternal Cities. All the Black Knives are all women, but Nox, I believe the priests are men. I haven't like taken their clothes off or anything, but they do more masculine grunt. The ones where I'll show you when we see them. We've already fought one or two, but no, these are women. The double cat ears, women. The ones with a more flat garb, most likely men. And night folk are both. Nox monks, that's it. Thank you. So this is really interesting because we talked about how stone sword keys are often used to lock people away. And items. Forbidden ones. The pose. Is she crying or is she worshipping? Definitely ritualistic with the hand out like this, with one up to the face. Also, can't help but notice that the helmet is kind of a spiral, huh? You can hear her breathe. We don't see any real night folk here other than the silver tier that just turned into a person. Mimic tier ashes. Legendary ashen remains used to summon the spirit of a mimic tier. Summoning consumes HP rather than FP. There's one more like that. We'll have to read it. This spirit takes the form of the summoner to fight alongside them, but its mimicry does not extend to imitating the summoner's will. Mimic tiers are the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. What could the Nox, and I'm repeating myself, but the Nox, which is Latin for night, what kind of lord could they have been wanting to forge? They call themselves night folk? A fucking night lord. It's been here all along. I'm just saying, Night Rain was telegraphed. We just didn't know what it was yet. Yeah, so it was buried here. It looked like she was worshipping, but nonetheless, this place was sealed off with a stone sword key. It's very interesting. Also, take a look at this beading. It looks a lot like oracles. And like planets and the body of a being that we haven't met yet, but we will. And then here we have more of these guys, still no legs, but they are expressing extreme dismay. Like here it's a lot more obvious that they are messengers from Bloodborne, but also that they are just in dismay, horrified. Something really bad happened here. I would argue a lot of bad things happened here. And since we know about the Night Lord now, it's really casts into stark relief what they were doing here. They were so desperate to forge a lord. Are you serious? Didn't quite make the jump, Chad. They made Healstore. That's the thing, though. This is sort of maybe an alternate history, different timeline, something like that. He was made by chance. So even in this timeline, the Nox never succeeded. Hey, maybe we can get the Night tier, the silver tier again, though? I done slipped. Parallel universe? Yeah, I think that's fair. Oh, you also have hair. I thought one of you was bald. I must be thinking of a different one. All naked, though. Jesus Christ. Oh shit. That was really close. Damn, she almost killed me just greeting. They hit like trucks, yeah. Yeah, light roll spammer, you hate to see it. Tell me about it. Oh my god. Light rolls are fucking P in this game. More how the Night Lord fits into this. Right now we're just exploring Nokron. We've touched upon it briefly. But the Noks were trying to create a lord. And we know that they were trying to create basically akin to an Elden Lord, because they're used synonymously, right? So let's see. We've heard of the regular Elden Lord, the Night Lord. There are other lords, we just haven't met them yet. But still. Strength builds light roll? Yeah, it's just about your equipment load. So just raise your equipment load and lower your... like, raise the stat. So basically, the Noks here were calling for what happened in Night Rain. And based on Night Rain, the Lord of Night is very much like the other side of Frenzied Flame, because you are alive, but you don't know who you are. You've lost yourself. They seek that sweet oblivion that lack of memory brings. Maze shaped like a suspended metal droplet wielded by monks of the Eternal City. Forged from liquid metal from a silver tier, it is thoroughly tempered until hardened. Like a water droplet. Ooh, actually. Like a suspended metal droplet. And contrast with... where is it? I just passed it. Oh, did I not buy it? The Ripple Axe, I didn't buy it? Oh, son of a bitch. I probably ran out of money. We gotta go to Pydia in a minute. My beloved giant ball. Big old ball. Oh god. Oh god! Oh no! Oh look! The Albinarics do the same damn move. But they channel it through their Ripple Axes. And that's actually why I want to look at the Ripple Axe. This one aura farms. I never thought I'd meet an aura farming ball, and yet. Dude, ball, move quicker. You're killing me. Don't you understand comedy? Look out! No! Ball, help me! Uh-oh. Yeah! No! Deserved. Oh god, my whole body. Yo, is this harder than it looks, chat? No! Please, think of the bit! We have to ball max! No, please! Whee! I love friendly fire. The balls are pure comedy in this. Oh god! See what I mean? Oh god! It's harder than it looks, chat. Oh no, no! Ah! See, they feed off of your panic. They're so slow, but you're like, oh my god, like, it's coming, it's coming. Oh my god. Ah! Then you're gonna... But then you're fine here. It's notable that the Nox priestesses are doing the same pose in front of this thing. They're like worshipping it and then they still get fucking rolled by it. They drop larval tears. How interesting. Probably mirrors what the Black Moon once looked like. Possible, definitely possible. Yeah, this is part of the lore. The ball rolls all, friend and foe alike. Worship the ball, get rolled just the same. I want like 25 N. Look, they even have like lampposts and shit. Oh, you still have hair. I always associate you with being bald, probably because you have patches as Kit, but you have hair, so you can't be him. Because he's bald, of course. They're using the Great Shield that the Band of the Fallen Hawk uses. I don't know why I said bond like that, but I did, so... A celestial dew. Another one that turns to a people. Is that the Zweihander? Oh, he got that yee-ass haircut. So the one that we encountered mimics us. Mimicked here, and then we found it, the legendary ashes of it afterward, and it was basically protecting this place. Sort of. The entry to Nokron is protected by it, but not directly. And it lives and waits in the dynastic ruins. Either way, this is like the knight trying to prevent access to it, most likely. Oh shit, and we get a troll. There's like this creepy sort of ethereal mist on everything. And then we see this throne, the exact same one that we saw in Celia, but this time there's someone in it. And they are fucking gigantic. Underneath the last one was Lusat's staff. And under this one is the Fingerslayer blade, sorry. The hidden treasure of the eternal city of Nokron, a blade said to have been born of a corpse. This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the eternal city and symbolizes its downfall. Cannot be wielded by those without a fate, but is said to be able to harm the greater will and its vassals. A lot of lore here, like a ton. I still don't really get this giant. I'm not 100% certain where to put them either. It's kind of notable they're wearing the Nox monk garb, actually, now that I'm looking at it, but probably a little altered. All I got is down here. I can't fly on up there. I wonder if this is one of their creations, but it failed. Because we know they were trying to create a lord of... a lord. The of night is, in my opinion, implied. But either way, they were trying to create a lord. They were trying to create a lord. And they sought their lord. But none ever succeeded. They never succeeded. Now, we also know that the Fingerslayer blade, which Ranni is looking for, is a blade that was born from a corpse. We don't know what corpse, because this is a blade that was used to kill a finger, the two fingers most likely, and is why the high treason committed by the Eternal City and why it fell. And when they say fell, they mean pretty literally, because we know that there's at least one Eternal City that is not underground, and that is in Nightrain. So that probably gives us an approximate timeline of when these stories diverged, right? Now, I know people say alternate parallel timeline. I agree with that, but I do want to add something. The idea of a Lord of Night is always a potentiality. It's not an ending that we can choose. Because yes, they're diverging timelines. However, they're always possibilities. So in Nightrain, we are basically suspended in time and we're playing over the same 3 days over and over and over again. That's effectively the plot. That's why it's a roguelike. It's lore fitting the gameplay type of thing. So we are constantly pushing back a night. We are at the finale of a battle that has been going on eons. But when did that eon begin? Like, when did we stop time, effectively, so we can fight it? Well, we know that there is an eternal city, and it is intact and above ground, but it is a shifting earth specifically. So maybe it wasn't underground, or maybe it was underground and it was like shifted upward. But either way, we see it, and it's a missing one. Most likely, Naklateo, the destroyed one that is in this game, it's not destroyed. So that might give us, like I said, a timeline, because that eternal city was destroyed for its treason, according to the lore. I have some doubts on that, though. So we know that they used a corpse to create... They were able to kill a finger with it, but we don't know whose corpse or what kind of corpse. But I will note that it's very interesting that it spirals. And it looks like something else, like vaguely, but it looks like the Sacred Relic Sword, if I remember the name correctly. I never remember which is which. We'll have to get to this. We'll have to look at this later. I have some ideas on the Fingerslayer blade on this, but a lot of it has sort of been refreshed because of Nightrain. Also, cannot be wielded by those without a fate, but is said to be able to harm the greater will and its vassals, which are the fingers. But yeah, and the spiral is very notable. Once again, DLC gives us more insight on this. Now, we also know the Sacred Relic Sword is born of a corpse, but it's sort of the last resort of Radahn. But that's like final boss stuff, so we're not going to get there. You literally cannot pick it up if you aren't doing Ranni's quest. It doesn't let you. Yeah, you can't touch this. You can't. I don't think you can even open the chest. If you come here before starting Ranni's quest, you can't activate this. You'll just be like, well, this is weird. However, we also cannot wield it. I think there's a pop-up if we come here before Ranni. It just didn't work out that way with the quests, unfortunately, because I wanted to get more dialogue, so we kind of had to make a choice. But yeah, you cannot activate this chest. I think it gives you like a prompt that says like something about a fate. Now I don't remember. Let's see where this takes us. The third playthrough lore run with updates from lore run with lore Night Rain. When I say third play, I feel like I played Elden Ring a lot more than that, but what number is this playthrough? I have like 1,500 hours, so I don't know. I made a lot of characters for PvP, so a lot of it is that, but still. And a lot of his lore runs. In terms of lore runs, I feel like I've done at least 10 on base game. Wonder why we can use the black knife though, because it's not a fateful weapon that we are not allowed to wield. Yeah, I've done a lot of playthroughs on PC, on PlayStation. Oh look, so they're doing their stomping at this ancestral spirit. Okay. Yeah, we come back here to the woods. Almost done this area, and that is Nokron. Very short, very sweet though. Such a cool area. I always wish you could do more. Also, there are very few alive in Nokron. There were probably a lot more people. A nice Sylveon badge. Who the Nox are making it for? Sorry, making what for? The Finger Slayer blade? Or the Night Sky? Oh, the Nox! They also worshipped stars, or they descended from the astrologers. So the astrologers were star gazers. That's how it started, and then they grouped off into several different camps. The Nox, although I don't know if this is confirmed, I just think it's like a really strong suggestion, who were forced underground through their betrayal. And then we also have the Black Knife complication as well. The Carian Royals, which started to follow the moon rather than the stars. And the Sorcerers, which started Raya Lucaria. And they ostensibly are following Renala at the time as far as we know, but are actually looking for the primeval current, sorry. And studying it. So it's like evolution. Also, the original primeval current spell is Founding Rain of Stars. Just a fun fact that we will talk about later, because of course I don't have it. Oh, you mean why they made the Finger Slayer blade? Well, this is way before. This is what turned them into the Eternal Cities that were banished underground. So presumably, they wanted to kill a finger. No, Moog is a squatter. He's squatting in the ruins. He's kind of similar to the ancestral followers. Or the Claymen. Right, it's also drenched in blood. Yeah, no, it still has the signs of a crime committed. The fact that it was, that Ranni created the... Well, she didn't create the Black Knives. She used... the Rune of Death and imbued it into the Black Knives. So you've seen this before, but the Crucible Knights use animal traits. It's not dissimilar from the Ancestral Spirit again. Moog wants to, what's the term? Legitimize his dynasty. So he places it in these ancient ruins that show a great lineage. Also, we know the Newman came from another land, and we know whoever built these is not here anymore, but it also doesn't mean that they left. So perhaps if I have this theory, and I don't think I'm alone in this, one of the potential theories that I have, and keep in mind, I'm not like 100% sold on it, but it's something I'm fiddling with and trying to fit in, is that these ruins were created by the Newman when they first came to this land, because they came from another land, another world, as it said. So they came from somewhere else. They came here. The first thing we see in that little like image that we showed off a couple streams ago is planting trees. So that's what they were doing. They planted trees first, and if the Newman are these plant people, perhaps they were sort of in a form creating a colony. And the form of that is that they plant trees because they took a cutting from their land and brought it here. I think there's lots of evidence for that, because that's sort of how the Newmans seem to have, in a way, propagated. So they left and perhaps went somewhere else, but still some cuttings survived. And this is partially some Night Rain lore, so I'll get into why I think this. But I think that might be part of the reason that Moog goes to these ruins, is it could be originally that's where his people came from, because as a descendant of Marika and Godfrey, he is still part Newman, and thus it's sort of like legitimizing himself by linking himself to this ancient thing. And it could actually be part of his background. However, like I said, that's just a theory on the origins of these ruins, because as far as we can tell, they're abandoned. But if the Black Knives are related, they still live down here. Not so good at parrying these ones. Oh, right. This one's also harder with all the little ads. And yeah, there's several Crucible Knights on the way over here. Oh, dang it. Man, I really don't know how to parry these. I always just parry the others. Oh, man. I'm also just generally worse at these ones. Oh, that's not it. Okay, way too early. Right. They don't give a shit about walls. What else is new? Yeah, we know that Moog has issues with how he's treated, and he wants to create a dynasty of blood. Now, that form, the dynasty... Well, sorry, we'll talk about Moog later. Shit, I missed my roll. This one's really beating my ass, but to be fair, it usually does. So this is the first such Crucible Knight we've seen. It had a helmet that looked like antlers, but also like tree branches. And its weapon looked like a tree, like a Christmas tree. don't think they're trying to get to the Shadowlands. Because chat, where are we heading toward? We are heading toward right now. In this direction, if we continue. Because it's like, why are there Crucible Knights here? Who are they? Why are they here? They don't fit this place. They're so different, but they're patrolling. They're guarding this place. Because we're on the way to the roots of the Erdtree. A very special burial place, as it just so happens. Order Healing, one of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, alleviates deathblight buildup. The noble gold mask lamented what had become of the hunters, how easy it is for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted, in their foolishness, was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? That's such an interesting line. We get more words from Goldmask through like item descriptions like this than we ever get out of him because we don't speak his language. But this is so interesting. Basically, they needed an evil, so they created one in those who live in death. Goldmask does not agree with what has happened. There's a reason that we don't see him associated with D. And part of that is because D is fucking dead by the time we find him most of the time. But either way. Okay. Finger Slayer blade looks claw-shaped to me. I mean, we don't really know what it's made of. It's just made of a corpse. And let me get more of these. So we're finding, hang on, an incantation for hunters of those who live in death, the fundamentalists, and the centipede fetish thing? And then Crucible Knight? Like, what is going on here? Where are we headed? Rhetorical, obviously. I know, we know. But it's more like this is sort of what you're thinking. And like, they don't fit this place. But they are standing here, they are looking out and they are patrolling, so they clearly want to be here. My personal read on that Crucible Knight, way off looking at Mogs. Okay, can I show this on the map? Okay, chat, I don't have the map yet. Is Mogs around here? Like right here? Or like a little bit more? Around here, yeah. So he is looking at Mogs. It's possible he's going for the Shadowlands, but he's not too far off of looking here. And when we get more to the roots of the Erdtree, we'll see where they end up being, because I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking past Mogs. We'll see. A little further south. Okay, perfect. Them hanging out down here. Some smithing stones. More of these golden centipedes. So we're getting close to those who live in death. Or sorry, the hunters of those who live in death, leaving behind their fetishes. But also something associated with the Crucible. They seem so distinct, and yet we're encountering signs of both. Hello. Okay, so we can't talk to him because we already have the set. But if you don't have the set from D and you come to talk to him, he goes, Re. Oh, just like that. Did I nail it or what? Inner Order. lot of religious fanatics do want to villainize groups of people just for the sake of having an evil to contend with. Yes, 100%. It's very wise what Goldmask has to say. But either way, Goldmask has more knowledge than these fanatics, effectively, and he doesn't agree with them. But we don't know anything about Goldmask other than we saw him in the opening cutscene. So we give him the twinned armor set. He's like this no matter what. Like, there's no way to not have him be like this, as far as we know. But this is Darian's other, or sorry, Dee's other half. He's trying to say Darian. It does really drive the point home to me that Order is what made the Erdtree so cruel. Yes, and also it shows a timeline, right? So those who live in death are a great evil, but there might have been others. Those who live in death are considered a great evil to contend with. But Goldmask is a Golden Order fundamentalist, but he's been out of the game for a while because he's been dead. He's a tarnished. We saw him in the opening cutscene. We already know this. So he doesn't agree with what's become of the Hunters. But nonetheless, he is a Golden Order fundamentalist at this part of the timeline. And now this much time has gone by, and they look very different. They're no longer associated with learning. They're religious fanatics. But when did that start? And here's the thing. Even within one religious group, one order that all agree on one thing, there can still be schisms within. And I wonder, is Goldmask meant to be the perfect idea of one of these fundamentalists? Looks at Mohgwyn Palace, because Crucibles are related to Godfrey, and Mohg is the son of Godfrey. Okay, I actually disagree. This guy also has an alternate interaction if you kill D at Summon Water, where he'll attack you after handing over the armor and reloading the area. Ha, really? Oh, I've never done that. I don't really kill people very often. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Crucible Knights are Godfrey's soldiers, but they were not just Godfrey's soldiers. They're Crucible Knights. They are like the will of the Crucible. So the fact that they fought with Godfrey is pretty interesting, but I think they predate him. So the evidence for this is what they're still doing now, and how they're kind of spread around the world without a particular army to fight for, but they continue to fight for the Crucible. So they kind of end up all over the place in very strange places, but generally I always associate them more with the Crucible than Godfrey, because yes, they use Godfrey's abilities, not that we know those yet, but they do, but they also use aspects of the Crucible incantations. It's a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible where all life was once blended together. This predates... Well, you could argue it's kind of the same because it's associated with the ancient Erdtree, right? It's an ancient Erdtree incantation, but I still think this suggests that they came before. They are suits of armor. Also, there's more evidence they came before, and that is the fact that they have red in their armor. Anyway, we'll get to that. But still, they fought with Godfrey. So they are his soldiers, but that doesn't mean that they just follow anyone who is Godfrey's child, because their first loyalty is to the Crucible Knight. Crucible Tree, sorry, to the Crucible, which is the Erdtree, which also shows that the Crucible Knights agree with the Erdtree and the form it's taken. Oldest, most ancient Crucible in DLC also has relation to Godfrey. Devonia? Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if the ancient referred to incantation or Erdtree. Incantation. I think. Yeah, so that is why, because Godfrey doesn't do this stuff. So the Crucible Knights use this, and then they also use Godfrey's abilities. It's like they folded more traits into themselves because they accepted the role of the will of the Erdtree. That's what they are. They don't have bodies. We know this. They're not traditional soldiers. Or at least they aren't when we see them. We don't know when that started because they don't bleed, as discussed. So they don't have physical bodies. They are, and they don't make any sounds. They are possessed suits, basically. Anyway, there's some evidence for that they existed before here. So we'll talk about it very shortly. D, Beholder of Death. I'll summon him for like some lore, but like I'm not gonna be the most helpful. The Volcano Manor Crucible Knight. Yeah. So he is with the recusants, but he still embodies the will of the tree. Or the crucible. Because in death there is rebirth. That is very interesting as well, yeah. The difference between the Crucible and the Golden Order is so key. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna fight this. I hate this. Gargoyles. There's one up there. Honestly, this part's pretty cool where he's like, oh, Simina. Gargoyles are protectors. They're meant to chase away evil spirits, effectively. That's why they were carved onto, you know, architecture. These ones look very odd. They're winged. There is lore to them, but like, my god, I freaking despise them horribly, so... Oh my! A second one. That poison does a disgusting amount of damage. Okay. It's like Demon Princes from Dark Souls 3, but bad. Really. Oh, fuck, I'm in the poison. So now you can't hit them, because you're in the fucking poison, and you take a shit ton of damage. Ugh. Ugh. Wonderful. Fortunately, Night Rain has helped a lot. Still hate them, but... Not dead, really? Thank you. Goodness me. Oh, I'm out of healing. Right, I was fighting other things, so... Okay. D actually helping? It's crazy. What the? I dodged that. Fuck you, guy. D, Beholder of Death, by the way, is his title. He's seen death. You can only get that title when you give him the armor. So is it because his other half has died? Or is it because he's seen Godwyn? Yeah, these guys fucking blow. Like, they are so poorly summoned. And they're really fucking hard for their area. Shit. I'm gonna die to poison. Come on. Holy shit, holy shit. Let's fucking go! Die fast! Give me the text! Quickly! Go, 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 go! I did it. Cinema. Perfect. Do what you will, for I've already won. Do what you will, for I've already won. Oh, phew! Yeah, what if it bugs out? That'd be amazingly funny. Gargoyle's Greatsword. Bronze Greatsword. Bronze? What an interesting material. Just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax, a patchwork of champions. Huh. In vacuum slice, lost skill of ancient heroes. Hold the armament aloft to surround it with a shearing vacuum, then launch it forwards as a blade-like projectile. We saw them do that, actually. Gargoyle's Twin Blade. Bronze twin blade wielded by valiant gargoyles. Just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax, a patchwork of champions. They are made of people amber. So, a patchwork of champions is used to mend them so they continue fighting and to protect. And that's what they're doing. Gargoyles are protective. They are always protecting something important. And gargoyles are also a mainstay in FromSoft games. There's always some sort of gargoyle, and they are always protecting something. Usually a bell. They love their bells. Ancient heroes of some more? No, it doesn't mean specifically those. It just means ancient warriors. So these guys are ancient. And those that died were used to mend it. Very similar. It's like a form of rebirth. Very similar to the, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The jars. Specifically the base game jars, the Alexander type jars. People go into them and eventually are reborn. I hated the DS2 gargoyle fight. I love the DS2 gargoyle fight. The design is impeccable. I love it. It's really stressful though. But their design, I think those are my favorite gargoyles. But yeah, the thing is gargoyles are in this game really annoying and they suck and they're just blech. So it's one of those situations, I think. But they are meant to protect things, and they're here for a very important reason. We saw Crucible Knights here, and we saw gargoyles here. And then we see a grave. Or sorry, a coffin, more specifically. And one, I mentioned FromSoft mainstays, gargoyles. Here's another one. Resting in coffins, because of course that's what you do. This will be the third game in the series where there's a coffin transportation technique, or the coffin moves you. When Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, it more transforms you. But in Dark Souls 1, you go to a coffin, go somewhere else. And, yeah, let's see what happens here. Because they were protecting this. Because we are not meant to be here. I don't know if my helmet's gonna fit, chat. And the coffin closes on its own. And then red runic text appears and lifts us upward. Red. Not gold, but very akin to the gold of grace, but with a tinge of red in it. And we go upwards. Bit of a rough trip. We live, bitch. Excuse me. Deep root depths. We're here, baby. Hi, Dark Soul. Thank you so much for the Prime as well. Welcome back. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for continuing to use your Prime here. Sorry, I'm a little I'm a little words not good. Thanks so much. I appreciate that very much. Okay. So there's very much something with the coffin taking us up this waterfall, this like bulwark of water that we otherwise would not be able to traverse. But who enters a coffin? And it's a one-way trip too, keep in mind. Can't go back. The dead. So the dead are laid to rest, and then they are brought here to the deep-root depths. There's a reason the gargoyles attacked us. First of all, they're, you know, you can't have anything for free. There's got to be a boss in this game. But we are not welcome. We are not one of the ones who's allowed to be buried here, so they fight us. But presumably this would have been a place of ritual of burial for, well, who exactly? Because that was red gold. And the color red is very significant. Like we mentioned, the Crucible Knights have a redness to their armor. Oh my god, I forgot to read the Crucible Horn Shield as well. Hang on, what's this? Sacred Order Pot. Okay. Great Shield? Ah, here we go. You know what? I was intending to save this until right now. I totally didn't forget. Great Shield of red tinged gold, carried by Crucible Knights, features a great horn. An ancient holiness dwells within. The Crucible Horn skewers foes when performing shield bashes. Red tinged gold. That is the canonical in-game description of their armor. It's gold, but it's red tinged. And it is imbued with an ancient holiness. So, I've looked at the shield before, but I feel like there's something I just noticed that I never noticed before. The two dots on the top, because I'm always so distracted by the big old horn, right? It's like, it's very like, in your face, very phallic. However, it's reminding me of something else. The board hung from the neck depicts a sprawling tree, its roots and branches forming two holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the Erdtree that increases faith. I gotta say, it looks kind of similar. Except the colors there, it's like... well, there's also two on the side. I don't know. That's just like a little mini horn. Because this has 4 parts. Okay, maybe not then. But still, it looks like a core from which many things spread out. Like roots, growth. Okay, also Major Tremor, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome back as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for 4 months. I really appreciate that. Welcome. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes. It's kind of silly, but no, let's not wear this. Like the shackle, but sideways. Yeah. Okay, either way, we are in deep-root depths. Wow. Anyway, red-tinged gold, ancient holiness. I argue that ancient in this context means predating the Erdtree, because it's gold, but there's a redness to it. The Erdtree changed. Well, the Crucible changed. But the Crucible Knights remain loyal to it. They don't begrudge it becoming the Erdtree. It's still the Crucible. All things can be conjoined. So, I'm thinking about this now. I think it's time to go to Altus. Like, honestly, I could have gone to Altus first. I just really wanted to do Nokron. But I'd like to upgrade my weapons more. smell the posture break, but that was risky. Staff of the Avatar. Ceremonial staff depicting the Erdtree in its historic radiance, wielded by the Avatars who protect the minor Erdtrees. The Avatars, emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring's shattering, were determined to protect the withering Erdtree's offspring. Remember my theory that Marika is the tree? Withering offspring. This depicts its historic radiance. And if you notice, one of the things that always struck me with this is the tree is there and it is mighty and it is like, think of that. If that's supposed to depict the Erdtree at the top, then wow, it's big, but the roots are so much bigger. The tree is like the tip of the iceberg. And it's honestly true of a lot of trees too. Like their root systems are often more complex. The ancientness of the Erdtree is found in its roots. Does raise the question of why the water is white. It's stagnant. So yeah, we've been in this place and now all of a sudden we are in another place called Deeproot. There's an Erdtree avatar here. We're associated with the trees. All great. Ants as well. Wonderful experience for the eyes and body. These ants have hard heads, so they're like shields and doors. Apparently this is a real thing that ants will do. Anyway, I just wanted to get this early stuff here. We are going to leave now, but I wanted to show this area briefly because there's yellowy, gross sort of fog in the area, right? The trees here are yellow, which isn't unusual, but something looks wrong here. And the first thing we see is this weird, stagnant water. Like, this water ain't right. Something's not right with this water. This entire place looks wrong. This was supposed to be a place of burial and is being protected as best it can, but it's not right. Also leaves. Because here's the thing. Yellow leaves aren't unusual for this location, but this is like fall leaves. Like, look, half the leaves are, they're bare, right? Fall is a season that is the harbinger of winter, a season of death. It's not a good sign that leaves are falling. Or, as it says, the fallen leaves tell a story. But no, this place is not right. And we'll figure out what the problem is here. Yeah, it looks like milk. Like, it does not look right. Like, this is... If you're like, ugh, not what I expected. Yeah. Crucible is probably just any collective of spirit energy, and that's why the Erdtree can be considered a crucible life too. Presumably, but they definitely give this image, I guess it depends on where, but like the crucible is ancient. There's a reason that when it is shattered in the Frenzy Flame ending, like it's so significant, and all life is said to have been lost. I think the crucible is more important than just another collective. Based on the Erdtree avatars, is the Erdtree sentient? I mean, if you think it's Marika, I would argue yes. Even if it isn't, is the Crucible sentient? We don't know. I don't know. I think you could ask, is the Crucible sentient? Or does it just do? I feel like it's like nature personified. Anyway, okay. We will come back here for certain. It's just, I think there's some other stuff that we need to do now. So we're gonna go here at long last. I've been waiting to do this until we're heading toward Altus proper. And we really, actually probably could have done this a long time ago. Altus is generally a yellowish area. Yeah, but like, okay, when you look at that air, when you look at what's going on there, do you feel like, oh, this is healthy and normal? Or do you think, that ain't right? I personally think that ain't right. And we know that ain't right. We know something here is not right. Yeah, it's like yucky puke yellow. It's not the same shade. Also, the leaves are falling. Also, we are way under Altus. Like I said, the yellow leaves are not unusual, but there are other signs that things are not right. Bellum Church, Radahn, depicted here. How interesting.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Medium-sized metal shield, easier to handle than a kite shield. The crest represents a forest and a river. Nice. Rift shield. Oh yeah, small metal round shield depicting a sinister rift.
Well,
That's our starting equipment as prisoner. It looks like an eye.
you again. I don't want any trouble.
However, there's a very important item that he has. The Bewitching Branch. Our very first one of these that we've seen. Tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Pierce a foe using FP to turn them into a temporary ally. The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. Oh yeah.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Creepy. Sinister Miquella shit. All from the get. This is sort of the thing too. When it's like, oh my god, Miquella is actually evil. This was my face. I was like, oh my god. Because like, girl, we've been the lore people have been talking about this. It wasn't even a surprise. Anyway, whatever. Golden Land. I meant to read this. This Ash of War grants an armament the sacred affinity and the following skill. Golden Land. Thrust armament into the ground, then gather strength to unleash a blast of sacred energy that coalesces into golden darts. Follow up with a strong attack to swing the armament in a sweeping strike. Golden Land. I love it. It was more of a mystery? It was not. It was like, so, like, listen, you can go back like fucking 4 years and hear like, yeah, Miquella is definitely a sinister figure. He compels affection, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm telling you. The real twist was who he married, you know? It was like a soap opera up there. Oh, I forgot about Hyetta again. Thank you. I think I forgot about her 3 streams ago, too. 1 second. I have had her eyeball. I just haven't given it to her. Let's go give her the eyeball real quick. She been chilling right here. So last we saw her, she was like, oh no, I've been eating eyeballs? That's terrible. And then here she is in the receive eyeball pose again.
Is that you over there? I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. The reason why it was eyes I had to eat. The distant light is far and frail, so faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden.
So it is because we told her the truth that she is able to start on her journey properly to become a Finger Maiden.
I've gleaned something very important indeed, I'm certain now.
Okay. Yura's quest is done. Next step is at Altus. But yeah, that's actually a really significant thing. Is like part of her journey is knowing the truth. Yeah. Just a nice eyeball-eating lady. Argue rather than evil, he is dumb. Miquella? No, he is not stupid. He is absolutely not stupid. That's the thing. And the signs of his intelligence are all over base game as well. And we will be talking about them as we see them. Because evil is not just intentions. It's your actions, I guess. So yes, his intentions are good. He truly believes he's doing the right thing, but he accomplishes a lot of really awful things on the way. A lot of good things, too. He is a nuanced character. However, my conclusion is his unapologetic hubris and the fact that he never would have stopped unless we stopped him, despite all of the people around him who were trying to guide him to a better path, including his other half, Trina. Anyway, we will get to Miquella, but he is not dumb. He's not dumb at all.
Oh, hello. Is that you over there? Have you ever heard of fingerprint grapes? They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. I would truly love to try one. The distant light seems far closer than before, but I can't sense a thing from the usual grapes anymore. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
We have been feeding her diseased eyeballs of the infirm, so, you know, I'm sure things are going well for her. Lightseeker Hyetta. Miquella cannot be wise because he refuses to learn from those who came before him, and that is actually very important. He repeats the mistakes of those who came before, but that is hubris. That is his main crime, is hubris, which is, of course, a form of pride. The pride that destroys you. Walk along this path. They're all chilling. And we see those fallen ruins again. Look at that. Cuckoo Knights. Great. He's not stupid. That's the thing. You can't accomplish what he does while being stupid. But he's very proud. I'm sure this can only end well. Yeah! I'd like to keep track of this here. Some more Cuckoo Knights. Makes sense. We're directly outside of Raya Lucaria right now. Oh god. Wow, that looks important. And this, again, this symbol, we saw this right outside of Raya Lucaria. It's like it's lining the path. Another one. We are definitely on the right path to the Erdtree. Look at this. Oh my god, but they do not want us to have it. It's the Cuckoo Knights that are contesting us. Ooh, look at him. He's got a horse. Bro did not do much, huh? Cuckoo Great Shield. Metal Great Shield painted with a peering cuckoo, carried by the enchanted knights sworn to the academy. Boasting high magic damage negation, this shield is used to hunt down mages. Our enemy is none other than Karya itself. Yeah, they're fighting Karya as usual. Renala to the academy. Hey, why are your knights trained to hunt down mages? You aren't planning a revolt by any chance, are you? And they go, no. Ray Lucaria to Renala. Hey, why are your Karya knights so good at countering spells? You're not planning to kill us all or anything, are you? Renala goes, no. I'm telling you, all the fucking mages are all just trying to kill each other. It's fucking hilarious. Like, you got the school where they're trying to kill the Karyans. You got the Karyans who are ready for them to rise up and then kill them all. And then you have, way over here, Celia. A town of assassins that specifically target mages. Like, are they all just... It's like the opposite of a love triangle. It's like an assassination triangle. Yeah, everyone's like, how many assassin factions have we seen? Like 5, I think, already? Yeah, that's an awesome shield to get. A lot of the lore is RNG, and I do know that. That is a shame, but oh well. We'll do what we can, as usual. Melina! Oh my god, I missed her. We haven't talked to her in so long. I forgot she was with us. Hey, Melina.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Yeah, I don't remember which one this is even. Is this the line? Hang on. Can I take notes? I'm so excited.
In Marika's own words, the Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
How about this line? What's the third line? The Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Something join the order? I can't remember. Best thyself of the order. Join the order. Become one. Thank you. We need the exact verbiage. I forgot the exact verbiage. Become one with her. Or divest. Or wallow at the fringes, a powerless. God, her lines go so hard. I feel like this is an underappreciated aspect of Marika, that all of her lines go so fucking hard. Like, I love this. I love Leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Like, bitch, sit down. You're not me yet. But, like, fancy talk. Bro, it's got this sharp wit of Jane Austen. I fucking love it. I love every single word that comes directly out of her mouth through her daughter. Like, she's so direct. I think that's the other thing that I'm, like, obsessed with. She just says what it is. Because where is the lie? The Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest yourself of it. Or wait, I didn't write it word for word because, like, some of that was, like, forgotten. But, or wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. Now, here's the thing. This, to me, I don't think this would be... This isn't to her children, I don't think. This is to an enemy. No, become one with the order, though. That's not... That wouldn't be to Radahn. Because Radahn is the order, right? Now, here's the thing. There's always an argument, and there will be one note that is very much... It sounds almost as if, like, it wasn't... It's weird. It's like, was it Radahn saying this? Marika is Radahn. Can Melina make out the difference? We don't know. There is always a slight chance. I don't know if I agree, though, that Radahn is saying some of these things. I don't think so, though, personally. This, to me, this is a very simple statement. And I think what's really important here is that it's all fucking true. Right? Maybe the Carians? Because here's the thing. Become one with the order is a very, very interesting phrase, considering Radahn is the one who represents order in the equation. So of course she could mean the Golden Order, but she doesn't say the Golden Order. She says become one with the order, and Rennala marries Radahn. Now, look at this. Where are we right now? We are at the Grand Lift of Dectus. We are about to ascend to Altus and become, or actually enter the lands of the Erdtree, the closest place, the plateau that represents the closest place to the Erdtree. When they were fighting the Carians, this would have been the battlefield. Because we got Raya Lucaria, we got the Carian Manor, and we got Altus, so it would have been here. When Radahn marched to fight Rennala, it would have been here. And they would have been fighting up here. So, become one with the order. Now, here's the thing. None of this is a lie, really. I think that's the thing that I love so much, is all of her dialogue so direct. And here's the key. The choice is yours, because it is a choice. And this is, I think, another thing that very often gets overshadowed in the discourse of the Erdtree. People go on about, like, oh, Marika, pure evil, no nuance, no defense, genocide of the giants, tortured the poor, sad little horn scent. Okay, but she also made peace, not her, but, like, her family, the Erdtree, the Golden Order, made peace with the Carians, a historic enemy, and the dragons. So why did they make peace with some factions and not with others? Is it because perhaps some factions were like, yeah, let's make peace. Yeah, okay, this war is stupid. Let's stop warring. Also marriage. And perhaps some factions never wanted peace and refused to stop fighting? Because it is a choice. That's the thing right here. You get to make a choice. You can become one with the order. The Crucible. All things can be conjoined. You are welcome under its umbrella. But if you choose no, honestly, you gotta go hard to protect your people. And there's some implication behind that choice. Yes. But I don't know about you, man. I would go pretty fucking hard to defend my people. I would go very fucking hard to defend my people. And if someone was still threatening my people, I would go harder on them. Because that's what this is, to protect our people. I think that's the thing that's so complex about this character is she does great violence, but it is to protect her people. From other groups who do not want peace and will continue to fight and continue to try to kill her and hers. And, by the way, have also killed her and hers and destroyed her family, torturing them to death. It is a choice, but it is one made with the essence of, if you don't, we will destroy you. But remember where they started. They didn't start with being the aggressors or conquest or we are going to take what is yours. They started from a small group of tortured shaman in a village. That's where this started. And I think that that is sort of, that story is why this is so complex to consider. Was Liurnia aggressive? Yes. Liurnia was at war. They hated them since the Giants. To wallow at the fringes was the phrase, not fingers. But yeah, listen, I think that that's sort of what gets lost, is this whole, like, Marika and her people sought war, and they killed many people who were against them. But they did not start out as a power of oppression and control. They started off as a group of upstarts, actually. I'm like guaranteeing that was to the Carians. And we know what they chose. It's there somewhere. Another path leading back to the foot of the Erdtree. An ancient tunnel. So this ghost is to help you find this, which is a path to Altus, which we are going to do. Carians choose war? Well, they choose war, and then they're like, "Oh damn, that ratting is actually looking kind of hot. Never mind. Don't want peace or what?" Anyway, the Erdtree camp is willing to fold many into their ranks. That's the thing too. So the ones that aren't folded, that's sort of the difference. You have to remember, think of it like a scale. At one point in history, the Hornsent were the heavier. They were much stronger, bigger, more powerful. And the Erdtree was light and tiny. They were completely overwhelmed, but they managed to change the odds. And now it's the Hornsent that are weak and tiny and puny and oppressed. But, like, it wasn't always like that. That's the thing. You could argue vengeance, but I don't see vengeance. Like, it isn't like I'm going to kill you because of what you took from me. It's I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm going to make sure no one will hurt my people again. But the problem is, let's say you got someone, like, to make an analogy, you got someone at your door and they say, "I'm going to get in there and I'm going to," right? "I'm going to get in there. I'm just one guy. I'm going to get in there though." Will you ever feel safe until that guy is gone? That's basically what's sort of happening here. Right? Like, they are threatened. That is sort of what the Hornsent are doing. They will never back down, which is why the war continues to this day in the Shadowlands. They will never stop trying to destroy the Erdtree and kill every single fucking one of them. And that's the thing, that's the difference. There are groups that the Erdtree allies with, makes peace with, and there is eventually peace. But there are groups they don't. And I wonder why. Alright, let's take a look at some iconography. Some pretty stuff. These guys holding their spears, like blocking the way until you have the Dectus. Gold leaves growing all over the place. Tree sentinel style helmet. That's an interesting figure. Still holding a spear. It's always spears. And then these two guys, looking very tree sentinel-like indeed. Compare the tree shield to the crucible shield. Yes, let's. Hang on. Take a zoom. Tree. Kind of looking rooty. We don't have the proper shield. Right, I'm zoomed in. Okay, I can't. Trees, roots. But this one almost has like a divot, and then that's where things come from, the roots. That one just depicts the tree, but it always shows the roots too. Hey, Saint, thank you so much for the raid. Oops. Oh, you beat me to it, dang it. I hope Tamagotchi life was very fun. It seems like a delight. Thank you so much for sending your community over. Welcome in. We're continuing the lore run today, everybody. Take it easy, Saint. I want to put on maybe this. All right, so we have the medallion. In case you don't have the medallion, there is a path over there that will help us get up to Altus without the medallion parts. There's always an alternate path. But for now, we have it, so let's take it. Hey, welcome, YouTube raiders as well. So we hoist the medallion. We show the symbol. And what looks like a piece of amber. It's like a golem. The protective spear is blocking your way. Open. And you can come in. It's very akin to the golems from Dark Souls 2, though. The Crucible, the Tree Sentinel helmet? Unless it looks different, I don't know. It's made of stone, so it's really hard to tell if you can get it. If it's like the exact as the Tree Sentinel. But Tree Sentinel, yeah, you can get Tree Sentinel. So when they say grand lift, they really do just mean that it is a freaking big ol' elevator. Whoa. We were down there, now we're up here. That's like Caria Manor over there, right? Nope, not quite. It's you can't even see it. We're so high up. Oh my god. Whoa! We're like so high that the freaking minor Erdtrees look small. Golems are watching it. And someone else is here for us. Hi, Rya! Oh my god, look at the Erdtree. You said she'd be waiting.
I've been waiting for you. I knew you had the stuff of champions. I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor. Take my hand and have audience with my mistress.
Refuse.
Very well. Speak to me again once you are ready. You will find me here.
So the moment we rest anywhere in Altus, it will progress certain quests. It's a big marker, and that includes Volcano Manor. However, I should have done everything. We also could have come here sooner. But I think I'm gonna wait on Rya. Although, There's something I need to get, and I think it should be fine. Volcano Manor just counts as Altus, but I want to grab something first. Let's make it daytime. Yeah. This will trigger stuff, but it's fine. I should have noted everything. Melina! Oh my god, hang on. What is it that you will get here that will upgrade your weapon? Bell bearings.
The Erdtree is close. Only a little further till the foot of the Erdtree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erdtree, where Mother gave me my purpose. Though now, everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
So she doesn't remember anymore. And going to the Erdtree and to her mother will help her remember. She's trying to get her remembrance so she can remember why she's doing this. Yeah, so Rya's a good shortcut, but yeah, we have patches. Like, I don't want to take the shortcut. I just want to show her off. This is the path to Leyndell, and it's marked with this symbol. The statue over and over and over again along the middle. Why is she burnt? Well, we'll have to find out with her quest. But yes, she is a spirit and is burnt and bodiless. Altus is so vivid, but look, first of all, birch trees are very prevalent here, but it's not, it doesn't have that sickly color. Like, things here look healthy. The trees here look healthy. Bok is here. Hello.
Bok the seamster at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
We're always gonna let him alter one of our garments.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys. Bok the seam ready to make... Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journey.
Okay, I don't know how to get the Melina dialogue to trigger here, but he has to ask us for help.
Bok the seamster, are you ready to make...
He has to say something.
Please
I'm
do
not
be...
sure what the trigger is. I haven't done this quest in such a long time. Chat, does anyone remember the Bok dialogue trigger? Because it should be here. And then Bok says something. And then Melina responds to it. And it gives us a hint as to what we're supposed to do. No, it can't happen till the capital because Melina leaves at the capital. So it happens before you enter Leyndell. That's why a lot of people miss this. And I've only done this once. Sometimes you have to reload. Okay, it might just need a rest. Hey, Spicy Noodles, hello. I'm looking for something specific. No, it can't happen when you enter Leyndell. Because, first of all, when you enter Leyndell, Bok moves to Leyndell. And Melina leaves you. I think you guys are thinking of something else. I'm not talking about the larval tier.
Bok the seamster.
I'm talking about something that a lot of people don't know about.
Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Okay. I don't know how to find this. That's the problem. Like, it's very specific. Yeah, I thought it would just come here. Now I'm so worried that Seamless broke something else, but I hope not. Well, either way, we'll continue here. We're gonna keep exploring. We just cannot touch Leyndell. She tells you what it is. She says something along the lines of, "This is fate to be born of a mother. Is this what it is to be born of a mother?" Wait a second, where the fuck is... Why is he not here? Why are you still here, you freak?
I had been waiting for your return. I've decided to leave the round table.
You said that already.
As I mentioned, I'm off in search of the noble gold
I know,
mask.
and you said that already.
We may not meet again for some time.
I fucking hope
if
so.
there's any incantations you wish to learn, now's the moment.
This motherfucker, he's already said that. He's like, I swear, I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna go on my way. I'm gonna head out now. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Corin.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
This time I'm really gonna do it, yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for the sweet lore about Melina wondering what it's like to be born of a mother. Well, no. Not wondering what it's like. Saying she feels the same as Bok. That's the dialogue. She's basically saying she just wants her mother to tell her that she's beautiful.
Bok, the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
Like, Melina feels Bok.
Going so soon? Please do.
Alright, Bok, you're freaking me out because I feel like you should be saying this shit by now. You don't need the prattling pate to do it, I don't think, because it's sort of the hint that you use the prattling pate. I know, it's very niche because most people will miss it because it involves Bok and you have to talk to Bok, progress Bok, and if you take a certain route, you'll skip Altus or progress too far. So Bok won't show up here, and you need Bok, you need certain interactions. I don't even know what... Where... Oh, there he is. I couldn't see him, he was so camouflaged. Hey, buddy.
Ah, look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold. I've been doing some learning of my own since then, actually.
It's been
and
20
will happily
seconds.
pass it along to you.
About the noble gold mask.
I'm yet to find the noble gold mask. I suppose he'll be closer to the Erdtree. The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold, I've come to understand, in my solitude, how little it is I truly know.
He gets 2 new ink cans. Because we bought everything from him, and we also gave him 1 book to get the dialogue. So, yeah, this is new. Great Heal, superior incantation of the 2 Fingers Faithful. Greatly heals HP for the caster and nearby allies. The 2 Fingers had high hopes for the tarnished that even if they should be wounded, even should they fall, they will continue to fight for their duty. So you've heard that before. Same thing. Lightning fortification. No new dialogue or lore there.
I'm yet to find the noble gold mask. I suppose he'll be closer to the Erdtree. The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold, I've come to understand in my solitude how little it is.
We'll do a pastime, but really reloading should work, but there's a chance this is something niche, so yeah, we'll do a reload just in case. Favorite build in the game? Let's see. I like the Wing of Estelle. I like curved swords. Something's wrong.
Bok, this ready to make adjustments.
No, dude, something is wrong.
Please.
What's the trigger? It's so hard to find triggers, and I'm just worried that the mod Seamless is do something. It's right here. Chad, this is the only location this dialogue happens. So it's not another location, it's only here. I see the dialogue, but I don't know how to trigger it. It's just like a list of all the dialogue. That's actually very insightful, but that doesn't help me find how to get it. Yeah, it's possible. Like I said, I've only done this once, so I really don't remember it super well. This doesn't even talk about the Melina thing. This is very niche. Ugh. I do have a Proudling Pate though. It might need to be the specific one, but I have one. Well, let's just go get the one that I need. That is part of it. It's just I'll have to be careful where I go. The fact that box shows up here is meant to trigger that dialogue, if I recall correctly. I think so too. That's why I'm freaking out. I swear, if this mod broke another thing, I'm gonna be so pissed. Because this is the type of thing so few people know about that it might not be reported in bugs in the mod. Proudling Pate is for inside the capital, so you don't need the Proudling Pate here. You can do it all here, but he's supposed to say something and Melina responds. So for now, let's go get it. This is something I worked really hard. No. I'm not blaming myself. I'm blaming the mod. Because I know for a fact I didn't fuck this up. Because I worked really hard not to fuck it up. And I remember doing the trigger once or twice in like 4 years. I did not fuck it up. The mod might have. And at which point I will breathe hellfire. And literally restart the entire run. And I don't know how I'm going to do that. Because it takes so many hours to get here.
Please, I can read them.
I know I didn't fuck it up. I worked real hard not to.
Fingers, please, your fingers.
Or have my hands.
Oh, bless you.
Also, I worked specifically. I've been struggling using a weak weapon to make sure I can get this.
To the east, ruins of gold. To the west, the serpent's sacrilege. Wherever the path leads, so shall you follow. Wherever the path leads, only more sorrow. 'Tis a curse. A curse. The curse of Queen Marika.
I shouldn't need the Proudling Pate to get the dialogue. Because, like, the routing to get to Volcano Manor and then come back here, most people just end up in Lindell.
Oh, dear. You might... I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Dialogue at the East Ray Lucaria Gate Grace? You might be thinking of different dialogue, because there is dialogue at the East Ray Lucaria Great Gate. Grace Gate. Gate Grace. Whatever. It's Bach saying, Melina basically saying, talk to him. He's, you know, like, Melina talks about Bach there, but it's not this dialogue. That dialogue occurs at East Ray Lucaria. I'm talking about the Altus Highway dialogue. It's different dialogue. It's possible you get it elsewhere, but specifically the Melina being like, he wants to know he's beautiful. He wants someone to tell him that he is beautiful. Yeah, the Pate is to resolve his quest. This gives us the hint to do it, but it's very, very, very missable. Like, insanely so. No, chat, it's not about posting the dialogue. It's about showing it. Oh my god, you guys are gonna drive me bonkers. Why do you think I'm doing this run? I could just watch someone else's YouTube video walkthrough and show everything, no? I could just pull up the Google Wiki and be like, here's the lore. Nah! Why are you here? For this! Why am I doing this? For this! If the mod bugged out another, I swear to God, I don't even know what we'll do. Restart the entire fucking run on a new file? Deal with stutters? Leave an angry, strongly worded letter? I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even have a plan for that. But this is my finale. I cannot lose this dialogue. This is incredibly important. There is no talk to Melina dialogue prompt at the Altus Highway, Grace. Something is broken. Ugh. I might need the pate, but like I feel like I don't need the pate. I feel like I've gotten him to be like, hey, master. We've already done past time. We've already teleported. We've tried this. So it's either the prattling pate or I rain hellfire down on all. We'll have to read this later. I can't even process. Go fuck yourself, Nomad. I am so... This is one of my favorite little interactions, and it gives us such insight to Melina. Such a nebulous character that we know so little about. All the other lore can frick right off. I'm on a mission. I'm gonna send a letter. I'm gonna send a freaking letter. Oh, the boss armor thing? Oh yeah, I never gave him the needle. Probably because I don't own any boss armor yet because it's very expensive and I'm very broke. But you're right, I forgot about that. We might want to do that. These are weird, stinky guys. We'll talk about them later. We're on a mission. Also, there is pink flower lore here. Wait. 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 The mission has a side quest. It could be because I don't have any boss armor, so I can't upgrade the stuff. Okay, chat. Hellfire? Raining may be abated? I forgot a step. I don't know if this relates to him though, but it might because I just become a little... I'm broke. I haven't bought any boss armor yet. I'm so passionate about lore. It's the only thing that can tilt me, is not finding lore. I wanted to find it. I wanted to show it. I want to experience it. It's been so long since I've done this. Yeah, Hellfire has been postponed. We live another day. Problem is, I don't remember if this is the somber or the regular, but I think it's regular. I need regular. The Prattling Pate is near Volcano Manor, yeah. So we're gonna get some money, we're gonna upgrade our weapon, and then we are going to purchase a piece of boss armor and give him the upgrade. It's hard to be broke, chat. Bit of hellfire anyway is a treat. Only if someone suggests looking up a video again. I didn't do it for Ensha. I'm not doing it for this. We're gonna show it or we'll die trying! Alright, and we're gonna kill that motherfucker in just a second. 1 second. You! Hey Wraff, there's a video. Hellfire is incoming! Also, we see a new version of the marionette soldiers, which have these little silly wings and fly. And they're very cute. Wait, what the frick are you? Oh, you land? They look so silly like when they land. They have little baby doll legs. Oh my god. Yes, this is my lore capture. There are many like it, but this one's mine. Oh, great! Some sort of creature. Alright, so we haven't seen one of these in the game yet. It's probably gonna smack the shit out of me. Look at how its body appears to have bubbles all over it. Doesn't it evoke that thing that we saw in Nokron that I pointed out? Like the beads hanging down? And also... Wait, where did I get golden arrows? Carved arrows made in tandem with the Erdtree bow. Deals holy damage. Highly effective against those who live in death and able to prevent them from rising again. Ah, neat. Very neat. Oh, right, and the Altus Plateau map. Map of Altus Plateau and environs. The Altus Plateau, where the Erdtree's base can be found, contains the royal capital of Leyndell to the east and Mount Gelmir to the west. Scars from the shattering remain apparent to this day. Didn't find one at Shifra? Nope, didn't go down that way. It's on the list, but it's gonna be like cleanup work on another point. I really want to hit Altus. Okay. Oh, Crystallion. Oh, 2 Crystallions. I was so fine until I saw the second one. It's okay, they got hella nerfed. It'll be fine. Yeah, like I said. Yeah, they got really over-nerfed. But if you fought them on release, especially the trios, you know why. Oh yeah, if there wasn't lore, I would not be replaying this game. Lore is like a major reason I love FromSoft games. Ah, it's somber. Okay, well, that's okay. I needed both. So this will let us upgrade our weapon further via somber smithing stones. But, yeah, we need another one. So, let's go get it. How much money do I have? Yeah, I can buy an armor piece. Okay, let's buy a boss armor piece. That can be altered. I feel like, what can be altered? Maybe Radahn? I don't even know. And then we'll see what Bach has to say. Right, new remembrance. The winged great horn and the ancestral spirit's horn. Distinctive horn suffused with the power of ancestral spirits. This large, wing-shaped specimen is wielded as a weapon of spirit worship. In the ancestral spirit-worshipping faith, these are considered envoys' wings, made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. That's so interesting, that wings... What is it? Death's gentle envoys? Maidens that are... Death's gentle envoys? Did that refer to the shaman? I don't know about that. That's interesting. I totally forgot about this. Raise the Great Horn's wings to summon a soul-sapping miasma. Enemies in the affected area will temporarily suffer from reduced defense. We've seen them use this, by the way. We've seen them, like, do the dance, and then, like, it's a soul-sapping miasma they create. It's kind of interesting. If beings don't sprout, they kill them and get benefits from them otherwise. Kind of dark. Item cut from the horns of the Regal Ancestor spirit. A cutting! That's really interesting. Restores FP upon defeating enemies. A number of new growths bud from the antler-like horns of the fallen king, each glowing with light. Thus does new life grow from death, and from death one obtains power. Yeah, this might have more links to death birds too. The color sure is interesting. Okay, okay.
Now go forth, little.
Yep, thank you so much. Okay. Bach, will you respond now that I have a boss armor and be like, oh, master, I can't alter those.
Bok the scene ready to make.
Okay. No answer yet.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
See, I haven't been able to give him the golden needle yet. There's been no prompt, and I can't remember what the prompt is. Or specifically, we're supposed to give him the golden tailoring tools. We keep the needle, I think.
Bok the seamster at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, going so please.
Okay, then that isn't it. Golden needle is at the capital? The dialogue for it? Or I have to modify the armor yourself first? To be honest, I don't remember what boss armor can be modified, but I'm guessing this one isn't. Yeah, I probably just bought a piece that isn't modifiable. Okay. What can be altered? Radahn's helmet? Okay. Ugh. $10,000 enough for that stinky helmet? I'm gonna have to buy the Kevin set. I know, I'm being forced. I'm being forced to buy Kevin's set. I'm being emotionally blackmailed. Okay, I don't see it. Are we sure that's the one that can be altered? Oh no, was I manipulated to buying the helmet? You made me do. I wasted my crushable runes on that. I hope you know what you've committed. This is a sin worthy of going down to hell like the Eternal City. Now wear it? Never. Like 12K.
Now let the work.
Never. I really don't like it though. It's not really because of any like thing. I just don't really like it. And then I meant to use more than one there. But that's okay. We can do like is this 400? What? Oh, fuck. I keep clicking use instead of use multiple. Was manipulated into buying Radahn's helmet. I didn't mean to. Yeah, chess pieces can usually be altered, so that's why I bought Renala's, but I honestly don't remember. Okay, let's see. There it is. Okay. This could be it. This could be it. Because I just haven't bought any garb because I'm like constantly broke, you know? We can do it. Come on, Bach. Get some dialogue,
Bok
buddy.
the seamster, are you ready to make...
I'm sorry. Here we go. Progress.
Master, my apologies. Your wardrobe includes the garb of the old demigods, and I'm afraid I can't make adjustments to them. My mum told me once that a royal seamster would do them up in a jiffy. Just wait, master. Before long, I'll be that good too.
Give the gold sewing needle.
Is that a gift for my undeserving self? Thank you kindly. But what on earth could it... Oh, what amazing. I've never seen a golden needle. Not in all my life. With a spectacular royal crest to boot. Are you certain that this is for me? Oh, I can hardly believe it.
You're so sweet.
Have faith in me, Master. I'll polish my craft enough that I deserve this golden gift. I'll be the golden seamster, Bok. Now I'll be able to sew anything. Even the threads of the demigods.
Oh my god, it was because I never bought any of... I had to buy Radahn's garb. And that's why I didn't have it. Fucking Radahn ruining everything all the time by existing with his expensive, stupid clothes. Alright, I feel better. I have a favor to ask.
Master, may I ask you something? Would you mind if I called you Lord? I heard that you and the other tarnished seek the throne of the Elden Lord.
Hellfire of
Well, I know that you will be the one. And you'd make just the manner of kind-hearted lord that I'd wish for. So please, if you would, allow me to call you Lord.
I can't say no. Because, like, I'm scared that he'll only ask once because he's Bok. So I'm gonna say you may. Because he's so sweet, he's my baby boy! Radahn's existence continues to spite you even beyond the grave. He's still fucking with me. You may call me Lord.
You don't say. Thank you. Thank you. My lord, my lord, my lord. Please become Elden Lord. And please let I, Bok the Seamster, remain at your side.
We get the my lord gesture. Surely she'd be happy for you.
Do you think that Mum would be pleased if she knew that I'm as good as any royal seamster now? Oh, it's still not enough. I need to learn how to sew from scratch like her. Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the armor. We're gonna do a comparison. I know, but it's okay. So, it's got lions on it. More lions, more lions. And more lions on the chest. And then on the shoulder, you'll never guess. More lions. Like, bro is the biggest fucking cosplayer of all time. It's honestly kind of sweet.
Bok the Seamster, at your service, my lord. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
Okay, I want to do a comparison of it as well. Back doesn't have any lions, which makes sense because it's covered. Honestly, it looks like Malekith's armor with the light on, because it looks black, but it's not. At least I don't think it's black. It's definitely more blackened on this side than on the other side, though, which is interesting. It looks better without the cloak. Blaming the mod? No, it was actually Radahn's fault. Thank you for asking. Yeah, his armor's gold, but it looks darker. Let's make it daytime. Hang on. Okay, I can't talk to Melina with this fucking fit on. 1 second. I can't. It's self-respecting. There we go. It's just more shaded on the right. Like, it does look more damaged. Tarnished, dare I say. But then on this side, it looks like there's more, like, chesticle damage, you know? Anyway, most you're gonna see it. Goodbye. Goodbye, armor set. Melina, hello. It's all Radahn's fault. Him and his expensive drip.
Your seamster, Bok. I see him crying from time to time. I think he misses his mother. He wants someone to tell him he's beautiful. Does being born of a mother mean one behaves in such a manner?
I love that dialogue. 2 options here. Here's the thing. She acts like kind of confused, but if she were really confused, why would she know exactly what Bok needs? You know? It's like, she's almost like a robot. She's like, your seamster seems sad. Perhaps he would like a hug. Is that what it means? To be sad is to need a hug? It's like, yes, Melina, the reason you know that is because you want a hug. You want to be hugged. It's like, yes. Of course. You know what I mean? So, she says that, but I think it's because she doesn't remember. Falls into the emotionless anime girl anime trope. She's definitely a little robotic, but I think it's because she's lost her memory, so she doesn't know who she is anymore. She's lost so much, but she gets it back when she goes to the tree. It could also be the fact that she burned, but I think it's just... It could also be time, based on the Nightfarers, although they're different, you know. Well, the Nightfarers are also spirits, so there's something to be said there too, actually. Maybe that's it. She's like the Nightfarer. She's a spirit, and it's been so long she doesn't remember everything. She needs to return to the Erdtree, to her mother, to get her purpose again. She doesn't even have her purpose right now because she doesn't remember it. But then, she's like a different person when she returns to us after the Erdtree, right? She's sure of what she's doing because she is a different person, because she finally remembers who she is. Like the Nightfarers and Night Rain, who at first are a little bit like, oh, like, what? Who am I? Why am I here? What happened? I vaguely remember this was important to me, but I don't remember why. They get it back. So that's the thing. That's how I read this. She seems confused. She's like, is this what it's like to be born of a mother? Because she's not sure, but at the same time, her instinct is Bok wants someone to tell him he's beautiful. He wants praise from his mother. She wants praise from her mother. She misses her mother. It's comforting. It's like the most natural instinct in the world. So she's like, is this what it means? Yes, of course it is. And you know that. You just don't remember that you know that. And you will. Now, if you're wondering what I'm talking about with the Nightfarers being spirits, well, they're able to use spirit springs. Now, is that a gameplay thing? Yeah, but you know FromSoft folds gameplay into lore like nobody's business. They're all pretty much close to death. We also know this because the ending involves them sort of leaving as spirits of grace. The Round Table hold at last. So, they are physical in some way, shape, or form, but they're a lot more like Melina than I ever thought of until this moment. Duchess wears the same cloak. It's also, it's unique to Melina for sure, but it's the traveling maiden garb, effectively, similar with some alterations, plus a cloak. So I think that's sort of the thing. She's just wearing traveling garb. But you're right, Duchess does wear a really similar vibe. I already talked to Corn. He's like, I'm looking for gold mask. Alright, let's read your lore now.
Terribly sorry. I didn't realize you came back.
Scorpion Kite Shield, a standard medium-sized shield highly reputed for its solid build and reliability. Emblazoned with a yellow scorpion, a warning of surprise attacks and sudden strikes. Scorpion charms are associated with assassins as well. Crossed Tree Tower Shield, an iron great shield large enough to cover the entire body, emblazoned with an old interleaving tree. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. Interesting. Old interleaving tree. Crossed tree great tower shield. Tree surcoat. Blue surcoat draped over chainmail. The tree insignia emblazoned on the front depicts the Erdtree and is a design beloved throughout the lands between. Unseen assassins and imp shades. We might buy some of these notes. I love that laugh. Whoops. Alright, we must get the prattling pate for box quest now. I don't fully remember Altus now, because I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, I don't remember how to get to the Volcano Manor, but I feel like it's like you kind of go this away. So we'll just go this away. Oh wait, I wanted to upgrade my weapon, didn't I? Okay, let's grab a couple things that are over here. There's a golden seed somewhere along here. And I'm hoping I'll be able to use another weapon too. So these guys are super fucked up. Huh, chat, is that Deathblight? It sure is. These strange creatures, whose faces appear to be made of worms, are also shooting Deathblight at me. I thought this was Altus, the foot of the Erdtree, where things are supposed to be so much better. And the one of the first things we meet is weird fucked up guys. A golden sunflower that grows facing the Erdtree, found near minor Erdtrees. At the foot of the Erdtree, they retain their color along with a powerful holy essence. It's looking wilted, but not as wilted as the ones further away. We should call them worm face, yeah. Yeah, those are worm faces. I'm not 100% on what worm faces are, but they wear cloaks of gold as if they're people from here. I don't know if their dead bodies come back to life that have become afflicted by Deathblight, because they're not those who live in death, but I wonder if they're related. They do Deathblight, though. Either way, it's another sign of the perversion of the natural cycle, even here. Scorpions are associated with rot. Not entirely. They're also associated with assassins. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen, patterned on a scorpion freshly shed of its exoskeleton. Its claws seizing a heart with a blessed glow. So yes, it is associated with rot, but the talismans, all of them specifically, are assassin talismans. And they're used by many different factions. We got that one from the, what's her name? Anastasia, I think it was, who is indeed an assassin. She works with the recusants and is also trying to eat us. Oh. Oh. Touch 3 phantom crests. Mirage riddle. Okay, you're right. I was looking for a golden seed, but I don't remember exactly where it is, so let's just explore. Aroa fruit tinted with gold, easily found near the Erdtree. If you look at them, especially from this angle, it's as if their face, they look like the standard enemies, like early in the game, the commoners, but it's as if their faces opened up and then just been replaced with worms. And they look as if they're sobbing. This one especially at a grave. Yeah, like worms are emerging from its face. I also say opened up because, yeah, its face is absent and there's just a hole there, like a suction. Not underestimated, but they are underappreciated, horrific enemies. Sobbing or having trouble breathing. This one's sitting at a grave, so I assume sobbing. Okay. Faith in the Erdtree as well. A Miquella lily was placed on this grave. Okay. Remember the third one's a little tricky. Oh, so if this is the rise. Right. Then it's here, then it's like way down south. Or wait, now I'm like not sure where the rise is in relation. Oh, it's, yeah, this way. East, yeah. Closer. Too far. Some have their hands in prayer? Yeah, I definitely see that. They look as if they're mourning. FromSoft's pretty, how would you put it? They if they want something to look sad, it's normally sad. Like, look, it's like hunched over. It's sort of like jolting upward. Yeah, it could be just struggling breathing, but it looks like a sad creature, and therefore I read it as it's being sad. War, grace. I don't remember this one. Also, yeah, the people here are fighting the worm faces. Could be the Deathlight thing. Aren't they directly above Deep-Root Depths? Well... Deep-Root Depths is the roots of the Erdtree. So, pretty much. The roots spread out a lot further than it appears on the surface, that's for sure. Chad, does anyone remember the solution to this one? I don't remember exactly where it is, but I feel like it's one of those once I remember, or once I see... Oh, here it is. Duh. Never mind. Got it. See? Duh. It's the Mirage, so it's like sneaky and hidden, but yeah, this one's obvi because it's a weird rock with a blue glow under it. I haven't done this since release either, so... I like the pink flowers. And this one's really cool because that's probably the last one you're going to find because it's the most hidden, and it's also the furthest away, and when you come back, the rise is visible. It's called the Mirage Rise for a reason. The door was open the whole time. Oh, good morning from Germany. Hello, good morning. Hope you're having a good day. Oh. A slumbering egg. Huh. Owl eggs that will never hatch. Prize is a symbol of the most sublime slumber. The most sublime slumber is a birth that will never happen. Angel's egg, anyone? Unseen blade and unseen form. One of the night sorceries of Celia, town of sorcery. Enchants armament held in right hand, making it completely invisible. Used by Celian assassins to present themselves as unarmed sorcerers. Unseen Form, one of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, makes the caster semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. The Celian assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work. So, listen, I know he didn't learn night sorcery there, but isn't it interesting that Radahn went to fucking assassin school to learn gravity sorcery? Because that's the thing, Celia is not associated with gravity sorcery. The Alabaster Lords are, but they're only known for being assassins, sneaks, and you know, cunning killers who will do anything. It really furthers my theory that the Alabaster Lords kind of tricked him into conquering the stars. Like, oh no, Radahn, please help us. The stars are so scary. Go to the minor Erdtree too while we're here. Because this one's a bit different. Clergy who are still worshipping even though they are afflicted? Ah, guardians. I think they may be people who are buried at the Erdtree. Also, this is a different worm face. If you notice, she's wearing a veil. This is most likely a female who was buried versus the others. Another reason for supposing this is because of Bloodborne. They do a similar thing where the beast patients, the females have different garb. Oh, I'm dead. Oh boy. No. Please have mercy. Ah! No. No. Yeah, no. Okay, well, you know what? We get to show off a really cool animation, so I suppose this is okay. You know what's crazy? That doesn't deathblight you. They stick you right in the deathblight hole, and yet no deathblight, eh? I don't have boluses. Like, I do, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't have them, like, readily, so... God damn it. Yeah, just showing it off for lore, chat. Shit, please don't deadlight me. Like, I'm just trying to wait for the bar to empty a little, so I can hit you a little. Oh, and there we go. It's really just how long they take because I had to stall there and I couldn't get close to it again. Oh my god. But no, I think they're buried because they sort of have this, like, covering, this veil that makes me think of, like, a burial covering. I don't know if I'm alone in this. Probably not. I'm sure there's tons of people who have a similar thought on this. Also, yeah, Deathblight, we kind of turn into a tree, don't we? Are you serious, game? Oh, great. I was trying to hit the head because it's a weak spot, but that's okay. No problem. It was a little close there, but no problem. Crimson Spill, Crystal Tear, and Speckled Heart Tear. Raises all resistance and heals all status ailments. It's interesting that this is dropped by a worm face rather than something like an Erdtree avatar. Not all of them are dropped by Erdtree avatars. But a lot of the beings that drop the crystal tears are associated with the tree. Off the top of my head, it's mostly Erdtree avatars and ulcerated tree spirits. And yet, this one does not. This one's different. It definitely suggests that this is someone associated with the tree and burial. Perhaps a worm face that has become is someone who is buried and become afflicted because the cycle of death and rebirth is halted because of the stagnation of the land. Sweet Raisin and Warming Stone. Golden Slam. Skill of the avatars who protect minor Erdtrees. Jump up high into the air and crash down on the ground ahead. The resulting pratfall sends golden shockwaves in all directions. And then we can also make Sweet Raisins. So I haven't read a lot of these descriptions, which is definitely an oversight. I have read some, but Roa Raisin. This is really sweet. Preparation of dried Roa fruit. Craftable item. Feed to Torrent the spectral steed while riding to restore his HP. Icon shield. Gravelstone. That's okay. We'll just have to read it out. Some tiers are just in basins, yeah. But when it's dropped by an enemy, it tends to be Ulcerated Tree Spirit and Erdtree avatars. And then we have a worm face. I definitely think that their Erdtree burial was interrupted. Okay. Okay, let's go somewhere safe. That's fine. Yeah, they're torrent snacks. Maybe it killed the Erdtree avatar? Yeah, or there it is, the golden seed. It's possible, but like, why not that the worm face is one of the buried? Like, it's possible, but I think that that's what makes the most sense. Okay, few items, first of all. Humans are unable to digest Roa fruit, but Torrent seems to have a taste for it. Golden Roa fruit is not unlike honey, and Torrent seems to have a taste for it. It's horse snacks. You don't really end up doing this too much because you don't often have to heal Torrent, because Torrent heals when you do. Like when you drink a flask, it heals him too. This could be something that before Torrent used to heal from the flask, it was meant to work, but they probably just thought it was too clunky. Either way, it's really sweet. Like you can feed him snacks. Okay, Icon Shield. Great shield painted with a divine scene, the recipients of a blessed tear from the Erdtree, an item that looks back fondly on the age of plenty. The divine scene acts in and of itself as a sacred invocation, gradually restoring the carrier's HP. Holy shit, that looks like White Mask Bari. Reminds me of this, too. The Faithful's Canvas. Stuff tied to the Erdtree in the ruins. So dead or not, I expect the worm faces were previous inhabitants of that village. Yeah. We're also in Altus, so we're starting to see more signs of worship too. Hey! Let's look at this icon shield again. Is that a veil or is that a braid of hair? It's so hard to tell because this figure is pure white, but they sure do look eerily like these things. It like Patch's shield and Demon Souls? A lot like it. Yeah, absolutely. There's always a shield that does that, but it's always cool to see how they depict it anew. Okay. I have aggro again. The dancing ladies have some unique drops. I would love to get some. Very Hemwick, by the way. Hemwick Charnelaine from Bloodborne. And then that one up there, I think, is the one with the unique move. She chomps her own wrist and spits her blood at you, which poisons you. Golden eyes, by the way. Makes sense. She's not a tarnished. So, we're in this beautiful windmill village. Didn't someone mention this thing about windmills? Dialos. Dialos sure did. He told us about this. Oh my god, hang on, I forgot about something. Oh no, might be too late. Oh my god. I hope it's not too late. Oh my god, I forgot about one very important thing, and if I miss it, I might cry. Oh no, I hope it's not too late. I hope it's not too late. Please, 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 Alexander, my beloved. It might be too late. I may have forgotten. Oh wait, didn't I ever read this? This marks Melinia's southward march, the blade of Miquella and her clean-wrought knights. Grant her wings never to be clipped. Yeah, I don't think I read that one. Okay. It's over here somewhere. Do you think the ladies of the Windmill Village are related to Shaman? No. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they are. I think they're just a group of ladies who really like skinning people. They do have the braids, though. Yeah, I think thank you, God!
Can you hear me? Help me! I'm stuck! Hello? Hello? Anyone?
Alexander, my sweet boy. I was never happier to hear your voice.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Ah, hello. How nice it is to see a friendly face. As you can surmise, I've got myself stuck in another hole. Would you mind helping me out again?
No.
I see. More's the pity. No. I apologize. Don't you worry about a thing. Despite my appearance, I am but a chip of a greater jar. I'll pop out eventually. Just you wait.
He says the same dialogue. Yo, Sammy baby, thank you so much for 13 months as well. I appreciate that so much. Welcome back. Thank you for more than a freaking year of support. Thanks for choosing to use your Prime here. Do these hags remind you of the hags in Bloodborne? Yeah, Hemwick Charnelaine. 100%. First thing I thought of and first thing I said.
Well, what's that look, good lady? Are you willing to help me out after all?
Yeah, he keeps getting stuck in holes. But we get to track his journey this way.
My thanks in advance. I know you're the woman for the job. You know what to do, hmm? Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big. No, don't worry about my wound sustained at the festival. I'm stuck back together good and proper. Just give it your all.
Rude, Alexander. So we found him at first here in Limgrave, right about here. He was heading to Caelid. So he went to Caelid and he went through Gale Tunnel, but specifically the entrance here, rear Gale Tunnel entrance, where he ran into a door. Fortunately, we opened for him. And keep in mind, these are all skippable interactions. These are not required for his quest. So you might not see these interactions. There is still some semblance of life to the game that it moves on without you, like him. Then we see him here. We fight at the festival right here. And now all the way over here. Where is he heading to, good old Alexander?
Come on. Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big.
He's looking real cracked.
Gosh! Stop! Please! That's my face! Smack me from the other end! The other end!
I love that dialogue so much.
Out! Please! Wait. I have a terrible feeling about this.
Would you stop hitting me for a minute?
Oh no, it didn't work this time. What could we need for a boy who's real stuck?
I can feel my lower half is stuck on something. I don't think you can get me out just by hitting me this time. Let's think. Perhaps there's a way to slide me out a little more smoothly. What if I could somehow be made slippery or some such?
He needs more lube. They knew what they were doing. When you're hitting it from the back, sometimes you need some lube. Alexander is a knower. He's aware. He's a knower. Now, I'm not remembering exactly what works. Where is it? Here we go. The oil pot.
Let's think. I mean, what if I could...
Made slippery or some such.
By gods, you are a woman of vision. This will have me as slippery as a toad. I have a good feeling about this, my friend. Right. Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big.
A woman of vision.
Oh, yes!
Oh, I sorry I interrupted your oh yes. That's relatable. I'm telling you.
My thanks to you and your razor-sharp wits. Oh, as a token of my thanks, I'd like you to have this.
More exalted flesh.
Dearie me, I'm oilier than a toad. Yeah, there were countless oil jars back where I'm from, actually. And now I know what it's like to be one of them.
And where is that? Where are you from, Alexander? Okay, you need to die because you're making an annoying noise. Go away and perish. Go away and fucking die. Vanish. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Alexander. Please go on.
Yes, indeed. I too have a home, though it is one to which I have vowed not to return. So, I thought I might look out from atop the cliff. But as I drew closer and closer, pow, wouldn't you know it, I was perfectly stuck in that blasted hole. I can feel the warriors inside admonishing me for my mawkishness. To walk the path of champions, one cannot cleave to the past. I'm headed to the Fiery Mount in the north. I can strengthen myself there without fear of cracking this vessel. I will forge myself anew in its flames.
And now we know what he's up to. He's going to a volcano.
I'm headed to the Fiery Mount in the north. I can strengthen myself there without fear of cracking this vessel. I will forge my...
Sorry, we already heard it. Yeah, it does really look like he's like doing hops. That's your theory as to why he travels. He travels by jumps. Hey, it could be. The thing is, he does get himself unstuck. All of these encounters are missable. Except for, I guess, his first one? No, sorry. No, you can totally ignore him, and you'll meet him at Caelid. At Radahn's. Like, he will just show up there. He is not beholden to you. He will get there. So when he says, like, no, it's okay, it's okay. He means it. He'll be fine. Also, this encounter is your hint as to how to find Jarburg. So first he got more innards, and then he's going to reforge himself. I was waiting to do Jarburg until Alexander, so I had to do Radahn. I could have done this after Radahn, I just forgot. Thankfully, I didn't forget in such a way that it was damaging. And we're able to come here to the closest this game has to a settlement. One that is peaceful. And even then, it's very sweet and I love it. But it's still just one NPC we can talk to and just a bunch of guys chilling. And I wouldn't change it for anything. We got little baby jars. And they're all peaceful. Look, they're just chilling. Relaxing. Look, he's all curled up. Hi. Kicking his feeties. And look at all the flowers. They're beautiful. Oh, right. The meat. He gives us exalted meat. A lump of animal flesh pickled in a medicinal solution mixed with fiery spices. I know it's a bit suspicious to get it from a man who is literally filled with meat, but I think it's being honest here. I don't think he's feeding you his warriors. I don't think there's a cannibal subplot here. Because he can't just crack himself open. He's a jar. He's sealed. Him getting cracks in his body is part of the problem. So he's not just like, let me just... You know, he just has this. However, how he knows how to make a delicacy from the Badlands is very interesting. Exclusive benefit of those who they deem heroes. He gets the knowledge of the warriors that were within him. Some of those warriors are from the Badlands. Some of those warriors are Godfrey's warriors. From the Badlands.
Hello, Cos. What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us jars. Ah. Are you going to be the new potentate?
I'm no potentate.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry. Cuz, you'll be our potentate after all, then?
Yes, of course. I'll be your potentate.
Gosh. Truly. That's wonderful news. It's not easy being potentate, though. I know. Show me your hands.
Everyone wants to see our hands in
this
this
world.
world.
Just a little test, cuz. To see if you've got the right stuff.
Show hands.
Your skin isn't so smooth, is it? You need slick, slidey hands to be potentate, you know? I'm sorry, cuz. But I don't think you've got what it takes. What a shame.
That is a shame. Why would we need slick, slippery hands,
Don't
though?
look so glum, cuz. We can still chat. Potentate or not, come back and visit me. When you can.
That we shall. Jar Bairn. Bairn meaning child. He's a jar child. Now, as we know, if Alexander is a warrior jar and he's full of warriors, most likely this is a pot filled with children. Now, once again, I know that sounds dark and twisted, but it really does seem as if it's not in this world. Though this is a land presumably or ostensibly without death, we know that things die and are reborn. So rather than it being some like twisted macabre ritual, it's most likely that this is just, you know, children who died. Or it could be quite literal in that this is Jarburg, that this is a child of the jars. We don't really know anything about their life cycle. But there are little ones and there are big ones. Maybe it's like plants. Because plants grow and first you put them in a little pot and then eventually you gotta replant them to a bigger one. Maybe that's the same thing as he grows older. And that is actually suggested too. Tons of flowers here. It's just pretty for pretty's sake. There's a lot of ritual pots here too. This one kind of looks scared, though. Living jar shard. A reminder that this is the main problem. They are unfortunate targets for poachers. And we pick up a jar shard here, and then there's this jar who's kind of sitting there with, like, what would be an expression of horror if he had a face. There were many other jars here. Or playing hide and seek! Yeah! So, Jarburg wants us to visit. We shall. Okay, got Jarburg. Perfect. Old potentate there? Could be the old potentate. All we know is that a potentate needs slick hands. Alexander just wanted to see home one time. I know it's a very sweet area, even if there isn't too much here. Like, I love it as like the one peaceful settlement where nothing will hurt or attack you. Okay, I actually did mean to go over here. I just got so caught up in the dialogue at Dectus, so we do have to make a little side trip over to get Hyetta her grape. However, give me just 1 minute. I'm gonna use rest. Be right back. forgot there were eyes of yellow in Jarburg. It's a bit unsettling. Definitely you could read a little into that, but I just choose to see it as this is the source of... no, sorry, not source. There's so many flowers because they're beautiful. Everything grows there. All the flowers. Except, I think great violets don't grow there. Unless maybe they did. It's the only place where you get such a variety. It does suggest that they were grown there, though. I wonder if the pots grew them. Or the jars, more accurately. Break at 3 a.m. No, I gotta do this. We gotta get Vike. We've mentioned him here and there. He's come up a couple times. But we haven't met him. And we've also heard about something. Someone who's been grabbed by the 3 fingers, something like that, that Hayata said. Either way, it's a way stronger eye. The Tower of Frenzy. Terrifying. I really wish they did this more often. Uh-oh. Did I just dodge the madness proc by climbing a ladder? Okay. Howl of Shabriri. Incantation originating from the maddening 3 fingers releases a maddening shriek that causes madness buildup in foes nearby. This incantation also causes madness buildup in the caster and makes enemies more likely to target them. It is said that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all history. And look at our eyes. Are you not doing it anymore? I want to get frenzied. Well, if this is a fucking beacon, looks like we're on the right path, huh? Alright, we're getting so close to getting a new weapon, too. Like, I know we're doing a quick visit back to Liurnia, but, like, I'm so hopeful. Hey, thank you for the AFK support. I appreciate that. Maddening gotta be the most used FromSoft term across games. Like Frenzy? Yeah. Frenzied Flame Village. Well, if someone is gonna have a special eye, surely it'd be this place, huh? A special grape, sorry. But she knows their eyes now. Frenzied Cookbook. Also, someone at the start of the stream asked if we've talked about the burning bodies. We haven't, but there have been a few, and this is indeed one of them. Happens to hold the Frenzied Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by those afflicted by the madness of the Frenzied Flame. Contains techniques discovered in desperation. Interesting. Clarifying boluses. Eye of Yellow, which is a plant. Cave moss and dew-kissed herba found in and around the Eternal City. So scarlet rot cures use dew-kissed herba. That's also very interesting. Remember we found the recipe for this down here? But we've already been to Caelid, so that's so fascinating. This is not, like, I don't really mess with crafting, so this is something that might have, you know, escaped my oversight when it comes to lore. So we will be looking through these items at some point, but, like, it's just so many of them are like, ugh. It's a fucking bow. It does this damage, and you're like, ugh. Cuckoo Knights. I mean, they were right outside. I guess they got afflicted. It is contagious after all. Frenzy spells are very interesting because they also harm you with buildup. And it takes FP when it strikes, just like sleep. Sleep also eats FP. Ooh, Rhea Lucarian helm. Its brow is adorned with a single cuckoo's feather. Neat. And then we get Shabriri as well. We just heard about this man, the most reviled man in history. Disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. Constantly attracts enemies' aggression. It is said that the man, named Shabriri, had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. Slander. But then, when his eyes were gouged out, they were replaced with frenzy. It's pretty interesting because eyes being gouged out and something replacing it is something we'll see more of. So we'll have to keep that in mind, that his eyes were gouged out and then that's where frenzy came from. Now, how could he acquire frenzy if he couldn't see? Well, this is another hint as to how frenzy spreads as well. If his eyes were gouged out for slander, could it perhaps be that he already had something going on with being crazy? Because who exactly was he slandering that his eyes were gouged out? That's quite an extreme response. Perhaps the Erdtree itself? Ah, Lord Vike, it seems that you were no lord after all. Then where is he, our true lord, our lord of frenzied flame? We beg of you, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. So someone asked me before as well in the YouTube comments about the 2 fingers and the 3 fingers. There's a reason I haven't talked about that yet. We will be waiting a little bit longer, but it is very notable that the 3 fingers and the 2 fingers, there he is. Right, seamless. It should take me off the horse. We know that 5 fingers is still important, so how come there's 5 and 2? And we will talk about this. Anyway, festering fingerprint bike. Ah! He frenzies us with hitting us. Isn't that interesting? That's a free backstab, baby boy. Come on. Oh, that's Jabir as well. I thought it was Frenzy Flame. You got me good there. Oh, whoops. Wrong juice box. Sorry, sorry. The fingerprint grate and Vike's war spear. Eyeball of the Night Vike, inflamed yellow, seared with a repulsive fingerprint burn akin to those that marred his entire body. If offered to the blind maiden, it will lead her to the source of the distant light, allowing her to become a finger maiden. War spear singed and blistered by fingers used by Vike, Knight of the Round Table hold. Like Vike himself, it has been tormented by the yellow flame of frenzy from within. Unique skill, Frenzy Flame Thrust. Imbue the spear with the flame of frenzy and leap forwards, plunging it into the ground and setting off a maddening explosion. The skill inflicts both the enemy and the user with madness. Yeah, I didn't show it off too much, but Frenzy Flame Thrust fans outward. Yeah, it's like 3 fingers. They're very thematic. They got A very powerful aesthetic. So, he invades us. He is a phantom, an invading phantom. And here, apparently Lord Vike was no lord at all. He wasn't the true lord of Frenzied Flames. So hang on. We now have heard about a Lord of Blood. A Lord of Frenzied Flame. Hang on. What's the other lord we met? Oh, the Lord of Night. Or a lord, potentially of Night. There's a lot of different factions vying for power here. We're getting a ton. Church of Inhibition. Sacred Tear, hell yeah. Finger Maiden Fillet. I don't know if it's fillet or fillet, honestly, because I've never heard that term for a type of het. Finger Maiden Robe. Finger Maiden Shoes. Worn by maidens who serve the Two Fingers. The maidens live to serve a chosen tarnished, sharing their guidance and the wisdom of the Two Fingers. The guidance of grace would ensure that the pair be brought together, or at least such was the promise long ago. A lot of tarnish. We don't have any tarnish with the Two Fingers. Or sorry, with the Finger Maiden. Or none. Perhaps there aren't enough Finger Maidens. Perhaps the Tarnished have lost grace too much. It's been so long. They've been struggling for such a time. There aren't any Finger Maidens left. Or perhaps there are those who are very interested in preventing the union between Tarnished and Finger Maiden. Like perhaps whoever killed the maiden at the Chapel of Anticipation? The one that was presumably to be ours? This was Vike's maiden. Well, at least that can be implied because he invades to protect her. Even though, from what we can tell, she's dead. He's got very interesting eyes too, look. Pale gold irises, very pale. You subscribe to the idea that Vare killed our player character's maiden? I do. I really wonder if that didn't happen to Vare. Well, not that someone killed his maiden, but perhaps that he never had one, so he's trying to... we can't do Vare's quest. We can finally start again now. We can do the offline invasion. Hopefully it works. It should be fine. But that's one thing that I want to talk about with Vare. He's trying to recreate like his own tale, effectively. I think Vare is tarnished. I don't think he has gold eyes. Guess he might not be. No. He is not crazed with frenzy. Well, maybe he is, but he invades specifically to protect. I think that's a really interesting depiction of an invasion too. If you appear right before someone else, to me that implies protection. Even lost in frenzy, he's still a Vike. Ah, right. Vare's eyes would be altered by the dynasty. That's true, so we can't be sure. But no, pretty sure he's tarnished as well. Because, like I said, he wants you to follow his own path. I love Dark Souls lore, you're in the right place. Two fingers in the giant hands near Liurnia. Let's re-discuss the fingers when we get to what do you call it? The DLC, because there's a lot of lore there. Greatsword embedded with a blue glintstone, weapon of the trolls in service to the royal family of Karya. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore, the trolls are treated as true knights of Karya and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. I already had that actually, but it's still nice to revisit. Converted Fringe Tower. May erudition light the way. Okay, I got it. Oh, do I need to wear the hat? For some reason, I thought you didn't. But I guess they say light the way. Oh. You need to wear the hat, after all. It's really odd and kind of adorable that all the ones that have a depiction of Marika, which are the converted towers, the puzzles are gestures. And remember Marika's mischief. She probably was the type to find this sort of thing funny. Yeah, I thought wearing the hat was actually optional. That's so funny. I haven't done this in so long. I like how they just freeze sometimes. Another starseed. We sure are seeing a lot of those around the towers. Any of the stone masks, because they light up when you do the erudition gesture. Cannon of Haima and Gavel of Haima. I forgot we get those here. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Rya Lucaria. Lobs an explosive magic projectile that flies in an arc. Drawn from the conspectus of Haima, the adjudicator of the Academy, this sorcery employs might as a means to quell conflict. So Haima, it's a different conspectus than we've heard of. They are the judges, and they use force. Like, it's literally like a judge's gavel of Haima. You just go slam. And that's how you adjudicate to the scholars. You just beat the shit out of them. Gotta love it. You know, it is nice to see the back of the statue. I kind of forgot. So we now see the swirl is for sure her dress, or a depiction of it. Or at least it comes out of her dress. And then that is the item that she's crucified on. Neat. Stone hat, stone light up in some area automatically? Not that I think of. I don't think that happens. I played through quite a bit of my first playthrough wearing this stupid hat, so... Not all of it, though. Holy shit, the Black Knife Catacombs. It's another way to get to them. I totally forgot about this. Wow. Huh. Okay. So that's Vike. We still want to do this minor Erdtree while we're in the area. It's actually quite important because I was talking about the shaman. Oh, I do have to go back to the ruins of old. Forgot about that. And by shaman, I mean the ancestral followers. But I feel like it's just more of the sort of dynastic civilization that we see below. It's still worth looking at, but I think it can wait. take a look. And a wandering mausoleum. They do their stomp ritual to the Erdtree. Oh my god, that music scared the bejesus out of me. Bro detected me like better than a Skyrim NPC. Jump scare. This is one of the lightning cracked tiers? Lightning shrouding, whatever. Yeah, lightning shrouding cracked tier, magic shrouding, and holy shrouding. Oh, very important for certain builds. Interesting that none of the ones above ground have glowing horns. Okay, yeah, we can't just face tank them because they'll just, yeah, swarm you. Also, the Erdtree avatar will beat the shit out of those guys if they get close. And, yeah. This is sort of the other side of the old palace ruins. I think it's worth taking a look. I think there's a grace nearby, too. There's a lot of shaman here. We got attacked by them. They're, homing arrows. Fuck this up. Absolute snipers are those things. Doesn't have any wandering mausoleum guys around it. Oh, shit. Or at least not that I could see. Can't wait for DLC lore? Me too. A lot of new stuff there. Right, we need to not use the remembrance in order to duplicate it. Mark. Here we go. Yeah, the mausoleums are weird because they look to have been created by the Nox. Really, like this is Nox architecture. And it's like perhaps they are demigods that predate Godwyn, but then it's also like, okay, but then why is it like, oh, Marika's unwanted child, which threw me for a loop for a long time, that line of dialogue. I don't know where to put the multiple soulless demigods because they make such a big deal out of the ones. These ones just can't duplicate demigods. Ah, oh, man, it's been so long since I've done this. Oh, another one. Yeah, right. That the reason these ones aren't annoying is because they're not doing the big donk. Okay, this is fine. If I want to duplicate something, we'll go back to that. And where are we now? I haven't been in this part of the map in a long time. Yeah, it's just like a signifier, bell versus non-belled. Yeah, I just totally forgot about that. So that one has a bell. There really is a lot of them back to back, huh? Yeah, I don't know what to think about those guys, chat. Especially since they're sort of what's interesting. Hey, one thing I will say about them. Okay, so the body within them, you know how it's like raising an arm upward? Same as the fringe folk. Except these ones have heads. Some part of the burial ritual. Sometimes they have the arm reaching, sometimes they don't. No clue. It doesn't make sense to me that they made such a big deal out of the soulless demigod with Ranni and the killing and the, you know, all that shit that happens. And then there's just so many of them. I will say, how they work is very interesting because they duplicate remembrances, different ones for different, you know, versions. The bell is almost like a warning to avoid, perhaps, but also like the tolling of a bell, like for whom the bell tolls type thing. And those are the ones, the demigod, that can duplicate the demigod remembrances, which is relevant. And then they are these headless beings, and thus like they have no face. It's like their identity is gone, and thus they can be used to recreate a remembrance, right? Like there's something in there that I think is very fascinating from a lore standpoint, but like I said, I don't know how to put this together considering that the Godwyn, there's such a big deal of Godwyn, and then it's like, okay, but then there's like fucking 15 of them? If the Nox create artificial people, could they not also have created artificial demigods? Yeah, but then why are they like enshrined like this? Why are they being protected? It's like there's something that should be kept at bay there, as if Deathblight could spread out of them, like Godwyn. And I think that's always what I figured was why they're wandering, is because they were enchanted to do so, because you can't grow if you're moving, right? Like plants can't grow. Like I said this last time, but rolling stone gathers no moss. It's in motion, and therefore, if there's something, if that is a soulless demigod akin to Godwyn, they can't duplicate. And Godwyn was buried at the Erdtree depths. Ooh, did the Nox city exist then? Was it there, the destroyed one? Would you bury someone, would you allow your enemies to build at the roots of your sacred tree? That's another interesting thing, because there's a wandering mausoleum there too, so it kind of gives us a timeline for when this happened. Haven't been down there yet. Well, we have been to Deeproot, but we haven't explored that area yet, so still. Okay. I think we're gonna call it here. It's a good stopping point, but the point is, Elden Ring always has questions. I'm not sure about a lot of things still. I have thoughts, I have ideas, but I'm not 100% certain on a lot of these things, really. And that's a weird one. Why is there so many of them? I'm not sure. Could be created by the Nox. I think it's very notable that the Nox architecture is used for those. Maybe the Black Knives killed others. I mean, they are assassins. It's not like they would have one target. So, I don't know. Or maybe they predate the Golden Order as discussed. There's some thoughts there. Either way, everyone, thank you so much for watching. I went late because I was having so much fun, as usual. I'll be back on Saturday. We'll be doing more lore. Woo! Lore all weekend, probably. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you had a great time. I sure did. I adore Elden Ring lore, and it's so great to revisit it with the context of new content that we've never looked at. I haven't played Elden Ring since Night Rain came out. We're gonna go back to Altus and finish up a few things. But Altus, I'm very excited for Altus. There's a lot here. The Volcano Manor is one of my favorite zones, one of my favorite quest lines. I've been waiting to do a few things until we get them. It's a really cool quest line. It's very Dark Brotherhood from Elder Scrolls. Yes, have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I love engaging in lore. It's why I started streaming. It's a huge motivation for me, is getting to talk to people about lore. I didn't know anyone who liked Dark Souls and Bloodborne before I started streaming. And that's part of the reason why I was like, man, there are people on the internet who love Bloodborne. I could find people to talk to about it. And that's what I do now. Let's talk about lore. Take it easy, everyone. And thank you again. Have a wonderful night. Don't forget to subscribe and like the stream and the channel so you don't miss a stream. All that. I forgot to do that earlier. Sorry, I'm a bad streamer. Okay, bye!